Yeah, I mean, it's just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. And he's an introvert, incel or whatever. And when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process. What's the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates?
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, Church of Entropy. Very excited for the show this evening. I will hand the floor over to you, Doooovid, for the introductions.
Thanks a lot, Jennifer. Good to be back. Not too eventful of a week. I did stream on my channel chess with an Israeli player. I played this player from the Netherlands and actually lost, but went over some games. So that was interesting. Anyone who follows this crazy house variant of chess, and this Israeli player on my channel calls himself Crazy 8. I had Deshaun in my house this week for Charles Moskowitz. People follow that show because I didn't think the tech through, and neither me or Deshaun are vaccinated, so I was trying to do social distancing. So basically, I just let him do the program of Charles from my house, and I was in the background because the microphone, I give him the headset, so I couldn't actually hear, and then trying to keep social distancing. But it was an interesting conversation if people want to check that out. I tweeted this man, Lipton Matthews. I put his YouTube in the chat, and interesting. Oswald in my Discord messaged me, to check out some of his videos, and I guess he works for the Van Mises Institute of Economics, and he had Kevin McDonald on his channel, and this week he had Charles Murray, he had Eric Kaufman, a lot of big names in academia and economics. He's a Jamaican, kind of anti-Black Lives Matters, and interested in intelligence, IQ, racial differences in intelligence. So he's had a lot of guests on about personality, intelligence, and race. So I tweeted him complimenting his show, and he was on he was on Ed Dutton this week. So he said that he would come on my show. I didn't DM him, so maybe I'll DM him this week, and we'll see if we could arrange that. But that would be an interesting conversation, and I'm not sure if he would be a week in review kind of guy. He seems more academic and professional, but maybe. And so that should be exciting. I listed a lot of books on eBay this week. I sorted through thousands of books. I got probably even like over 10,000 books in. So I went through quite a few, and I'm sorting more. So I have thousands more to list. So I have close to 1,000 items up, or even categories. So I have thousands of books listed, but a lot of them are listed in collections and sets. So I have about 950 unique items, and you can see behind me and all over the place. I have many more to put up, and some of them actually reasonably rare and valuable. And I almost exclusively read nonfiction. I never read fiction, but most of the literature I'm selling is fiction. So it's a little bit interesting just to, obviously fiction is much more popular than nonfiction. I also, yes, I haven't been smoking so much weed. Actually, I haven't smoked weed at all for almost a month now. So I have been reading more, been higher input in my studies. So I got back to the science of expertise. This Andres Eriksson, a man who was, I think, for Europe, Norwegian, I think, um, who actually passed away last year, was an expert in the science of expertise. So I was just reading through some of the material. I finished one of his books and another book, the Oxford Manual of Expertise, been reading through that and all the various fields that define expertise. And I think me and Jennifer have actually got much deeper into chunking theory than most of the experts, like in chess studies or expertise studies or memory studies that talk about chunking. And actually, when I've tweeted Lipton Matthews, because he was talking about IQ, the first thing I tweeted him was whether he had heard of chunking theory, and I mean, maybe he mentioned he'd known, that heard of it, but I don't think he was too familiar with it. So, but I think me and Jennifer probably gotten substantially more in depth into chunking theory. So, we'll probably talk more about that. And Judas Maccabeus was on the Ralph Retort for his debate with Richard Spencer, which kind of like, God forbid, like he friended me on, through that guy actually that Jennifer watched the show, or from Claire, Johnny, who, said he knew Joseph Cohn from London, and then he set me up to speak to Judas Maccabeus, and then we kind of had an argument and we unfriended each other, and but I hooked him up with Adam Green, and then Adam Green set him up to be on the Ralph Report, and he had debated that Captain Zakaria, and then he begged, he wanted to talk to Richard Spencer, and it was a somewhat interesting conversation. It went on and on, but kind of, I don't know the right word, like depressing. Like this, they tried to force me out of talking to these guys, and I wasn't even so actively trying to talk to these guys. I was more doing it out of duty, and I felt like he's kind of like begging to talk to Richard Spencer, and now he wants out, and it was kind of like a cringe. The reason I said I got into it was because like Halsey, Luke Ford, these right-wing Jews were somewhat willing to throw under the bus the mainstream leftist American Jewish community, saying like, oh no, like that's not real Judaism. Real Judaism, some, their understanding of Orthodox Judaism, and like the vast majority of Jews who preach things like repair the world, they're just wrong. And so that's why I largely got into it, was to give a different light, try to give a defense to all Jews and even leftist Jews from sort of Kabbalistic, Hasidic angle. So this guy Judas Maccabeus is anti-Kabbalah, and he was kind of like kissing Richard Spencer's ass. It was almost pathetic, and trying to get him online with Zionism. And I guess it makes sense because he's in the West Bank, and really I was joking that he's going to get promoted to become, Naftali Bennett's going to make him IDF spokesman to the West. And like I said with Dishan, that likely Israel might move forward in trying to annex the West Bank and even expel the Palestinians from that area. And Judas Maccabeus was even mentioning that during the program, and that was the leaning to the original alt-right, this kind of like strong Zionism, Jewish nationalism, expel the Arabs, and Richard Spencer and his white Zionism, although Richard Spencer's been a critic of Zionism in Israel. And so Judas Maccabeus was trying to get him back on board with Zionism. It was largely a failure. So if we want, we talk about that more, but I had some level in setting that up, and I think it was on Joseph Cohen's actually today, and So, and then he said now he's trying to get out of it. Now he's thinking he's not going to want to talk to these guys anymore, even though they actively tried to stop me from talking to them and then replace me so he could talk to them. And now he wants out. So I thought that was rather ironic and karmatic. So that's.
So you think they're eventually going to come crawling back to the Dooov?
Well, they won't. I was saying whether Adam Green wants me back on his show or something like Adam Green had tried to set me up on the Rail for Tort to debate and defend Judaism, and I would have done it, but I wouldn't self-promote myself like that, and so I hardly even message Adam Green anymore, and I haven't been on a show in almost a year, so like no, I don't think Joseph Cohn or Mordecai are going to reach out to me. They don't need anything from me. They're trying to promote their
I
own
meant the
version.
Ralph retort.
Well, he may never even heard of me. Adam Green may or may not reach out to me. I don't know. Like whether it'll be in my cards to debate counter Semites again. I never really put myself out to do that. It was really kind of like Dharma, Brundle, and Luke. Although I think I do a better job. And, but no, I'd rather talk to guys like Lipton Matthews. Jennifer, I think she's got a debate tomorrow. We'll talk about that. But like, no, it was just my dharma to defend the Jews. I'm not going to put myself out to do that. I was happy to be replaced by Mordecai, so it's ironic that he doesn't want to do it anymore. So
yeah, maybe you can just do the odd one when duty calls.
Yeah, and it probably won't. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you want someone representative of the Jewish community. So if someone wanted independent scholarship, maybe like someone just wanted questions answered or to understand, what these books say, what the various schools or sects say, maybe that would make sense. But for these debates, you want someone that is actually representative. So like Joseph Cohn, who has Israel advocacy movement, official organization with funding, and served in the IDF for Mordecai. That's actually IDF ordained rabbi. So people don't want independent scholarship. They want someone who's officially representative of the community, which I'm not. So if there was some level where someone did want independent scholarship, I would be happy to do that. But it's unlikely that's going to be these alt-right guys or anything like that. I guess that's kind of a synopsis of my week in review. I think Jennifer's got a big debate tomorrow, and we'll talk about that. I have, last week I think there were sound problems, but I have a nice tune and song prepared for this week. Did you want to say anything?
Nope, go ahead.
Okay, so let Jennifer do her week in review after I do the chant. So on the Friday night prayers, there's the famous opening Shalom Aleichem prayer when you get home to the house, and you're supposed to welcome the angels. That in Jewish mystical theory, that on Sabbath there's special angels that only come on Sabbath and come into people's house and protect us or do special mystical things. And there's a famous Shalom Aleichem prayer. And then the Kabbalist added certain inserts of supplications that I guess Mordecai's like this anti-Kabbalist. And last week I tried to sing a song. Maybe I'll briefly do that one also. But let me read from this paragraph, this supplication prayer that's in the Friday night prayers when people get home from synagogue and before making Kiddush on wine. So there's one called Rabboin Kol Olamim, a master of all worlds, Lord of all souls, Lord of peace, King who is mighty, King and so on. King, a lot of prayers are grateful. Thank you, my God and the God of my forefathers, for all the kindness you have done with me and for which you will do with me, with all my household and with all your creatures who are all my fellows. Blessed are you and pure angels who do your will. For the theory that these pure angels come into people's houses and provide blessings on Sabbath, and also this Neshoma Yisera in Kabbalistic theory that we get this second soul that comes only on Sabbath. And the prayer continues, Lord of peace, King to whom peace belongs, bless me with peace and consider me and my entire household and your entire people Israel for good life and for peace. O King, who is exalted above all heavenly legions, our molder of the creation, I beseech your luminous countenance and you privilege me and my household to find favor and good understanding in your eyes and in the eyes of all descendants of Adam and Eve, in the eyes of all who see us, that we may perform your service. Privilege us to receive Sabbaths amid abundant gladness, amid wealth and honor, and amid fewness of sins. Remove from me, from all my household, and from your entire nation Israel, every manner of illness, every manner of pain, and every manner of need, poverty, and destitution. Give us a virtuous desire and serve you with honesty, with awe, and with love. May we be honored in your eyes and in the eyes of all who see us, for you are the King of glory. For you, to you it is seemly, for you it is fitting. And this is when I'm going to chant the first line of this Anomelech Malchai Amlukim. Please, O God, who reigns over kings, instruct your angels, the ministering angels, servant of the exalted one, that they consider me with mercy and bless me when they enter my home on our holy day. For I've kindled my lights, spread my bed, and changed my clothes in honor of the Sabbath day. I have entered your house to cast my supplications before you, that you banished my sighs. I bore witness to the 6 days you created the entire universe. I repeated it, and I will again repeat it over my cup and amid gladness, as you commanded us to recall it and to take pleasure in the additional soul which you have placed within me. Oh, on it I shall rest, as you have commanded me to serve you, and so I relate your greatness with joyous song. I have set Hashem before me, that you should further show me mercy in my exile, to redeem me and to inspire my heart to love. Then I shall observe your laws and your decrees without suffering, and I shall pray correctly as is fitting and right. O angels of peace, may your coming be for peace. Bless me for peace. Pronounce blessed upon my prepared table. May your departure be in peace from time and forever. Amen. Selah. So last week we had some issues with the text, so I tried to chant the last line, the Shavisi Hashem Ligrossi, Shrakmeni Oid, Bigalossi Ligalani, La Ori Libi Lavosecha. That last line, I have set Hashem before me, that you should further show me mercy in my exile, to redeem me and to inspire my heart to your love, which was a 3-part kind of hero's journey tune. Let me quickly repeat that one from last week, since the recording switched videos. Shavisi Hashem, Shavisi Hashem Likrusi, Shavisi Hashem, Shavisi Hashem Likrusi. Sherak meni oy, Sherak meni oy, Biglusi ligleni, Ahoy lioyre libi, Lioyre libi, Libi liavusechu. So that's actually a Vishnitz tune that my rabbi told Sar Yitzchak Rebbe used to chant large crowds, hundreds of people. And it's kind of what we call like a slow Devekis, the type song that tries to draw closer to to God through slow and moving, and good for congregational motivational chanting. The first line of this is more an upbeat kids tune. I think it's actually from like a Hasidic pop singer. Anomelech Malchai Amlukim, Savi Malakecho, Malachei Shoros, Misharse Elyon, Shefkadini Barachamim, Uvarchini Bavoim Levesi, Ki Hilakti Nerusai, Viyitzati Mitusi, v'chilafti simlesi likvoida Shabbos. As I said earlier, please, O King, who reigns over kings, instruct your angels, the ministering angels, servant of the Exalted One, that they consider me with mercy and bless me when they enter my home on our holy day. For I've kindled my lights, spread my bed, and changed my clothes in honor of the Sabbath. Because I prepared for the Sabbath, I did things in order to make the Sabbath special. Like, I made my bed, I lit candles, I put on my finest clothes. Therefore, when the ministering angels enter my house, as they do every Sabbath, it will be good, because they will recognize that I tried to prepare myself for the holy Sabbath. So this is the kind of also a 3-part hero's journey type tune, but pretty upbeat. So let me try to chant this here. Ana Melech Malkei Hamluchim. No Melech Malkei Hamluchim. Tave Lemokaku Malukei Hashures. Misharse Elyon. No Melech Malkei Hamluchim. No Melech Malkei Hamluchim. Tave Malokaku Malukei Hashures. Misharse Elyon. Shefkeduni Brachami Mirakuni Mivoyam Levesi. Shefkeduni Brachami Mirakuni Mivoyam Levesi. Ki lakti nerosai vehitati mitusi vehilafti simlaisi likvoida Shabbos. Ki lakti nerosai vehitati mitusi vehilafti simlaisi likvoida Shabbos. I always like that one. I only heard that one actually a few times. I looked it up earlier today. I had a friend, Yaakov Cohn, who used to come to a lot of Sabbath events, and he was a great singer from Jerusalem. And I remember him singing that song once, and I actually only heard it a few times, but I had it popping in my head. It was a nice kind of 3-part hero's journey that, but upbeat, and it was the other one that I sung earlier, more Deveikus and slow. So with that, let's have a good week in review, and like the Sabbath, that you do things in preparation for the Sabbath. It makes Sabbath better. So all of life is like that. We talk about the science of expertise, and what causes expertise, like chess. How do you get better at chess or any field? And it's through practice, deliberate study. So just like you prepare for the Sabbath, and it makes the Sabbath better. So week in review the week, preview the weekend ahead, and it makes the week better. So with that, welcome to Week in Review. I'll hand it back to Jennifer.
Hey everyone, thanks everyone for tuning in. Really appreciate it. I am just so pumped for this debate. It's I was challenged to it, and those of you who've been following me for a while know that I don't like to debate people who are under the age of 30, because I kind of think like your 20s, you're still kind of a young adult, kind of like learning the ropes, and you still have a lot of the time, especially in the early 20s, like a lot of that youthful sort of, I don't want to say arrogance, but I think we sort of overestimate ourselves when we're young. So anyway, I just think as a general piece of advice for people in general, it's good to want to have debates. It's also good to wait a little, because stuff that happens on the internet, you can't scrub that off the internet, right? So this person, Leo Phileas, who has challenged me to debate about whether the Big Bang is scientific, he seems a bit younger. I haven't asked him his age. I don't think he's over 30 though, but I would make an exception for someone like him, because he obviously is passionate about this stuff, has no real qualms about debating, and pretty excited about it. So there's my spiel for that, and it should be happening 10 p.m. tomorrow on the Amy Newman channel. which I will share that link in a minute when Doovid takes over the task of blabbing for me yet again. Thank you, as always, Doovid. But yeah, I've been working on that because I get a 10-minute opener, so I actually like wrote out. I looked up on Google how many words you need to talk for 10 minutes, and it says 1,500, which seems really high. I'm assuming I won't get out 1,500 words because I do have some images and like diagrams to sort of elucidate what it is that I'm saying. But right now, the write-up for it is 1,500 words, so I might have to trim it down. And I get a rebuttal too. So once he does his 10 minutes, I get I think 5 minutes to rebut his opener, and then I get a 5-minute closer. So it's probably going to be the most formal debate that I've done, aside from perhaps the God debate with Claire, which was sort of unprofessional shit show for its own reasons. So I think this one will be the most professional / complex combo debate that I've ever done, just because it's so formal. And I'm looking forward to that. I hope people will tune in. Other than that, I've been trying to write a little bit every day, but I'm so terrible at writing. So like I've been writing on the blog, sort of practice, little smaller articles, like nothing on there is longer than maybe 4,000 words. And a book, I think, is minimum 10 times that big. So I'm trying to like get everything organized, sorted in an order that's going to be palatable to the reader, but it's the system's self-referential, it's cyclical. So any starts or stops are always human impositions, strategic dualism, or whatever you want to call it. So it's sort of a question of like, where do I start when there's no real beginning? And that's what I've been doing. I went on the Amy Newman show, which was fun. And I got some material to do like this clip video that I've been working on for a little while because I had some hilarious sound bits. And it's been thrown up on the channel. I don't think too many people have seen it. But yeah, if you can, check it out. And I've got it ready to play during this stream if Doovid wants to take a break for a bit of Greek salad or what have you. But I've been sort of chipping away at that because I think evolution is not scientific because it doesn't make validated predictions, right? So you have to have a model. The model has to make a prediction, and then you have to validate it. And even at that point, and it hasn't even reached this point, even at that point, you might be wrong. Because theoretically, if another model comes along that makes more accurate or more predictions in general, it displaces that one, at least in theory. So biology still hasn't gotten to the point where it's managed to actually make a scientific assertion. A description is more qualifies as a description. It's like, well, we think this is what happened, and we're speculating that it's caused by evolution bias, random mutation, and selection, and that's just not what the evidence supports. So I actually did get into that a little bit with a super passionate biologist guy, and I asked him, and he wasn't able to substantiate it either. Like he was totally turned around inside out and sort of like contradicted himself at some point, trying to say that there was evidence for the he was trying to point to punctuated equilibrium as evidence for evolution by mutation, but evolution by mutation clearly predicts slow, gradual changes and nothing else. And punctuated equilibrium is the opposite of that. It's no changes at all, and then a huge change, and then no changes at all for a real long time. Huge change. That's why they call it punctuated, because it's like nothing, bam, nothing, bam. So what you want is a model that can predict the BAMs. And mutations doesn't give us any mechanism towards a BAM. In fact, it sort of suggests the opposite, that these things are happening gradually. And even when there is a occasional beneficial mutation, it takes a while for it to be replaced in the population, right? Because all it's doing is giving a little bit better fecundity due to this allegedly better trait. So anyway, I'm very excited to be able to debate about these subjects that are actually super interesting to me, which is the like more, I don't want to say pill pull, but like that, I don't want to say hair splitting either, but like going really into the, I don't want to say going into the weeds either, but going into the actual meat. There we go. The substance, substantial bits about what it really means to do philosophy and science and where religion comes in and why you actually do need a God concept, regardless of your own personal opinions on God, that you do need some type of unifying concept. Otherwise, truth is impossible to distinguish from non-truth at the end of the day. So, hey, welcome back, Mr. Richatelli. It's been a while. Nice to see you in the chat. I think I saw you around a couple streams, so I'm glad you're back on this one. And we're still waiting for you to come on the show and tell us your thoughts, because it's been a while. Promises have been made, and we sure love to put a voice to the name at some stage. No pressure, though. And I also see Means of Destruction there, so if he wants to grace us with his magnanimous presence, he's more than welcome to do that. I can send you the link.
Yeah, Paul had.
That's
he
about
told
what I
me
mean.
he was going to get streaming equipment.
Yeah.
And he used to call my phone, and then he was always like sharing these links and like stuff. I hate being shared links, and kind of like his edgy, borderline counter-Semitic humor. So we haven't talked in a while. But if you got yourself up, or maybe Jennifer have to figure a way out to let people call in. And also Muhammad Ibn Abdullah, I think, is in London, and I'm not sure if he saw me on Joseph Cohn or a different program, or somehow got into the chat. On he tweeted me actually, and then we spoke on Twitter, and he was trying to set me up to speak with some Muslims. I told him I was happy to do it, and so I guess in the chat said he's got to get his tech together, but maybe in September he'll have his streaming tech together, and like Claire Call, maybe you saw some Claire Call, but like I do interfaith, I have over 50 books on Islam. I've read the Quran like probably even like 10 times. I have 4 different translations of the Quran. I have multiple copies of version Hadith and stuff like that. But Jennifer, I'm not sure how much is into Islam. But if you do get your tech together, you definitely come on Week in Review. We just discuss streaming. And if you did want to book me, I said I don't really self-promote myself, but if you're familiar with Islamic programs or scholars, and you want to book me for one of them, or book one of them for my channel, maybe it was Dr. Barrett. Maybe you saw my interview with Kevin Barrett on my channel. That's how you found me. Whatever, glad you did. Thanks for coming into a Week in Review. Our numbers here are increasing. Hopefully we'll have memes on. So, definitely we're going to talk quite a bit more about Jennifer's debate prep. Let me just do a quick screen share, because I want to show some people some really cool stuff, and encourage as many people as possible to register. Is my screen share working?
I just have to quickly click on it, and it'll be fine.
Okay, so here was an online brain connectivity workshop. There's like 20 hours of presentations on the latest of cognitive neuroscience. So I encourage people. I watched actually the last few days, all 20 hours in 2-speed. Here's another channel, very few views, Cognitive Science, Interdisciplinary Studies of the Mind. So people want to know the most recent developments in cognitive neuroscience. And here's what I wanted to share, get out there. Professor Hamerov is, you've got the Science of Consciousness convention, a seminar coming up. And this year it's Science and Roger Penrose on the occasion of Roger Penrose's 90th birthday. Happy birthday, Roger. Congratulations. And it's going to be 4 days, August 6th, 3rd to the 6th, online. And unlike last year, this time it's free registration, because last year it was COVID-19 and they still made you pay for it to be on the Zoom sessions. And then they, didn't release. I don't even really ever release the videos. Like,
oh my god, it's so awesome! This is going to be the best one yet, probably.
So this year is free registration. So encourage everybody follows this to so Roger Penrose's 90th birthday, You see some of the names, Reinhard Gensel from
And you
the
said Zahamroff is going to be there too?
What's his conference? Obviously, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
he's a super chill guy. Like, I really hope I could talk to him. I have a lot of respect for the work that he's done, even though I don't agree with everything about his theory. I think he's really pushed consciousness far ahead quite a bit.
And Brian Keating is going on the 6th day pre-Big Bang universe cyclical conformal cosmology.
AKA, we accept the Big Bang is bullshit.
Well, I know Jennifer is, even though she disagrees with Keating about this, is a big fan of the Brian Keating show. So encourage everybody to register for that, and hopefully, we'll be able to be on the Zoom sessions, and maybe reach out. And said last year it was disappointing. They still charge like hundreds of dollars just to be part of the Zoom session. So this year, it looks like they are. Just going to let anybody register. So me and Jennifer have already registered. So I encourage anybody who follows the consciousness to register for that, and it should be good. And that's coming up in a month exactly. So about Jennifer's debate performance, I mentioned when I was in 9th grade, and I went to Southfield Lathrop High School before I transferred to the Roper School, and I was on the debate team under Art Voisin, who taught debate at Southfield Lathrop for decades, very prominent. And he had a special debate trainer that came in. It was Israeli, this guy Ilan, and the 2 senior class members were state champions for a few years, and even I think they'd even won national competition. And their names were Ethan Handelman and John Mellon, and nice Jewish boys in my area, but exceptional debaters. And this guy John Mellon gave the first affirmative, and his specialty was speaking extremely fast. He was like the Microman machine guy commercial, and he could speak like 200 words a minute. And so, Jennifer was mentioning the 10 minutes being about 1,500 words. And if that, is coming down to about 150 words a minute. And so for top level debate, a lot of times the really good debaters speak really, really quickly because you have a time limit and you want to get in as much as possible. Like I said, the advantages and disadvantages in the flowing method, where usually, you claim the advantages, and then the negative has the disadvantage, and it could kind of just be a point tally total system, where if you can't refute all the advantages, that you're going to get more point score. So a lot of times in debate, you really have to speak extremely quickly, and even if there were 2 equal teams and one team spoke quicker, the team that spoke quicker might win. It depends also. Some of the judges might not like people trying to speak very quickly, but so that's just make an interesting note for competitive debate. Possibly say Jennifer, maybe like your husband or family, or your cat, to practice the speech, or even just record yourself giving the speech and watch it back yourself. I mean, if you really wanted, if you had your speech, you could read it tonight, but that's probably not Jennifer's style. But the 5 P's: proper preparation prevents poor performance. So if you have a 10-minute introduction, and usually if you're like doing serious debate presentations, you might make prepared remarks, even have it written out almost word for word. And if it's not your style to have like word for word prepared remarks, a pre-written speech, to at least have an outline of the points that you want to make, and then even a time frame that you have like a stopwatch, that if you're going to have like pre-written remarks in a pre-written speech, and that you've actually practiced it to know exactly how long it's going to take. Or if you had like a flow chart of bullet points that you want to get through, and then on your notes you would have like 15 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minute, so that you would know that you're going to cover all your points in about how long you want to talk on that. So it's a little bit more complicated. I even mentioned like the singing, the chanting, talking on beat, recognizing time. Like a lot of times chanting, like if you chant Hare Krishna um, on japa beads or something like that, and you figure it takes like 8 seconds to chant each mantra or something like that. You're like Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, and it's like 8 seconds. And if you're chanting that 108 times, and it takes about 8 minutes to chant a round of 108 Hare Krishnas or something like that. That's like a mystical practice, but a practical benefit is getting used to time and recognizing like 4 second, 8 second increments, and even a rhythm to your speaking. So these are skills that Jennifer could work on moving forward as she does more public speaking, to have a certain internal clock to recognizing internally, through possibly heartbeats, or there's different methods, and we do like mental tricks, like the method of Loki and the mnemonic major system we looked at. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, because I was weak from fasting last week. But there's also so to say mental tricks, meditative techniques for measuring time and public speaking. You could use your heartbeat or your various mnemonics, and so we could talk about that more. But I'm sure Jennifer will do fine either way, and should be good debate. If she's arguing the negative against the Big Bang, I'm not sure if it's like the Ben Watkins, saying that presumably the affirmative would be the Big Bang, and Jennifer is the negative against the Big Bang would go second. But could be in the debate that you're going to be going first. I'm not sure if you work that out like that.
I don't think we worked it out. I was thinking about it. I was like, well, who should go first is the challenger who's coming with the unorthodox view, but the challenger has the orthodox view. So, and then I was like thinking, okay, well, who's asserting the negative? It's like the Big Bang is asserting a negative, and then I'm negating the assertion of a negative. So I think it's a bit of a toss-up. It's one of those gray areas as to who should go first. So I'll just let him pick.
Yeah, the problem with you going first is that what exactly is the Big Bang, and then if you're going first, you have to explain what you're against. So obviously, if the person defending the Big Bang goes first, and then they explain the Big Bang, and they could explain the Big Bang in multiple different ways, and you could kind of have prepared remarks generally against the Big Bang, and then if you're flowing or taking notes, how they present it, and then try to match your opening for how they presented the Big Bang. Or if you're going first, then the problem is the theory that you're against hasn't been presented. So you have to waste part of your own speech presenting what you're trying to defeat, and you don't want to straw man the position that you're trying to defeat. So then you have to spend your time trying to give an accurate depiction of what the Big Bang is without straw manning it in order to arguing against that. So did you want to just go straight into talking about your debate prep now, or was there anything else you wanted to cover?
No, we can go right into that. Seems like a good segue to me.
Yeah, so just the logistics of that is said that like if Jennifer is going first, then it's a dilemma of how much time does she spend presenting what the Big Bang is trying to say in order, or does she not even present it at all? Just assume that people know what the Big Bang is and go with the arguments against it, and then you don't want to straw man it. So if you're going first and you're presenting what the Big Bang is, you don't want to straw man the Big Bang and then attack what was essentially a straw man. So the other person's like, well, like kind of like God, I don't believe in the God that you believe in either. That so if you straw man the Big Bang, then the person's like, I don't believe in the Big Bang that you straw man, and let me tell you what the Big Bang really is. So it would put you in a predicament, interesting position where it's saying you have to present the idea that you're against without strawmanning it, so the person can't kind of have an easy, well, like, I don't believe in the crap that you said, but you misrepresented it, what the idea actually is. And that's a pretty common technique. Even if you didn't strawman it, it's still a good, debate tactic, to just say, like, well, yeah, I mean, like, it sounded good what she said, but she was arguing against something that is not an accurate depiction of what.
Yeah, I
the
can
Big
already
Bang.
see that coming, because they're going to be like, well, the Big Bang's not the beginning of the universe. It's just the beginning of what we can say about the universe. So it's like, what the hell's the difference between that and the beginning of the universe? It's a distinction without a difference, but then they want to argue that. Like, I watched that link you sent me of the little clips of the mainstream scientists all talking about the Big Bang. And
Yeah.
he said that. He's like, well, the Big Bang's not the beginning of the universe, but it's what we can tell about what. I don't even know how he phrased it, but he tried to basically have it both ways, where it's like, well, it's not the beginning, but it is. Ha ha ha. So how am I supposed to address that straw man preemptively? I feel like I'm going to sound autistic.
Where you have to lay out, well, either saying you don't mention what the Big Bang is, and how do you argue against something that you don't explain what it is, and that you just, so to some extent you do. You could just take as accepted that people have their own conception of the Big Bang, and you're not going to bother trying to depict what the Big Bang is. You're just going to present your arguments, but in all likelihood, you are going to have to give some sort of presentation of what the Big Bang is, and you shouldn't strawman it. You should steelman it, and you should look at, saying, like, well, obviously, the majority of the greatest minds of our generation believe in this theory, and it's just like, because they're wrong and they're dumb. Like, you're going to strawman the Big Bang, and really it's just going to make you look stupid if you do it like that, because the people aren't going to take your argument seriously, because it looks like you're just like, I'm smarter than the greatest minds of our generation and they're all just wrong. So you have to lay it out to say, why is it that something that's not true is so widely and commonly believed by the majority of academics and scientists and the greatest minds. And you look at some sort of dissonance argument, or some sort of Kuhnian scientific revolutions, where the Big Bang has become the accepted theory due to the structure of scientific research or scientific understanding, and you either mathematics or predictive models. And so if you're gonna go for like the evidence, and I guess the major evidence for the Big Bang is I guess like the Hubble constant or the expanding universe, and the redshift, or certain measurements that make it look like the universe is expanding, and then an extrapolation backwards. Because I mean, historically, when the Big Bang, so to say, was discovered, I think it was the Hubble telescope, and or the background radiation, and recognizing that it appears that the universe is expanding in all directions. Not let and then also a mathematical empiricism that certain formulas or formulaic understandings of physics seemed to make sense with the Big Bang. So if you look at, like you're saying, that the expansion of the universe in all directions, and then plugging into our best mathematical understandings backwards to put it into physics, that what would have that looked like at the beginning of time, and then also things like black holes or particle physics of certain understanding of the breakdown, or I guess plasma, where things are at very hot temperature, and the laws of physics, so to say, break down to a certain extent. That how did it come to be that the majority of great minds and scientists accepted this theory relatively on weak evidence, or just a few correlations, like I said, the neural correlates of consciousness, and you have the cosmological correlates of the Big Bang and certain predictive power, that largely the biggest evidence for the Big Bang is that so to say, it predicts that the universe would be expanding in all directions. In reality, as we discovered, so to say, at least we think, and I'm not sure if Jennifer is going to argue that the universe is not, in fact, expanding in all directions. But if you accept that the universe is expanding in all directions, and then to take that backwards, that the universe presumably started in a singularity. If it's expanding in all directions, it started expanding from somewhere, and that was probably a singularity. And then the mathematical structure of physics understanding of what that would have looked like in terms of Big Bang, and then the correlates of Big Bang in terms of stars and black holes and other minimal predictive power, and presumably from a scientific level, the Big Bang is the majority accepted position because of its predictive power, so to say, that it predicts an expanding universe. It predicts that so to say, black holes and certain astrological phenomenon behave in a certain way that would be similar to the origins of the universe, and it predicts possibly the behavior of quantum physics in a certain way, and in various things that like it is a scientific theory, and
No,
the
it's not.
reason. Well, I was saying that you're just going to strawman the Big Bang.
Science is predicated on causality, and singularity is a violation of causality. So it's not scientific. Even if people say it is, it's not.
Yeah, I'm saying you're going to, God forbid, you're going to make yourself sound, I don't know, it's like dumb, but saying you're going to strawman the Big Bang, and you're going to, you have to recognize, it's like evolution, that you have to recognize that there's some reason why the majority of the greatest mind and physicists all accept this theory, and why the majority of scientists. And so to say, okay, this woman with just an undergraduate degree in physics is going to be saying that that the majority of PhDs and researchers at all of the think tanks are just wrong and not scientific. Really, it's just going to make you look bad. So I would not recommend taking that approach. If that's your style, that's the approach you might take. And it was kind of like their critique, Judas Maccabeus or something, that's like, well, what about all the Jewish organizations and the Jews that push, repair the world, or these liberal strategies? Like, they're wrong, all of them, every single one of them, and I have the truth, even though no one's heard of me, and I can't even give you my real name, and I don't speak on behalf of any organization, but trust me, every single one of them is wrong and I'm right. And so, if that's your strategy, that's your strategy, but I wouldn't recommend it. So even if you wanted to take a humble approach of saying, why is it that these scientists who are so even greater than you, who have done the greatest things,
that's debatable.
Well, so that's the strategy that you're going to employ is like, well, I'm the greatest scientist alive, even though
anybody
has heard
who
of me.
has two brain cells to rub together realizes I'm the only one who discovered the quantum periodic table. So that means something. A failure to recognize that is an indication of not.
I'm saying no one recognizes it because you haven't published or been accepted in academia as actually having discovered it. So I'm saying if you could take the approach, and you probably will take the approach, because you got to do you. But I would recommend trying to steelman the Big Bang, not strawman it. And it could be like Amy Newman.
I actually did do that. In my plan. I said, here are the two pieces of evidence that are the strongest, cited as the strongest support for the Big Bang, and I'm going to explain why they don't actually need a Big Bang. They don't need a singularity to predict those effects. So I am going to attempt to do that. And I will take your advice to give a better definition of the Big Bang, which to this point I haven't actually given a definition. I just went straight into attempting to demonstrate that the things that are cited as evidence for the Big Bang can be explained in other ways.
Yeah, and then some reasonable explanation for why the greatest scientists and greatest minds of the generation all subscribe to what you're saying is a false theory.
Sorry?
That you should offer some reasonable explanation for why the greatest minds of the generation and major
Christianity
academia.
is the answer. I'm not
And
going to go there.
Well, that's one hypothesis that you could claim.
It's the most reasonable hypothesis.
Well, no, I mean, if T-Jump, claims that the majority of scientists are atheist. So saying like, no, I mean, like that you could claim
T-Jump
that
doesn't have a very strong position.
But I'm saying that you're
he?
probably factually incorrect, that the majority of scientists and astrophysicists are not, in fact, Christians. And if you're saying that they based it on Christian theology,
I'm not saying they based it on Christian theology. I'm saying
even though the majority of them aren't Christian.
Lemaitre was himself educated in a Jesuit school, and he was a Catholic. And it's easily conceivable that that theory would have been promoted in order to bolster the legitimacy of a created universe for religious narratives, Christianity in particular.
Yeah, I mean,
it's basically picking up where August.
You could give that as your argument, but I think it's a rather weak argument, because the vast majority of astrophysicists are
best argument
are not. I think it's a poor argument, actually.
Everybody before Christianity believed in an uncreated universe. And Christianity is the reason why people started to believe in a created universe, and a Big Bang is just a continuation of Christian karma, in my view. But I don't want to get into that, because then you have to open the box to all this historical understanding stuff.
I'm saying you just make a
false
you make a false statement that is easily
says you, but it makes the predictions, right? It's like, why did nobody conceive?
You just said everybody
before
believed in an uncreated universe, and say
that was the popular understanding.
I could list 1,000 names of famous philosophers over the last 2,000 years that did not believe in an uncreated universe. In fact, people who believed in an uncreated universe were the minority in the ancient world.
Can you point to any pre-Christian?
We have the majority of Greeks believed in a created universe. They're saying that the Aristotle.
They believed in the monad. That's not the same type of creationism.
You said
uncreated, right? So that.
What I was saying, if you, I mean, one thing you got to recognize where you don't have expertise. So you're not an expert in encyclopedic knowledge of comparative cosmology of the ancients. So you're going to make a statement like that is largely false, and knowing that you don't know, it's just going to, so if you're debating against someone that has knowledge on the topic, it's an easy way to score some points. This woman says that everybody believed in an uncreated universe before 100 years ago, and then you could score a bunch of easy points by listing a bunch of names of famous ancient or philosophers, physicists.
What I said was,
before that era,
this idea of creationism
to what you said
comes from that religion, and the Big Bang is 100 years old and is itself a creationist model.
Well, no, I on
so
my
evidentiarily speaking,
on my channel,
is the evidence, that is the theory that makes the predictions. That is the most reasonable explanation for why the Big Bang got so popular.
So you mentioned Richard Spencer before, in what he actually mentioned about Judaism, and so Jennifer is saying something that is anachronistically incorrect, and she doesn't have the knowledge even to realize.
Go ahead and disprove it then.
Well, I mean, you show my video.
You give me a better argument for why the Big Bang was accepted.
Well, it's saying that you say. Well, I was saying that. Well, presumably because it explained more phenomenon than other theories.
But it didn't. They had to reverse engineer it just to make it make sense. They had to keep changing it and changing it and changing it because it wasn't working with the evidence.
I covered
they
this
don't want to let
video
it go,
though. That say like, no, in all likelihood that the early Jews and Christians did not believe in creation ex nihilo, that was added later, and creation ex nihilo was a Greek idea of Greek cosmology. And on my channel, on my Parshas Bereshis, the first chapter of the Hebrew Bible of Moses, where it talks about creation, that the straight reading of the words make it look like, to some extent, the universe always existed, that there were these pre-existing great pools of water, that in the early cosmology, presumably the ancient Israelites believed that there was these ancient bodies of water, and there's even scripture that talks about there being great beasts in these ancient bodies of water that pre-existed creation, and God takes from these ancient bodies of water and divides them up in order to make, so to say, creation. And that probably about the Roman period, where for whatever reason, the Jews accepted or switched the cosmology to some form of creation ex nihilo. And that, the Christian period, when Jesus and the original disciples were around, they also did not believe in a creation ex nihilo. That in fact the early Christians did believe in an always existent universe, although it wasn't the same as like Aristotle. Aristotle believed in a permanent world, an always existing world. Aristotle was a minority opinion of the Greeks. There were various cosmological schools, and a Big Bang creation ex nihilo was a minority of them. But whatever reason, this cosmology of these ancient bodies of water was probably the major cosmological understanding in the time of the early Christians. So Christianity, at some point, changes from believing that there was originally these always existent great bodies of water that God used to draw from to create what we now live in. That God separated the waters from the waters. The exact reading of Genesis, we could look into that. And then, and I cover this in my channel, some of the research in that say like, no, I mean, Jennifer's almost definitely incorrect, that the original Christians did not believe in creation ex nihilo, and it was probably the Neo-Platonists that it wasn't till after Augustine.
Then they weren't influenced by Christianity at all.
Well, I was saying by the Greeks, and they're opposing Greek schools, that creation ex nihilo was a minority opinion even among the Greeks. And then around this, after the, so to say, the Neoplatonists, in probably the 4th or 5th century, was when the Jews and the Christians adapted our belief system to believe in this created universe, as opposed to always existent universe where the form changed. Not like the world, if Jennifer believed like the world always existed, but the ancient Israelite Christian cosmology would have been that you had these always existent great bodies of water, and that the creation was molded from these always existent great bodies of water. And then about the 4th to 10th centuries, in the Neoplatonic age, that creation ex nihilo became the dominant view.
Because of Christianity, right? So the quote is actually ex nihilo nihil fit, which means nothing from nothing, which means uncreated universe. So the ex nihilo thing was a much later development, as basically your articulations here are indicating.
Yeah, so if you're saying, the reason that people believe in the Big Bang is because of Christianity, and it's like, well, the early Christians didn't believe in the early Christians actually believe.
Obviously, the early Christians believe what the pagans believe. Chop, chop, chop. Introduce ex nihilo universe. Chop, chop, chop.
The Neoplatonists.
Burn, 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 etc.
Well, so you have to recognize where you don't have knowledge. So if you don't understand the Greeks and the early cosmologies and the origins of Christianity, and then you're going to sidetrack into something not necessarily connected to the debate, where you're going to be arguing about something where you have a minimal knowledge base, or you're likely to demonstrate your lack of education on matters, you're probably better off not doing that. So I was just making the point, if Jennifer is claiming that the reason why the majority of scientists believe in the Big Bang is because it goes together with the Christian cosmology, that's going to be problematic, because factually the early Christians most likely did believe in always in an uncreated universe, an always existed universe, and also that the vast majority of physicists and proponents of the Big Bang are in fact non-Christian. And in fact, besides the Jews, but
Cultural
spiritual,
Christianity is still a thing, I'm afraid. And it
but
dominates.
it's very limited among physicists. That
Yeah, you
there's
can say that, but that's an assertion with no evidence whatsoever.
Well, I mean, it's very strong evidence. I mean, we could do
The Big Bang is evidence that contradicts that assertion because it matches up with the cosmology of the Bible identically. You think
I
that's
just demonstrated to you that the cosmology of the Bible is not creation ex nihilo. The cosmology of the Bible is that there were pre-existent bodies of water that always existed. So, I mean, what you're saying is just factually incorrect. The Bible does not talk about creation out of nothing. The Bible talks about creation out of these pre-existent great bodies of water. So, I mean, someone could just read a verse. That, I mean, so Jennifer could make her point, and then someone could open up Genesis and say, "Can you please?"
Then why did the Pope praise the Big Bang? Why did the Pope praise the Big Bang then?
In what year did that happen?
When it came out, when the Pope immediately praised the Big Bang.
When the Pope accepted the Big Bang, like 40 years after the Big Bang theory became prominent. I mean, Jennifer's not interested in like a history lesson. So I'm saying she has her patterns that she has in her head, and she doesn't go through the dissonance of understanding the classics, and like what did Plato and Aristotle, and and let's open up Genesis and see what the verse actually says. But it's like, can you open up the Bible and say where it says God created the world
out of nowhere? God created the heaven and earth. And not about whether God is created, Doovid. It's about whether the universe is created.
I mean, thank God I probably have the whole first chapter of Genesis memorized. I have it memorized largely in Hebrew. Even my profile picture here, if I turn off my camera, and that picture of me is actually reading the first book of Genesis in Hebrew. And thank God I have basically the first chapter of Genesis memorized in Hebrew. I've read the first chapter of Genesis in Hebrew publicly multiple times, and it doesn't say what Jennifer is saying. If it doesn't say that so if the debate got centered this way, that it's going to be bad for Jennifer because she's going to be saying things that factually aren't true, and then it's going to become a dumb debate because then it's like, Jennifer, can you show the verse in the Bible where it says what you're saying? Because it doesn't. And then Jennifer, her expertise isn't in the Bible, and so she's going to be basically straw manning some sort of position. She doesn't even care. Like I'm like, I have videos with hundreds of views. I have lots of books on this. As I said, I publicly read this section of the Bible multiple times, and that's not what it says. And saying that Jennifer doesn't have to care about this, and I'm not, if she wants, I could explain it to her, but it's just kind of dumb. Like, Jennifer's the rabbi, and she's going to be trying to tell people what the Bible says, but she's wrong because there's no verse. It's not an argument about
whether God is created, but it's an argument about whether the universe is created. And clearly there is a 7 days creationist narrative in Christianity. Are you going to deny that?
Yeah, well,
right. So you're straw manning.
No, they're saying that the world that we know it was created in 7 days, but it wasn't through a Big Bang. The Bible clearly says that God created the world that we live in from pre-existent great bodies of water. Anybody could pick up the Bible. It's the first in Bereshis bara Elokim, Es Hashemayim V'Oretz, Ruach Elohim, and the God was dwelling above the great waters. That the second verse in Genesis clearly says that God, that there was these pre-existent great bodies of water. That doesn't say God created these great bodies of water. The second verse in Genesis talks about these pre-existent great bodies of water. That this idea that you're talking about creation ex nihilo doesn't actually exist in the Bible. The Bible talks about pre-existent great bodies of water that God uses to form the current world that we live in.
I got you.
That's the second verse in the Bible. So you're going to be saying something that like anybody could open up their Bible and see the second verse and see that this woman doesn't know what she's talking about because the second verse in the Bible doesn't mention anything about creation ex nihilo.
And you're stuck defending the position that the Bible does not promote a creationist narrative. Then why are all those Christians promoting creationism? Just a weird coincidence?
Well, I could explain to you. I mean, if you have a tough time listening, I'm not trying to prove anything to you. I'm just giving you historical lessons. And so there's a history of what the ancients believed to when this shift was, what I'm calling the Neoplatonists, that became dominant to basically all Christians and Jews believing in what we call creation ex nihilo, but it was not what the early Christians believed. And
what the early Christian believed isn't really relevant to this conversation. It's relevant to where the origin of the idea of a created universe comes from. And I think it's pretty clear that it's
a Neoplatonic, and Plato didn't necessarily believe.
It's Neoplatonic, aka Christianized Platonists.
Well, I was saying that Neoplatonic Judeo-Christianity, meaning that it was an amalgamation of Platonism and the Bible. And so that in Europe, in the West, the majority of Jews and Christians believed in this amalgamated form of the Platonic school of Greek mysticism together with the Bible, as opposed to Aristotle, who, there's also like Maimonides is a Neo-Aristotelian, and Aristotle believed in an uncreated universe that always existed. Although Aristotle believed that the world as is likely always existed, like the Ptolemaic model of the universe, where the Earth is the center of the universe, and the Earth as the center of the universe existed as is perpetually back as long as time exists. So the biblical creationist story is a cosmology, and it's not a creation ex nihilo. It's a creation from pre-existent materials. And these pre-existent materials I've mentioned now like 100 times are these great bodies of water that the Bible just gives as a given. In the second verse of the Bible just asserts that there were these pre-existent great bodies of water, and it doesn't mention whether God created them or not. It just says that God used these pre-existent great bodies of water to form what is now the creation that we live in.
And how long did that take?
6 days.
So it was real short. So you understand how they're very similar models. Very short. Nothing was there before. Short amount of time, and then everything's there. Notice how those are identical metaphysics?
Well, no, I'm saying that Big Bang applies that there was nothing, and then there was something. As opposed to the Bible, straightforward implies that there was great bodies of water.
No, Big Bang doesn't imply that. The Big Bang says that we can't go back beyond what happened before the Big Bang. It doesn't say what was before the Big Bang. It says it's the limit of what we can observe.
Yeah, so the biblical understanding creation ex nihilo implies that there was nothing. There was no material realm at all. And there was only God. And so to say, out of nothing came into existence the material realm. So that's classical creation ex nihilo, which Jennifer is claiming is the catalyst or is the impetus for the Big Bang, even though it's not the same thing, because the Big Bang is saying that there was a singularity that the creation ex nihilo is largely saying the material realm didn't exist, and the material realm came out of nothing, and that's not actually what the Big Bang is saying at all. So Jennifer's claim that it was because people had that, let's say, even with Jennifer doesn't need to be an expert in the history of Judeo-Christian theology, but for 1,000 years in Europe, the mainstream interpretive school of Christianity was creation ex nihilo, even though it came from the Greeks, that it was a dualistic system. That
Which
in
Greek
essence,
said that it was ex nihilo creation? I thought the Greek said nothing comes from ex nihilo.
so
Which Greek was it that said that anyway?
well, the Neoplatonist school really says something new. So I mean, Plato is saying that there was a pre-existent spiritual realm, and that the material realm is a reflection of the so there's the Pythagoreans or the ancient Greek system is that the material realm is a reflection or like a shadow of the spiritual realm, like the forms, and doesn't necessarily. There's different cosmologies in the origins of souls in various elements, and not many of them deal with the origin of the spiritual realm. And in fact, not many of the Greek cosmologies deal intensively with the creation of the material realm. But the concept of creation ex nihilo was that there is a pre-existent spiritual realm and there was no material realm, and then came into being from the spiritual realm the material realm. And that's the basis
That's
of
the monad. That's not ex nihilo. That's ex monad.
yeah, so the ex nihilo was not a mainstream Greek position even.
Yeah, of course not.
And
Even
even
it's completely illogical.
because ex nihilo is really kind of a misnomer, because no one really believed that saying that the physical realm arose from the spiritual realm. And so creationist understanding is not that creation came out of nothing, but that the spiritual realm gave rise to the material realm. And as I was asking me for the Kabbalistic system, I'm not sure if it was on this channel. I didn't want to get too sidetracked, and I was saying that the Kabbalists say that God first creates a void. That it was God's messenger who actually said he's going on like a month vacation and will be back in the middle of July. So hopefully I'll have him on my channel then. But it would say the first thing that God created was nothingness. That that there was God who always was and always will be, and that in order to create the material realm, the Kabbalists say that God created a void within himself in order that there could be space for the material realm to come into existence. So in the Kabbalistic understanding creation ex nihilo, that nothingness was actually the first creation. The first God had to create nothingness, and then from nothingness arose the possibility of the material realm. And I'm not, the Christian Kabbalist, the Christian cosmology of creationist, if they just follow the Kabbalistic school, or they're saying that there was a God existed in a spiritual realm, and then the material realm was, so to say, created, I don't want to say out of nothing, is almost nonsensical unless you take the Kabbalistic system that's saying, well, it was created out of nothing because the first thing that God created was nothingness. And actually that God's messenger agreed with that Kabbalist conception, that it made sense that God first creation was nothingness, and then from out of nothingness was the material realm came into being. And I'm not enough of an expert in the different ancient Greek systems, but the ancient Greek systems, yes, the material realm arises from the spiritual realm. And if referred to creation ex nihilo, it's largely a misnomer, because no one is actually saying that it was created out of nothing. It's saying that it was created from the spiritual realm, or if it's saying it was created out of nothing, that it's a way of saying that that there is no power separate from God, and whatever God used to create the material realm wasn't like something different, possibly the ancient Israelites. Let's say we want to, like the Richard Spencer debate, we want to avoid the probable pagan origins of the ancient Israelites, and the ancient Israelites believed that there was these pre-existent great bodies of water, and then there was God, and God worked with this pre-existent great bodies of water to create the world as we know it. And then later, the Israelites had a more monotheistic conception that would have questioned, well, what are these pre-existing great bodies of water? Who created the pre-existing great bodies of water? And whatever reason, ancient Israel or the Bible second verse, that just made sense to people that, like, of course there were these pre-existing great bodies of water that God could have used to create everything out of. That they started questioning, the where these pre-existent great bodies of water come from, and had a more deep concept that came referred to as creation ex nihilo, which actually really no one believes in creation ex nihilo. Has said that it's really a dualistic understanding. So creation ex nihilo is I don't call it a monadic system or a materialistic system that you're saying, like, well, it's saying, well, before the material realm existed, was there a spiritual realm? And if the material realm arose from the spiritual realm, what is that creation out of nothing? Like, no, it's creation out of the spiritual.
Out of the spiritual realm, yeah. I think the idea came about from who knows? I mean,
you're straw manning Christian theology in your, the point I was making. Jennifer should
7
give
days creation. I didn't invent that. And in science, when you say God did it, that's the same as ex nihilo. So science doesn't really care about the words; it cares about computational equivalence. So to say God did it is the same as ex nihilo because there's no evidence for God, in their view, right? So if it's something with no evidence did it, that's the same as saying nothing did it.
Well, let's say Jennifer doesn't have a very good Christian education. Like, maybe she went to Catholic school. I know
what the Christians think. Do they, though, is the question.
Well, I was saying, like, what, you just have like a basic, like at most, like middle school, high school Christian education. So like you haven't read the great church fathers, the literature. You just know, what largely you were taught as a Christian as a kid. Like, I don't think you did like great research into Christian theology.
I don't need to. I need to know what lessons people have internalized from the teachings, aka 7 days creation, realize that that's metaphysically equivalent to Big Bang for all intents and purposes, and then conclude it's a Christian invention to bolster the legitimacy of their creation myth. That is what the evidence supports. That is what science leads me to conclude. Now, if you want to try to pull around that, make it seem less legitimate, I think it just further bolsters the legitimacy of my position. Because you're being so defensive. It's like, this isn't really contestable here.
No, I'm really just trying to help you, because you're really kind of ignorant of Christianity and history of Christian theology, or even Christian theology, period. That and the reason we got on this argument, because I was saying that you should try to.
Christian theology doesn't matter. What bubbles down to the laity, i.e. cultural Christianity, that's what matters, because that's what influences the scientists, not the particular ins and outs of going through various apologetics of the religious texts, because the average person has no access to that. They just have generics. So the generics are what matter, because these Christian scientists, quote unquote, are using science, not the Bible, to get to where, well, perhaps metaphysically using the Bible, right? But they have
the problem with Jennifer is saying, twofold. Like, I said, the reason how we got here was because I said Jennifer should try to steelman the Big Bang, and she should try to explain why the majority of mainstream physicists, great minds, people.
I have, but you rejected my answer.
Yeah, because your answer is largely.
You're pretending my answer doesn't have all the evidence to back it, but it does. The evidence.
You're saying the reason why the majority of scientists believe in the Big Bang is because of some sort of remnant Christian theology of creation ex nihilo. So I hit back at 2 points. Is that actually Christian theology? Is that what Christians actually believed? And then also that it's probably inaccurate that actually that the majority of physicists, astrophysicists probably have Eastern leanings. Very few of them, relatively, probably less than 50% of astrophysicists that are even secular Christians. Saying like a lot of them are Jews, a lot of them are atheist or spiritualist, and in fact, some of the most famous ones have Eastern leanings. So that if you're claiming that the reason why the majority of the great minds of physics believe in the Big Bang is because of remnant Christian beliefs, there's two problems: is that you have to demonstrate that that's actually some form of remnant Christian belief, and then that what you're saying is actually true, that the majority of these people are even secular Christians that would say, okay, well, what about the 20% of them that are Jews and or atheists, or the high percentage that have Eastern leanings? And say, actually, of people in astrophysics, they're the most likely to have Eastern leanings. So if you're saying it's a remnant of Christianity, then why do all these people have Eastern leanings if they're
because the Eastern religion got it right. Hey, welcome to the show, Wonder Crab. I know you wanted a chance to speak with the star of the show, Doooovid, last time he came on, but he had gone to bed. And we want to give you a chance to have a little bit of a chat with the big guy. You
I
ready
saw
to go?
you last week. It was a week from fasting. I watched back a little I watched back the program after. But welcome to a week in review.
Hello, everybody. I'm Wonder Crab. It's good to meet you, Doovid. I've been a fan for a while. Jennifer already knows I'm a fan, so.
On my content, you follow my channel or just a week in review?
I follow you and on a lot of different channels for about maybe 3 or 4 years, probably.
Have you ever commented on one of my videos?
Oh, nice. You got a long-time fan here, Doov.
Well, from Gary Epi probably introduced me to Doovid. But I recently had are you, Jennifer, having a debate with Leo Phyllis?
Yes, tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern on the Amy Newman channel. That's when it's scheduled. These things can be a bit touch and go, so don't get too sad if it doesn't happen. But I'm ready to go for it.
If that's what you wanted to talk about, great. Or we could put a bookmark in the debate prep and talk about something different, or if that's what you came on to talk about.
Well, actually, it really ties into what this conversation is about. This is actually like really a big coincidence. This is what the debate that I had, that Leo Phyllis actually ended up showing up during the second half, during the kind of Q&A with the audience. It was on a guy, his channel is called Math Pig, if anyone wants to check it out. But we had a conversation, and then Randolph Richardson ended up joining, and Leo Phyllis at the end. And I believe Raging Atheist was there, or there was a bunch of people. And it was basically about this very topic, about the Big Bang. And, Doovid, you raise a good point that I'm trying to, in my head, steelman the Big Bang. And I feel like maybe I could do a little bit more work in understanding the other side, just because the angle that I took during the debate is that atheism itself does not exist, that I don't believe in the principle that there or the existence.
Was the debate about the Big Bang, or was the debate about whether atheism exists? Just to be clear.
It ended up being about
the Big Bang. It was about the Big Bang, and later transitioned to you arguing about whether atheism was a thing.
I probably started with my claim because I wanted to kind of shock the host as much as possible, and that was sort of a nice tagline I could go with. Atheism does not exist, which I thought was kind of funny. And then with the Big Bang is just one part, but the whole atheist ontology, the materialist sort of is not, I don't really understand it, and that's why I say that it doesn't exist, because I don't believe anybody is saying creation from nothing. I don't believe that's actually anybody's claim.
No, in their own eyes it's not, but from a scientific perspective, if you say God did it, that's the same as if you were saying nothing did it as an ex nihilo, because scientifically you can't assert God as a an axiom. You understand how it's the same?
Honestly, I was
essentially
trying
the
to
same
help
argument.
Jennifer avoid putting forth this argument about that people believe in the Big Bang because of Christianity, because it's probably not true. It's probably a flawed argument. She might go with it
No,
anyways.
it's
But that's
definitely
what
true,
she's
but I
been-
wasn't planning on including it in the debate.
She, I mean, as I said, like, she's probably gonna. She might go with it anyways, but like, not. I think it would probably be bad for her because she'll probably demonstrate she doesn't really know what she's talking about in terms of that, and it's probably just not true, and it's probably irrelevant to her debate that just get sidetracked where don't want to become a debate of saying that people about what do Christians really believe, and then Jennifer is trying to straw man Christianity, and it doesn't benefit really her or her argument.
Then why did Aquinas spend so much time circle jerking about the cosmological argument? Seems like it's a bit of a warm-up, wind-up for the Big Bang, doesn't it?
No, I'm saying because he was a dualist that saying creation out of nothing, from a Greek idea. If you're going to say that there was nothing, that in the beginning there was nothing, that's not, no Christian ever believed that Christians believed in Jehovah, and as said like 1,000 times, the meaning of Jehovah
It doesn't matter. Why can't you hear what I'm saying?
It's a permutation of the word to be, that was, that is, that there always will be, that there was never nothing. That by definition, if you're a Christian and you believe in the book of Genesis, there was never a period of time where there was nothing, because there was God, in the very name of Jehovah.
You've made this point before, and I've acknowledged it. Have you acknowledged my point, though? That when you try to translate those theological statements into science, saying that God did it is the same as saying nothing did it. Because science can't instantiate God.
I think you're like maybe you heard this in like 8th grade class at the Catholic school, and that's what you're saying. Like, oh, Christians believe it because I was taught this in 8th grade. It is saying like, okay, are you quoting Aquinas and you quote the cosmological argument?
I'm just citing the overwhelming evidence of their existence of Christian scholars who posit creationism instead of evolutionism.
Is the first cause, and the first cause is God. Nothing.
There you go. And in science,
it's not saying that there's the first cause, and the first cause was.
In science, God is nothing. Therefore, science interprets these theological narratives as ex nihilo, and then tries to build a theory that gives ex nihilo creation to bolster the legitimacy of the religion. Same way Aquinas tried to bolster it by ripping off Vedanta. There's a long track record of these things. I'm going based on science, and you're denying it for some reason.
Well, if you're trying to anachronize science to what the ancients or even what people believed a few hundred years ago, it is saying like, no, probably no one believed what Jennifer is saying. Everyone believed that there was a spiritual realm, and that no one believed that there was nothing. Everyone believed that there was a spiritual realm, and the material realm arises from the spiritual realm. And so if you're going to anachronize that,
anyway.
and that people, there is no spiritual realm, so they always just were atheists, always going back. It's a pretty weak argument, because they're like, no, I'm pretty sure that people actually believed that there was a spiritual realm, and that the material realm arose from the spiritual realm. So even this expression creation ex nihilo is just a Latin term. It's not even really doctrine in any religion. That you hear it like in Judaism, Maimonides' 13 Principles. I think in Christianity, I don't know any doctrine anywhere that says that Jews or Christians are supposed to believe in creation ex nihilo.
I'm not going to repeat myself for like the 4th time to explain why this interpretation is wrong. Go ahead, Watercrab. I'd like to let you finish saying what you had to say.
Would you both agree that the core attribute of this, whether it's nothing or whether it's God, is eternality?
The core attribute of what? God?
Oh, sorry.
The universe?
Yeah. of God, nothing, whatever your
eternality is. I would agree that eternality is one of the attributes of the Almighty God. Yes.
But you're
Well, right, and
anachronizing, because till 100 years ago, the majority of people believed in ether. That the concept of there being nothing or empty space is actually a modern idea. And the early physics experiments, the first thing they had to do was, so to say, prove that there wasn't an ether. And they weren't trying to prove that there wasn't an ether. They were trying to prove what everyone at the time believed, that there was this, so to say, ether that things rested in. And because they weren't successful in doing it, like the spinning laser, or Michelson Morley or experience, I have to look it up, that they determined that the ether didn't actually exist. But to anachronize, no one thought that there was nothing till 100 years ago after the Michelson Morley experiment. They always thought that that from the ancient Greeks till 100 years ago, that there was this ether, and that the ether was in essence a spiritual realm. And the early physics experiments were actually designed to discover the ether, and it was only after multiple failed experiments to discover the ether that that even physicists postulated this idea that space exists in, so to say, nothingness. So I mean, it's kind of an anachronization. That Jennifer's whole argument, even according to physics, is an anachronization, because till the Michelson Morley experiment, no one even thought that nothingness was a possibility. Everybody thought there had to be an ether.
do you not believe in the ether?
Well, I mean, physics demonstrated that the ether doesn't exist. That, I mean, I think it
Well,
was the Michelson Morley experiment, or multiple, like with the
Yeah,
mirrors.
Christian scientists
Michelson-
demonstrated
the
that the
Michelson-
ether doesn't exist.
The Michelson-Morley experiment has been redone, and there are people that will claim it's been proven that we can find ether wind. There's other experiments that I would say suggest the existence of a luminiferous ether. If nothing else, I would say we should side with the people that are responsible for 90% of our technology today, which is Nikola Tesla, who did not believe in photons, and not believe in these magic particles. This was also part of the debate, a big part of it was the ether and particles, and whether these things actually exist. And I would side heavily on the side of ether when it comes to all of these experiments. The dual slit, the Michelson Morley experiment, these all go to prove
Okay,
that
and what's ether?
Ether is, in Ken Wheeler's words, I'm trying to remember how he puts it exactly in his book.
Right, so
but it's a necessitated.
You should know right away. If it's right, you'd know right away. You'd just be able to give me an answer.
It's a necessitated medium that is non-Cartesian. It does not exist within space or time, but is the root of all noumenal phenomena such as electromagnetism and the results of electromagnetism, like light and
Okay, so
mass.
you've asserted a negative. Okay, you've said it's non-Cartesian. That doesn't actually tell us anything, because there's a gajillion things that could be non-Cartesian. If it's non-Cartesian, what is it?
It's a field.
What's
It's
a field,
ether
right? You're going to be ending up going in circles.
No, I'll
All the
define it. There's
ether
only one
is
man.
negative space. All ether is negative space. There's no way to deny that ether exists. It's just a question of what it is. It's negative space.
There is one man that has defined the field, has defined magnetism, and has defined the ether. And his name is Ken Wheeler. As far as I'm aware, is the only person to ever do it.
A negative assertion is not a definition. That's like saying the Big Bang.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not really articulating it as well as I could. But what I mean by non-Cartesian, it exists in the sense that there are things accelerating. There are inductions being moving at a rate. What I'm not saying is that they don't exist. Like, obviously light exists. What I'm saying is that light does not have does not have mass. It does not have a magnitude. It is a wave in a medium, and this is the result of all the dual slit experiment shows us this. This is the result of all it can explain as an alternate model all results of physics much simpler.
Yeah,
Ether's
my
just
understanding
lower
is that
Hey.
empty space is, so to say, a discovery of the last 100 years. That, so ether as a medium is classically understood to be something of the spiritual realm. That the ether, or the medium through which we travel in space, was believed to be, like God, a spiritual substance that permeates everything. And I don't know if anybody even postulated the concept of empty space. And I mentioned the Michelson-Morley experiment. I've looked in the history of these physics. I actually took at Stony Brook University a class that replicated the original physics, multiple of the original physics experiments, including a version of the Michelson-Morley experiment, that eventually physicists postulate the idea of empty space, which now is the dominant paradigm of physicists, that it may be now quantum theory has different understanding, but that there could even be such a thing as empty space for phenomenon and material elements, like Jennifer's thing, the 3+1 dimensions. That's an invention of the last 100 years, largely based on experimentations and thought. That so the question of nothingness is, the postulate, that there was ever nothingness. That I don't think anyone had postulated that. Everybody in the ancient world thought that there was always something, and that things switched from one form to the other. And like I said, that the Bible in the second verse makes it look like there was this pre-existent body of water that God changes from one form to another, but that there could have been nothing, and that we operate or move in empty space is probably arises out of modern atheism. And say that I went over, I think it was Lagrange, who is really the first modern scientific atheist. And Newton believed in aether, and the famous, I think, Lagrange shows his model to Napoleon, and Napoleon asked him, where does God fit into that? And Lagrange said, I have no need for that hypothesis, meaning that he had worked out physics well enough that he didn't need some sort of external actor to fix planetary motion. That his Lagrangian equations were strong enough that the planetary motion could be explained purely off the equations without an external godly force to make sure that things held together. But that's only 100, 200 years ago that you have modern atheistic physics, and then the modern realm of physics, where even Lagrange believed in ether. He just had equations good enough that didn't need some sort of spiritual actor that kept the planets from spinning out of control. But still, Lagrange believed that the planets in space moved in some sort of ether. And then it's the last 100 years that this concept of operating in empty space exists. So have a systematic view of so Doovid's going to say, no, I don't think that empty space is such a phenomenon, or the Kabbalistic conception. The Kabbalists already, probably about 800 years ago, talked about the creation of nothingness, in order that whatever it means, that everything was God, and then God removes himself from himself in order that there could be nothingness, and then creates an ether. That the first creation is nothingness, and the second creation is an ether, and everything that we observe operates within the substrate of the ether. And so if Jennifer's understanding is just a postulate of a assumed empty space, and 3+1 coordinate system that doesn't need to be created, that I don't know if Jennifer is assuming that there could be an uncreated 3+1 coordinate system, empty space, that didn't need to be created. But the Kabbalist would have said that no, the first thing God had to do was to create a void within God, because God is everything, and then create, so to say, an ether, which in Jennifer's vision might be this 3+1 coordinate system.
Yeah, the way I see it is like the essential concept of Pauli exclusion, which appears to derive from measurement limit, is active in the non-luminous and luminous parts of the universe, but we can only tell time in the luminous parts of the universe, right? Because we infer time based on it always relates to light, like how long we've gone around the sun, or how do we date planets type thing. So the way I would describe is that the 3+1 applies everywhere because the Pauli exclusion principle applies everywhere. It's just that when you're in a higher energetic range, you have a more variability between the types of waveforms that can be manifested. So in the lower energy states, it's undifferentiated, i.e. it's like neutrinos or whatever you want to call them, or you can just think of it as like a neutron soup. But then when it goes into when ether is created upon the exclusion event, you have a huge volume, like a bubble that didn't exist before, that forms around the star, and the star also gains some velocity in that moment. That's where the 3+1 of the periodic table becomes self-evident, because you have elements formed in this solar system representative of the, like, in proportions corresponding to their natural energies, right? Like, why is there more helium? Well, because it's the lowest energy state of differentiated matter, i.e. matter that has charge differentiation, right? Electron, proton, opposite charges. That's the main difference between but basically everything is eternal, but causality has a starting point because undifferentiated mass causes differentiated mass. Differentiated mass doesn't cause undifferentiated mass. Like, you can have undifferentiated mass and nothing, but you can't have differentiated mass pop out of nowhere. It always comes from undifferentiated mass. So in that sense, the undifferentiated mass is prior. But because the universe has no beginning, you can't really speak of a temporality in the sense of like, what's the first thing that happened in the universe? Like, no, it's always been happening forever. And it's a cycle that expands and contracts depending on where it is in the cycle. Because it starts off cycle at a super high energy state, because the star has to be excluded from dark matter because of quantum state exclusion. So I don't know if that clears it up, but yeah, 3+1 is basically a cookie cutter through which unmanifested mass, undifferentiated mass, starts off, is pushed through the cookie cutter, and then becomes differentiated, and then you get the different distribution. I guess I bored Doovid away because he's walked off.
Well, I'm still here.
But yeah, I mean, people have been like circle jerking about ether for a while now, and apparently Tesla said some stuff about it. But it's like, and I've watched I forget the guy's name. I want to say Ken, but he's like has a YouTube channel called Theorio Apoplasis, and like he's like, well, there's no such thing as a field, but there is such a thing as induction. So it's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, give me something I can actually review scientifically. Tell me what is the most fundamental thing, and then how do the less fundamental things derive from the fundamental thing? And people presenting these theories do not have these answers. That's why I find it hard to contend with these people, where it's like, I can't just get a quick rundown of what your views are. I got to read a book. It's like, I'm not going to do that.
Well, his metaphysics do come from the 4 divisions of nature, which is very similar to what Doovid was mentioning earlier, where the creation first, it's necessitated that the void is created. That's one of the 4 divisions. And when Ken Wheeler
right, but like,
mentions,
what's the void? Like, what's the difference between the void and the ether?
the ether is unmanifested but created. The void is unmanifested and uncreated. And then there's the
okay, and what does manifested mean, right?
Noumenal.
And what does that mean, right?
I can only describe it.
What does that mean, noumenal? It's like
it means that there is I don't know how to describe a wave. A perturbation is occurring. There is a transition. One state of energy is going to a different state of energy, or returning to the same, whatever.
And what does that have to do with noumena?
His metaphysics are very similar. He would not disagree with the eternality claim either. And as far as a most basic element that we could get into, I guess that would be his dichotomy between dielectricity and magnetism, that the fundamental, the ether is made up of basically energy and geometry, and magnetism is geometry, and these are descriptions, of course, and then dielectricity would be inertia, or the raw power instilled by God, if you will, whatever.
Right.
And
Do we have to
so,
posit a God now?
well, it's not really a posit, is it? It's an
Well,
assumption to say
it
that
kind of
God
is,
is not
because when
necessary.
you say God did it, you're saying I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Well, I don't. That's just the thing. God is unintelligible.
Right, but that argument is not going to bring anyone over to your side that doesn't already agree with you. Because if you want to shove, the gaps thing, right? It's like, oh, God did it. And if people agree with that way of thinking and they don't want to think about it, they'll be fine with that. But you're not going to convince someone who's a scientist
Are
or
we talking about
doesn't believe in
convincing
God.
people now? Are we talking about truth or convincing people? Because if you're talking about
Well,
convincing
that's how
people, I
truth is
100%
understood.
agree.
Truth is understood through debate, so they're not independent things.
Well,
Like people, that
the
is how
debate
it
is
works.
not settled. Debate is not settled within the ring, within the cage of debate. Debate is settled in sort of a meta realm. It's not. These concepts aren't cool or aren't popular because they're right. They're popular because they're cool. And I hope you would agree with that.
Well, coolness has something to do with something being right.
I
It
don't
has to do with
agree. I mean, clearly, look at our society. Does coolness have anything to do with being right? It's like if you
no, but
want
coolness
to
can be
change.
okay. Coolness originates from being right, but it can be faked. Like people can say they care about science, but then you go and drill down on what they think, and they don't actually care about science. They just want to look like they care about science to seem cool. So you can do
Right.
that on any level. But the fact is that coolness derives ultimately from knowledge. It's the mandate of heaven idea.
I think it's the exact opposite. Knowledge will
Well,
be
see, it's like
derived from being
this
cool.
is where you're not really entitled to an opinion, right?
All right.
Because it's like you love Ken Wilber. It's not scientific what he's saying. What I'm saying is scientific. If you don't care about something scientific, what do you care about? Something
Well, you can
cool?
assert that it's not scientific, but I mean that does not
It doesn't
change
make
the claim.
predictions. If it doesn't make a prediction, it's not scientific. That's a
It
fact.
predicts everything. It predicts everything. I mean, the
Okay,
ether
show me.
is well. So the geometry of helium, right? The geometry of helium is one of the predictions that Ken Wheeler can make, because Ken Wheeler has the proportionality of phi ratio that is in relation to, well, like the Pythagorean pentagram, how there is I believe it's a 3-6-9 triangle, and then it's at a ratio of 1 to 1 to phi to 1 over phi to the negative third. And what this means is that the geometry of all manifest of all magnetic, and by that I mean stuff that has magnitude, phenomena will be in this geometry, and that's what we see. We see.
And how do you define the
galaxies.
geometry?
The geometry is a rate of expression of 1 to 1 to phi over 1 over phi to the negative third.
Oh, okay.
It's a rate of
And
expression.
because
It's just a growth pattern.
helium,
So like
that
a galaxy is in a spiral, not because of any like far out reasons. It's because it's divinely simple and pure. If you want to reach out into space, you can only do that with a 3-dimensional S curve. You can only do that with the geometry of magnetism and the rate of expression of magnetism. That's his claim.
Okay.
And
Okay,
if you want to
well,
call that not scientific, look, my point with the cool thing is that if we want to go about convincing people, I think being right is completely not even secondary, it's tertiary. It's like being right, yeah, that helps, but if you want to make something popular, going about like convincing people with debate is the worst way to do it. That's not how they, like Bill Gates. Bill Gates was influenced by the hippies. The hippies did not achieve any, like, it wasn't a debate. It wasn't going around convincing people. They were cool. They had bell bottoms. They had badass music. There were drugs and sex going around, and that's how they control the elite today. that's why Bill Gates works for the hippies today, because they marketed to him by being cool, not by being right or by being, a better debater or having better rhetoric, really. Or maybe it is rhetoric. That's what I
I'm going
mean.
to say the more money is karma. You can't really convince anybody anything. I mean, there's certain attempts. You could create a product and sell it, and then make profit, and then use that money to leverage, so to say, good karma. But you're saying like, no, I mean, you'd have to establish that there is such a thing of convincing people, and that even if you had the truth, or that being in possession of the truth is even relevant to convincing people that maybe it's just as easy to convince people falsehood as truthness, or that there's even a value to convincing people, saying at the end of the day, even if Jennifer's right, will she convince anybody or not? And you could metaphysically like, no, that's not how it works. She could create a product and then sell the product and make a bunch of money, and then use that money to try to garner influence or party or run for office or rise to power. But what does it even mean to convince people, and what does it even mean to be in possession of truth? Like you mentioned, speak to Lipton Matthews, and saying the strongest correlate to intelligence is wealth. And so if you're in possession of the truth, to demonstrate that, you should be able to build up wealth. And so if you can't build up wealth, you can't really demonstrate that you're in possession of the truth. So you just think that you know something. So Jennifer, you're kind of just doing a T jump, where she's like, this is science and I speak on behalf of science. And so like, no, she hasn't established that she speaks on behalf of science. Like, you have a resume, and what does it even mean to establish that you speak on behalf of science? You would have a resume and your credentials, that I have a degree from this university, I have this position at this institute. It's like if she rose to become president of the Royal Society, or chairman of some department at some university, that even that doesn't really establish that you speak on behalf of science and truth. That so these various things.
I guess we just have to use the definition of science, predictions and Occam's razor. And if you want to deviate from that, I'll just say you're not in the domain of science anymore.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Can you make these normative? It's kind of like the who is a Jew question. You're saying, well, I consider myself a Jew. Like these people consider themselves a Jew, even if this guy says that they're the real Jew, and everyone else is falsely speaking on behalf of Judaism. Like Judas Maccabeus' argument to Richard Spencer is like, no, this is the real meaning of Tikkun Olam, and even though 90% of Jews who use Tikkun Olam mean something else from it, they're just wrong, and I'm right. And so it's basically the same thing for science. And then say, well, my theory makes predictions. You're really talking about engineering. That what does it mean that you have some sort of theory that makes predictions? And to some extent, it's going to mean a device, and it's probably going to be measured in capitalistic terms. Like Bill Gates, it's like, well, he created Windows and he sells it, and we bought it and we gave our money to him. That if your theory's right, and then therefore here's these great gadgets that do these awesome things that everybody wants done, and they're willing to give me a bunch of money for my little gadget, whether they understand how my theory makes it work or not. And so you can have a different way of looking at it. But I think Jennifer, she's going to become another T jump, like that. God forbid, what T jump did to her is like, seems like the strategy that she looks like she's going to be trying to employ herself. It's like, like, no, I speak on behalf of science, and now I am here to take your paper and put a bunch of X's on it. But I said, like, nobody ever in the history of the world has been established as like an expert on science. There's always been factions in schools, and even so, like Einstein, probably most famous establishment is for the letter to Roosevelt in making the nuclear bomb. That's okay. Einstein had the theory, maybe plagiarized, but we know that Einstein played a pivotal role in building the nuclear bomb, and that led to possibly the U.S. defeating Japan in World War II, or some sort of larger argument of the truth is true, larger than us. That if it's this is how nature works, and because I have a greater understanding, even like Kabbalah, that it's like, well, can you do magic? It's saying like, well, no, just because I understand this stuff better than other people doesn't mean that I can do magic. So it's like, oh, I understand science. So what does that mean? It means that I understand science, but some sort of practicality. You have to be like Aiken Drum, where you actually build a device, and then you're saying like, well, Aiken, if you're so smart, like how come, how come you're not rich? Or so, well, maybe Aiken is rich. You're saying, well, how rich is he? And you're saying, well, he's got to make his science to make a device, and then if he's so great at science, he's going to be able to make a device that everybody else wants. And you can even get into like Tesla, where then it's not really about science, it's about business and economics and marketing. So you could understand science so good to make devices, but then Edison's going to make all the money on it anyways.
Well, right, yeah, you're tying in karma and sort of that being associated, high birth being associated with some like degree of, or would you say that's not associated with innovation?
Well, everything is associated. But I'm saying this. What does it mean to understand science better? And largely it comes to engineering. That's why you have
yeah, exactly.
these
And if we want
arbitrary
to
things
play,
like the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Prize, or something where you get $1 million, and the Queen of Norway or something, gives you a prize because you need some arbitrary body of people to recognize that you did something. So it's like Bill Gates, according now, wanted to team up with Jeffrey Epstein in order that he would get a Nobel Peace Prize. That besides the fact that he made Windows and became the richest man in the world, that no, he wanted more. He wanted recognition. Therefore, he had to team up with Jeffrey Epstein in order to try to convince the Nobel Committee to give him a prize so that everyone would know that he knows the truth better. And so I'm saying like, no, it doesn't work like that. Even if you know the truth, you can't convince other people the truth. You can't necessarily convince other people that you know the truth. You could have like a will to power, or you could make money off of it. You'd be like Aiken and saying, I don't even want these people knowing my name or where I live. I'm just going to make my device, sell it, and make a little bit of money. And I don't want people to know about it because then they're probably going to try to rob me. Some sort of, in Hebrew, called like hashkafa, or a worldview, where how do you view the world? And, say like, no, there's negative human nature, and there is no such thing as universal recognition. In fact, there's negative karma, and the more you recognize, it actually causes hatred. And really, the best you could do is profit and make money off of it. But then you have bad karma of profiting and making money off of it. So you have to look at it to what did Jennifer mean? Like she's gonna be Messiah. She discovered the secrets of all truths, and therefore
you know full well that I don't feel that way. I just want other people to have access to what I have, and I never said I wanted to start a new religion, ever.
Yeah, even if you wanted to, like, what could you? Even if someone
don't
had,
straw man my position, please. But yes, what I've done is significant, and a failure to acknowledge that doesn't look good on you or anyone else.
well, no, I'm saying unfortunately, it's relative that you say like no, I've never seen a write up on Jennifer like a 40 under 40. I've never
Judge for yourself. Science exists separately from all those things. Judge it on its merits using the scientific method. Does it make the predictions? Is it simple? Yes. And yes. What do you need someone else's approval for? Judge for yourself.
We're saying that you go with the evidence, and the evidence would you say the results, and saying okay, she's produced some results, but like relatively to Elon Musk or an engineer, or even to professor at University of Michigan, her results as of now are minimal. Okay, you got 30 viewers watching. Good for you. That's almost at 1,000 subs. You have a blog. You have some theories, but no one has recognized as of now. No official organization has recognized your theory. So your results are
Would
relatively
that change
minimal.
anything?
Well, so
I
like,
mean,
no, I'm saying like
what makes them right? That they're
even if
right,
you
or
were
that someone else
Einstein, you want
recognizes it? I mean, wouldn't you rather be the first one to recognize it and then wait for some official authority to recognize it? It's like, oh yeah, okay, I can recognize it now. Okay, Jen's smart. It's like, judge for yourself. Is that so hard?
Well, I'm saying there's nothing people could do to escape the harsh conditions of the material realm. So, I mean, if you look like one of the biggest names, that you could use any example, but say Einstein, who was awarded 2 Nobel Prizes in his lifetime, was largely recognized as one of the greatest scientists for decades of his own lifetimes by presidents, traveling the world, and being recognized for theories that changed the world, and even going to institutes where you're saying that you're going to go to Los Alamos Labs and you're going to go to DARPA and the Army and these nations. I was mentioning, Jennifer was telling me that Aaron Amihud wants to. I don't know if you wanted to keep it secret or whatever, but she's going to start making math teaching
No.
screens with
no, I don't need to keep it secret. I'm happy about it. Doovid totally this is why I'm a little sad Doovid quit smoking weed, because he's become pretty grouchy a little bit, but I still love him obviously. But he was totally just giving me a hard time for tutoring Aaron in calculus. I thought you'd
I don't mind you tutoring. I'm saying, okay, so I mentioned I go to synagogue with he's a rabbi, but he's a professor at Wayne State, and he was paid from New Zealand to go to Christ Church and help them rework their whole K-12 mathematics system. And he's a pretty humble guy, and he even the title of the speech, how do you make people care about this stuff? Because in Detroit it's a big problem. Deshaun on my channel, Wayne State University, these days, to be a competitive university in engineering, you want high school graduates to enter with calculus A, B, and BC. I mean, but generally 2 semesters of calculus, which would be a differentiation and integration. And in Detroit, even top students generally don't even take calculus in their senior year. And even people who know that they plan on going to engineering, at most usually just take calculus A-B. So, some private schools now you can take up to 4 semesters of calculus, including like 3-dimensional calculus and differential equations the 4th semester. So if you wanted to go to like MIT and be competitive, you want to get through all 4 semesters of calculus in high school. But in Detroit, this professor was able to write a grant in order to rework the math system so that people would be able to get through 2 semesters calculus A, B, and BC within high school. And so he worked some sort of curriculum, changing the curriculum, trying to write math textbooks in a way that people would be able to get through high school and 2 semesters of calculus before they finish high school. And even New Zealand paid to bring him out there in order that he could speak to some of their people about reworking their system. But just an example of an accomplishment and a recognition of the accomplishment, that you would be able to go to institutes and rework their systems, that you'd be invited and even paid to come and tell people how to rework their systems. And engineering, hopefully the Foam Expo is going to be 2 weeks now. Hopefully I'll be able to stream that. But you're a great scientist or engineer, that that they would invite Jennifer to Los Alamos or these famous observatories or labs, and they would and she would tell them what they should do to change their in order to make their systems better, or that she would speak to Bell Labs or Apple or IBM or any of these big companies, based on her scientific knowledge, and they would listen to what she says and change their programs. And so this great expert in math that I go to synagogue with, MIT alumni, he recognizes that even he titled his speech, "How do you make people care about this?" Because he knows no one cares about math. And so even if you had this great insight about something that people don't care about, and then to say, well, what about the people who do care about it? So okay, there are some people who care about this stuff. How do you get those people who care about it to recognize it or listen to your so it's a form of recognizable accomplishment. And so you have a resume and you go with evidence. So someone has a theory, and then to say, well, who has accepted that theory, who has changed their systems based on your theory, what the products or results are attributable to your theory, what great names have recognized your theory, so on and so on. And so it's a general, relatively good way to work with it. And you see big names like that, like maybe Elon Musk or something. Also money, where having large bank accounts to be able to carry out. I think I mentioned Evan Sia, the Muslim scholar, who asked already 1,000 years ago, why is it that great scientists recognize the benefit of wealth, but wealthy people don't recognize the benefit of science? And it's because all great scientists recognize what they would be capable, what they're not capable of doing now, and what they would be capable of doing had they had wealth, as where most wealthy people don't recognize what benefit science would give to them should they have that. So it's that paradoxical view where like someone like Aiken or something, probably recognizes what $1 million grant could do for him, as where the person with $1 million probably doesn't recognize what Aiken, scientific idea could do for them.
All right, so here's a prediction of my model. New stars should be created near the gravity center, which is the center of the Milky Way, and they've been observed. Wasn't published till the 21st or so, April 2021, but yeah. That's prediction of my model.
So
there you go. It's been published. I didn't need to get involved. I put the idea out there. They looked for where the prediction said the thing would be. Boom, it's there. Now they can publish.
But I mean, you have no evidence.
Of course, you're not going to be happy with that. You're going to just attribute your name to somebody else. You're just going to keep shifting the goalposts. And I appreciate it that you're trying.
I'm saying the article, it doesn't mention your name. You're saying there's no observatory where the observatory that recognized it said, attribute Jennifer Scharf. Thank you for her contribution. That's an observable claim where some observatory would pay or fly. If she was.
Can we observe any instances of people observing these new stars near the center of the Milky Way? Can we point to any other research that substantiated that, or did I have to tell them where it was before they knew where to look for it?
There's no evidence that there's a chain from you to them. You're not linked in You're not linked in their article.
Timeline. The timeline itself. So why didn't anyone figure it out before? Why did I have to?
Because you're not linked. You're not linked or credited in their paper.
Sure.
I mean, just the fact you're not credited in their paper.
That's fine.
It's just your supplication that you came up with this idea first, and there's a connection between you and their result, even though they have not credited you in that.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Anyway, I would be better for you to give me hypothetical alternatives rather than just like hyper criticizing, because I'm just going to interpret hyper criticism.
I don't make any criticism. It's like I went to good schools and physicists.
Thinking that I studied at Stony Brook. Afraid
no, Stony Brook did not. Stony Brook Observatory, did not invite you there to explain to them how they should work their observatory. That all these great observatories that you have these huge equipment to observe this stuff. None of them credit you or link you in their papers. None of them are flying you out there in order to for you to rework their systems or tell them what they should be doing. Something observable. We're talking like a Nobel Prize or something, like not jumping you. Where it's like, you should win a Nobel Prize, but it's saying like at least they should be credited.
Yeah, you kind of lost if you have to invoke the Nobel Prize thing. It's like,
saying why that's can you at least name a scientific paper that credits you? Could you at least name an institute or an observatory that you're mentioned on their webpage?
No, the most I got was a thank you from some people in South America and a tweet. That was the most I ever got. Look,
so that's observable evidence.
Observable evidence that they're using my ideas to understand science better and now getting better results. Great. Question is whether what I'm saying is science, not about whether other people have recognized it. You want to switch it over to whether other people have recognized it because it's easier than just addressing the arguments.
Well, it's saying that
Just
if
disprove
you
them.
say that you created some idea and that you're the origin of these ideas, that's a claim that is verifiable, and that so say the evidence is lacking. If Jennifer is saying that she's explaining to you a correct understanding of something, and whether she is the origin of the idea or not is irrelevant. Just like if you're a physics tutor, and I didn't need to come up with any of the stuff to teach you the physics, that they're all ideas that other people came up with, and it doesn't matter that someone else could teach me these ideas. So that if Jennifer is saying correct, it doesn't matter if they're her ideas or other people's ideas. However, if she's claiming
they're not really my ideas,
that
are
they're
they?
her ideas and other people are using her ideas, that there would be you could request evidence and form and saying that evidence is
This came
close
out
to
in
zero.
2017. This came out in 2017, and I stated the thing about how the stars were created in 2016. So I said it in 2016, and then it got validated in 2017. Maybe they didn't hear it directly from me, but that's the timeline. And now there's tons more evidence coming out that this is how stars are formed.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, admissible in court.
I don't care if I
a
get
patent attorney
the
is
ideas
saying that
out there, and it proves that my prediction bore out. My prediction was right for the first time. What the fuck took them so long? Eh? Maybe they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Someone had to tell them how it actually worked. Maybe. Or maybe they just got lucky through some miracle. And they just had a really lucky year in 2016. That was probably it. Yeah, I'll just go with that.
But I mean, you're not even claiming that there was some sort of contact or connection between you and these people. You're just claiming that you had this idea before they made this discovery, and you have absolutely no claim or connection that you spoke to these people or these people.
I don't claim to have spoken to these people, but I'm glad they were able to validate my theory, because now it's like, what evidentiary basis is there for your theory? I can say, here's this scientific publication demonstrating exactly what I said would happen. So that's something. It's not everything, but it's an anecdote. It definitely means something. Whether you want to attribute it to me or not is irrelevant. So let's not harp on that. It's timeline establishing who said it first, who put the idea out there first. I know I put the quantum periodic table out there first, because there's no chance anyone came up with that before me. I looked.
Yeah, and that's possible. I'm saying at some point, so I mentioned chunking theory, and so like the 1956 paper of Miller, it was the first major publication on chunking theory. I understand. I saw that article has been quoted over 18,000 times in scientific journals, and Chase and Simon, 1973, on chunking theory is also quoted thousands of times. De Groot study from 1945 that is some of the basis for chunking theory, although he didn't mention chunks, is also one of the quoted tens of thousands of times in journals. That so over time, so like the Talmud says, a wise person quotes their sources. What does it mean to be a source? And so if you're looking scientifically, you mean published papers or whatever. And we don't have to get too sidetracked in this, and that's why it's like it's Jennifer Mayavati, or what is her metaphysics or epistemology for how she looks at the origin of knowledge, and what does she even mean if she says her theory, or is that even relevant? Doesn't matter. And you're saying that doesn't matter who like I argued with Ralph, is there a connection between groups or people, the idea that they came up with, like the blue-eyed man, is science and logic largely a tool of the blue-eyed man, and anytime you use physics or math, you have to thank the Greeks and the blue-eyed man
that
for
was
using
really
their
stretching, wasn't it? But you managed to get away with it, but that was really stretching.
Well, I was saying it's an epistemological
it worked,
to say that there's a karmatic imprint between the origin of ideas and the idea that Ralph is saying, like the area of a circle of pi r squared is it universal, or is there some sort of karmatic imprint of, if it's I have to look at the first person, or like Euclid, every time you use geometry, that like Euclid's soul is increased in heaven or something like that. Or, even physics, that when you use physics, if you're, school in China or Africa and teaching physics, does it have some sort of metaphysical benefit to the blue-eyed man if you show that, largely, 90% of ideas in physics and math came up with blue-eyed people? Doesn't matter that there's some university in India
That's
teaching
not true, but okay.
that so that's a metaphysical question about connection between ideas and people. That is it just a historical note that, God forbid, if someone came up with an idea and they were tortured and murdered, God forbid, and everyone forgot, like a tree falls in the forest and no one heard it, and then someone else stole their idea and everyone thinks it's this person who stole the idea, and they get all the wealth and fame, that there's a God that runs the world, and there's a karmatic imprint, and the idea is eternally
it's not
connected.
God doing it, though. Yes,
Was
it's not God doing it.
Would it be a karmatic system, or to say that the idea is independent completely from the people? And what does it mean for the person to have came up with the idea, or the person was like just a messenger, and the idea actually exists in the spiritual realm? So it's actually quite a complicated metaphysical assessment about the origins of ideas. Do ideas exist in the material realm or the spiritual realm? And then what's the connection between people and ideas and science? So it could be.
Did Plato have blue eyes? Like, are you so sure all these ancient philosophers actually had blue eyes? It seems like even that's a bit of a stretch.
No, probably not. Maybe
not.
The ancient, but it's saying that the modern physics,
Mediterranean climate.
It was saying modern physics, like Leibniz, Newton was a blue-eyed man. You're saying that I think Euler, Lagrange. That if you had your paper of the, if you looked at the like top 20 proponents of modern mathematics and physics ideas, most of them come from Northern Europe. You probably even like 90% of them in the last
Germany's in Northern Europe, then.
Yeah, even France, even like France, Germany, saying that the people, even France, they come from the northern parts of France, and that calculus, the most important of them, calculus, was almost exclusively developed by the blue-eyed man, and modern physics was almost exclusively.
I think the Chinese maybe have claimed that they. I don't know if that's validated, but I know I've heard the Chinese claim to have invented calculus. And you can get a lot of the same results of calculus using Vedic math, and it's much simpler. So then
you could make the claim, but I'm saying like
you really need calculus. Well,
you learn Leibniz
you can
and Newton.
converge this series with a simple geometry. Do you need calculus? The answer is no. So it's like, how great is calculus if you don't really need it?
I took math and physics, and almost all the books had the origin of the ideas, and they're almost all Northern Europeans, like it's Lagrange and Hamilton and Euler, Newton and Leibniz and Albert and so on and so on, and they're almost all Northern Europeans. And does that mean anything if you're in China right now and you're learning Lagrangians? Is there some sort of karmatic imprint between Lagrange or even the people? If you're saying Lagrange was just a single, Hamilton was just a single person, and there's no connection between Lagrange and Hamilton and Europeans in general. So it's a metaphysics.
I look at it as like waves on a pond. The more people believe something, the higher the amplitude of the waves are, and they just expand outwards. And so it's metaphysical, right? The construct of whatever you want to talk about, Leibniz or calculus, and other people learning it puts energy in the eigenstates of calculus, which is sort of, can you really tie it to the guy who invented it, or does it sort of get shifted onto the people who implemented it for various things, like Fourier, for example? Like, could we argue he partially contributed to the invention of calculus and stuff like that? So It's a good question, but yeah, it's like you'd need some pretty seriously hard to get experimental parameters to start to hone in on specifically what the karmatic retributions would be, because if it's not the primary determinant, its effect may be negligible. You'd first want to assert that this was a dominant force of karma, and then try to substantiate it that way, and then try to make an argument, so like in the space of total lines, that this is actually making an impact on the material realm. I like that sort of way of framing it, though. Definitely, I love your rambles. Sometimes they're fascinating because it sort of phrases it. It's like, yeah, what if, you know?
What is
if
it
we did
relevant
know?
that Fourier was a blue-eyed man? And
I mean, I don't know how much it is relevant that his eyes were blue. I think it's more a question of who had money at the time due to the spoils of war being able to fund these activities, and then subsequently publishing them and making them part of scholastic curriculum for various reasons ranging from political to social. That would be a tough thing to speculate on, but I wouldn't jump to the blue-eyed thing as the first assumption. However, I would definitely acknowledge that blue eyes writ large has some effect. But I'd be looking for anecdotes across a whole lot of different disciplines where I could minimize other variables, right? Like, I wouldn't just be enough to have one anecdote of blue eye guys. Like, we want to look at a class of people that we could normalize for a particular variable, right? Because like all the people who came up with all the Vedic mathematics, vast majority probably had brown eyes, if not all of them. Does that mean anything? It's like, well, what does it mean? I mean, there's probably another thing that means more than that, and that thing, whatever it means, is a subset of something bigger, you know? But it's not nothing. I acknowledge your point. Like, people do have aesthetic preferences, and the blue eyes are a particular type of contrast, which is the root of what we recognize as beauty.
yeah, I
Hey,
mean,
Deshaun.
I've disagreed with that in the past, and it's 4th of July here. They said like, no, I mean, blue eyes as a marker of beauty is to possibly just racist. I said like, no, I mean, blue eyes aren't pretty, and people who say blue eyes are pretty is essentially
No, what I said
a
was
racist
contrast.
marker.
No.
But saying no, I mean, it's
Contrast.
factual. It's factual that
Contrast. Beautiful.
it's factual. Fourier had blue eyes. Newton had blue eyes. Leibniz had blue eyes. You could look at their pictures, and so Krabby has blue eyes. Does that mean that he understands calculus better than me or Jennifer, dark-eyed people?
It's such an absurd thing to say, isn't
that the fact that there's a connection. That no, I mean, just because Krabby has blue eyes doesn't mean that he's going to understand calculus better than me or Jennifer. However, it is a pattern that yes, that modern calculus and physics was largely developed by the blue-eyed man, and mean to get too sidetracked that just making Jennifer claiming that she originated theories or that other things came from her, and saying, well, doesn't matter, like, do I owe some sort of homage to the blue-eyed man because I love Fourier series? And so do I owe some sort of homage to Fourier because Fourier series in my mind is one of the greatest inventions probably of the last 1,000 years. And like, do I have to say thank you, blue-eyed man, every time I use my computer or every time I do something that uses calculus, or say that Ralph's argument, right reaction, that the idea exists completely separate from people, and it doesn't even matter who Fourier is or what nation he came from, is just a historical note of only relevance to historians,
Yeah.
and it makes zero difference for science. That's a metaphysical understanding of the origin of ideas and some sort of karmatic imprint of where ideas came from and originate. So it's saying, I don't give a crap if Jennifer came up with this idea. If it's true and people already know it, it doesn't matter if she came up with it. The idea's out there and it's zero relevance. Or it's like, no, there's a karmatic imprint from Jennifer to the idea, and from now till forever, if anyone ever uses that idea, it's going to karmatically affect Jennifer's soul or some sort of connection.
I think that it would be not a good thing to rip it off and pass it off as your own. Would be worse still to try to purport as a me-like person.
Why does it matter?
Because
Saying
it's
ideas are ideas.
ignorance.
What does it matter if it's just the
Worst
footnote?
karma, what the worst karma is that which causes the most ignorance, because ignorance is what leads to suffering. So by someone trying to pass themselves off as me, they're preventing anybody from learning from me. So that's really not letting them resolve their suffering by a large amount. So that can help a lot.
Let's say it turned out that Krabby was a direct descendant of Fourier somehow. Like maybe he doesn't even know.
But I want
he
to
did
acknowledge
a
the other point of what you
genealogy,
said too.
and
No,
it
I
turns
wasn't
out that
done.
he's
I
a
want to
direct
finish what I
descendant
said.
of Fourier. Does
It's
that
really
make
important. I want to say the other important thing is that if you want like a fail safe and you want to have a good karma, a net good karma from doing these things, is just you want to bow to all the people who've contributed and giants on whose shoulders you stand to be able to access these concepts in such a condensed way. And you may not know who all those people are. So you sort of put that into the acknowledgement too. It's like for all the named and unnamed people who contributed and made this possible, I acknowledge you and I owe you a debt and I want to honor that debt. I would say that would be the best karma approach for a complete noob. You can get more specific when you're in a more specific discipline, but just generally, yeah, it is good to say thank you when to enshrine an attitude of gratitude when you're doing stuff like math and philosophy and any type of deep dive thing. It's like the chant at the beginning. It sort of centers you and puts you in the right headspace.
Like, no, it's not just a thank you. It's saying like, no, I have a patent on it, and you will pay me. Everyone who uses the idea will pay me a certain percentage, or they're going to get sued and shut down.
Yeah, if somebody was like, if that was their individual karma, and then they were like, yeah, I'm going to go into the like astral realm and punish anybody who tries to do this because they ripped me off. Yeah, sure.
Well, like Bill Gates,
matter of will, right?
He made a program, and then he sues you if you can't copy Windows or Mike, even though in theory he took it from Xerox or whatever. That Bill Gates has a monopoly, and Microsoft shuts you down if you use their system or they buy you up. And we don't have to get too sidetracked because we don't lost track of what we were talking about in terms of Jennifer's preparation for the debate on the Big Bang. But these metaphysical questions of does she steelman the Big Bang, and the understanding, and even so it is like the multiple truth hypothesis. You're not going to come to an agreement on an epistemology because there are complicated issues. Like I said, in my system, there's a connected karma between the people and nations who come up with ideas and the ideas. And so, most people be like, that's the most ridiculous, nonsensical thing I've ever heard in my life. And I could explain to you in a dualistic system why that there's, the ideas really exist in the spiritual realm, and the personality that came up with the idea has some sort of special connection to the idea, and that it's just a factual understanding of how the world operates, that from now till forever there's some sort of connection between Fourier and Fourier transform, and maybe there's reincarnation. You're not going to say like, okay, blue-eyed people were blue-eyed people in all of their previous incarnation. That
it depends if someone's standing guard on behalf of Fourier.
Was reincarnated.
Is anybody in the astral realm standing guard on behalf of Fourier to enforce his will, or is he enforcing his own will? Unlikely he had the ability to do that.
I'm saying it's karmatic laws like the laws of physics, but you're saying that that's a dualistic understanding that doesn't operate in the material realm. So they're saying that if there was some sort of connection between ideas and people, that presumably these karmatic connections are not happening in the material realm, they're happening in the spiritual realm. And then you need a dualistic system that explains how these connections are made. And these are well-established systems that the Kabbalists and even Vedic scholars and other spiritualists have talked about. And from a scientific realm, without some sort of dualism, just like you can't karma unlikely exists at all. That God forbid the tree falls in the forest and no one hears it. That if God forbid someone tortures and kills someone and steals their idea and passes it on for their own, and no one figures that out, that from then on that they're the proprietor of that idea, because the tree fell in the forest and no one heard it, because the material realm can't postulate where karma comes from, that you need a dualistic system. So, I mean, Jennifer isn't necessarily a dualist, and even Jennifer's system is unclear how her system, whether karma actually exists in her system, or if her system could even explain karma.
Yeah, my system is a materialist karma and subjective karma system. It's causality, right? Karma, cause and effect. What causes what? It's my whole system based on
there's
karma.
an event that, so to say, has a karmatic weighting where something, so to say, good or bad, that, like if Krabby goes out and does a good deed for somebody, no one knows about it, and there's no butterfly connection effect where the person he did a good deed to is ever going to inform someone else and it's going to come back to him, that there's some sort of separate realm where there's a accounting that he did a good or bad deed, and he's going to have a karmatic balance. That's what I was trying to explain to Gandalf in terms of, karma in most systems operates in the spiritual realm. The accounting of the karmatic effect of the deed, there's the material effect of the deed that's purely molecules and science and action reaction. The spiritual effect happens in another realm. And so if you're not a dualist, it's basically impossible to develop some sort of karmatic system, because where is this accounting for that karma balances out? That I did a favor, I was driving somewhere and I gave someone a ride and they don't know who I am. They're never going to see me.
Because it's stored in your mind. It's stored in your mind. Like, think of it like, when somebody winds up to throw a baseball, except it just keeps winding, right? So you put energy into the eigen state of helping someone, and you become a more benevolent person, and you're just like radiating inner benevolence, which then has a magnetic appeal to attract more benevolence towards you. Okay, so that's all operating within what you call
stored in the mind.
Yeah.
And so I'm stored in the mind in a dualistic system where the mind exists in another realm, which has...
The only difference now is you're saying the mind is extra universal, or however it is that you're saying it, and I'm saying the mind, or what we experience as the subjective mind, is this light wave form.
You understand what I'm saying, Crab? Where it's saying, like, you do a good deed or a bad deed, that the accounting of that is, so to say, stored in some separate realm. And karma, like the reward of the righteous and punishment of the wicked, is a given because there's an accounting for, and that accounting for isn't happening in the material realm. That there's an event in the material realm where, so you meet somebody and you do good or bad, and so there's the material action, and then there's a karmatic imprint of that, and that karmatic imprint is, so to say, stored, accounted for in the spiritual realm. So Jennifer is trying to claim that there could be some sort of mind, and I guess she's saying like the brain, that or the quantum projection.
I'm not saying the brain. You know that it's the photon waveform.
That's projected from the brain.
Yeah, it's projected, you could say, or like maintained, or it's like
you're explaining the event where
like,
you go out,
like the catalytic converter.
You go out and do a good deed for somebody, that in the quantum realm, you're saying there's a permanent accounting.
There's a permanent record of it in your own mind, because you remember the fact that you did that benevolent thing, which makes you more, because it's always quantum mechanical probabilistic, right? So the probability you're going to do a good thing increases every time you do a good thing. Same with bad thing. That's why if you're thinking about being depressed all the time, you're going to make yourself depressed, because we're very suggestible. So we're just talking about interpersonal
You're saying memory. You're saying that memory is a projection, or it's in a physically stored.
The memory.
And then you're saying that memories are permanent
in the light.
So if you do something good and forget it, then you don't. Then there's no karmatic balance. That if you did something good and forgot it,
you don't need to remember it. You don't need to remember it consciously, because what you remember consciously is what forms what remains subconsciously. So subconsciously, obviously, you've got your animal instincts bubbling up, but then you have this higher mind that sort of civilizes your lower humors.
What's the difference between a photon state of a good and bad action? What's the difference in a photon state of someone who gives a poor person
we got to
$10
open a
and a person who steals from
scientific
a poor
center.
person $10? like God forbid, person A goes out and gives someone in need $10, or person B goes out and takes from someone in need $10. What's the difference in the photon state of those two actions?
You got to think of it from the perspective of the person receiving the money. If they take that money, it's really a matter of what they do with it that determines the karma. If they just take it and don't think anything of it, the impression it makes on the mind is almost nothing. But if you do a really benevolent thing and you think about it for days after, that's more of an impression on the mind. So it's not a matter of an absolute impression or nullifying any impression. It's a matter of relative to each other, how strong are the impressions? Because ultimately we're a linear combination of our impressions woven through our emotions.
So I mean, the hypothetically, okay, you take it to a person A goes out and saves a random person's life, and there's no evidence, the person has no idea who did, and they forgot about it. Or person B goes out and kills a random person, and there's no evidence, and they forgot about it. So you have two equal, so to say, opposite events. One person saved a life, and one person took a life. There's no evidence and no memory. And
you're speculating that it's possible to forget something. I'm saying forgetting doesn't work that way. You can't really forget. You can stop having things at the forefront of your mind, but their impression is still indelibly in your larger mind, your total consciousness, and which includes your subconscious.
Karma's in the mind. There's not a separate.
Well, it's in the body too. Karma's everywhere.
One person took a life, and it's just in the person's mind. That's all that exists in the photon effect in the person's mind. That's it.
And then that's all it is. The
only difference between the person who took a life and the person who saved a life is the photonic memory of the event. That's it.
The mind state. That's it. And now there's a memory, and that mind state will go on to be partially determinative over the future. Because the person who did the good thing has a little bit more good karma because they have more momentum. It's all about which states have the most momentum, because energy can go into any state that's available. You will
have a conservation of karma.
There is an approximate conservation of karma, but we have to be careful with that, because sometimes you can accrue more than you're letting go of, or let go of more than you're accruing. But generally, if nothing changes, you can approximate your system with conservation of karma. But when you go into techniques, or if you neglect to maintain enough structured virtue in your mind, you could potentially exponentially accrue either bad or good karma, and then transcend the karma, which is when you don't form new karmas.
I don't see it. I'm saying that there's any accounting in your system for how this conservation of karma is happening for photonic waveforms or imprints.
How much information is in your mind right now? Think of every single muscle you have and every single feeling you're feeling right now. That's all in your mind, and it's all there. Every single thing you've ever done has had some impact on you. They haven't all lasted, but some of them have lasted. And if you ask yourself, you know why they lasted, because it's you holding on to them.
I mean, theologically, we're saying what's in my mind in the material realm. No, it's not there. That there's a factual accounting in a spiritual realm of every thought I've ever had, every action I ever did, every word that ever left my mouth. That the evidence would
be there's entropy too, right? There's entropy too.
And that exists not in the material realm. It's not a photonic waveform. It's something that in the spiritual realm, the karmatic imprint of all of those actions are saved in balance somewhere. And it's not in the material realm. It's not through photons. And so Jennifer's saying, like, yes, there's no spiritual realm, but there is an imprint, and it's through photons, and then you're saying, but it's permanent. You're saying like, no, that there is no
semi-permanent, but there is
every word that's ever left my mouth, every word that you've ever uttered, every thought that you've ever had, every action that you've ever done. You're saying there is an imprint or not, and it's permanent or not.
There are imprints of various depths. None of them are absolutely permanent, but they're more permanent than other things. So things are on a continuum of permanence, right? Your body is only alive for so long. Your mind is much more permanent than your body.
So even from the past lives. So not only every thought that you've ever had, every word that ever left your mouth, every action that ever left your mouth, that all of your past lives also, that the karmatic imprint that those events are all stored.
Only what's
In the
allowable
spiritual
within
realm, every
entropy.
word, every thought, every action that you did in this life and in previous lifetimes is stored in totality
No,
without any decoherence at all in a separate
I don't
spiritual
know.
realm.
I don't believe that. I think that's what you believe, but I don't believe it. But I do want to give Wonder Crab a chance to talk more, because I feel like he has not had a chance to enter into what has turned out to be an absolutely fabulous debate between Doovid and I. An impromptu one, discussion / debate, but still I think very, very helpful for a lot of people, including myself. So did you want to take it away, Wonder Crab, and maybe we can include you a little more, because I feel bad.
I guess you're not in
I'm,
America. You don't have fireworks in your background.
Yeah, my county is outlawed all that stuff. That won't be happening till later, I think. I mean, I'm happy. I'll be honest. I was enjoying just listening, and I've come here to learn. I've come here to just admire. But I mean, you did come. The stream is about sort of debate prep, right? And we're talking about how to address Leophilus, and I guess it really depends on what your goals are, because as I said earlier, winning a debate and getting people making a concept popular are two different things. And so the way that we address a debate should be very different. And I think maybe I don't really want to get away from the topic you guys were just talking about, because I was so interested in the brain and talking about like the consciousness as a waveform, as a photon waveform. A photon waveform is something not that I would call physical, but it's interesting to me, Jen, that you don't accept any kind of like spiritual, or in my
Well, I
words,
do.
non-Cartesian
I accept
realm.
the monad, and the monad is the source of the shape of all things in the concrete. So I do accept a dualism. It's just that on the other side of my dualism, the shapes are eternal, but they don't represent records of people's prior transgressions. They represent potentialities that are sometimes manifested here.
Okay.
So I definitely do believe in the other side, the ideal realm. It's just that the nature of the ideal realm differs aesthetically, right? So you can't have the material quote unquote realm without an anime. In my view, you can't. It doesn't make sense without an animating principle, a monad, a first cause, whatever you want to call it. It all falls apart without that. So I have to accept that. I have no problem accepting that. It's just an impersonal version of that. Like there's nobody with like a list of your sins keeping tabs. You keep tabs, and the greater society keeps tabs on all of its sins to whatever extent it
Heretic,
remembers
heretic,
them.
heretic.
Okay, that is not an argument.
It is an argument. It's saying like that Jennifer is incorrect. There is an accounting of every thought you ever had, every word that ever left your mouth, every action that you ever did, and by definition, rejecting that is heresy, because it's rejection of the fact of how that system works, and so that's the essential difference between Doovid's dualism, or the dualism of the classics, and Jennifer. So you're saying the reason why from a religious system that Jennifer is basically trying to sin and get away with it. So Doovid is saying like, no, Jennifer, you can't sin and get away with it.
Was
That
Plato trying to do that too?
Even if you thought something dirty when you were 10 years old, that's permanent. It never goes away.
Was Plato doing that too?
Well, it's a factual explanation of how.
He believed the same as me, essentially. I mean, he's not as good as me, but he was only working with a circle, so bless his heart, he wasn't going to get to the end of it.
Plato had a failed understanding of karma, but he's saying that the essence from the system, Jennifer, the reason she believes what she believes is because she desires to sin and get away with it, and the ultimate factual reality is yes, there is nothing you could do to escape karma, and karma includes permanent recollection in another realm of every thought, action, and speech we have ever done. And so Jennifer has a different system, but I wanted to clarify that karmatically, I would say that it's a, I call it heresy because it's leads to bad karma. That Jennifer is a
Maybe
minor form
believing that
of
leads to
nihilism.
bad karma.
She would be claiming that it's possible that you could sin and get away with it because the imprint isn't permanent.
Well, who's trying to sin and get away with it here exactly?
But just your system, it means that if it's conceivable that okay, so the classical system of reward and punishment requires a separate spiritual realm where these are imprinted or accounted for, and how that is actually done is largely beyond the understanding of humans. We have our sages and various systems that have some form of calculation. So Jennifer, in essence, has a materialistic explanation, and the outcome of her explanation is going to be that people are going to think that they could sin and get away with it because they think that there's no permanent imprint of every thought, speech, and action that they ever did.
There's sort of a synthesis between those two models that I would sort of hold myself to. The consciousness is not physical or completely spiritual. That it's a lot like a radio, and if you, like me, don't believe in radio as a particle, as a flying piece of magnitude, but a wave in a medium, then the radio is a perfect analogy, I think, for consciousness, where this is a Ken Wheeler bit, by the way. I'm stealing. I'm plagiarizing this. But the radio, right, you can kick a radio. You can adjust the bass or the treble. But the signal itself is pure and simple and unmoved. And so that's a lot, I think, the way that memory or we're talking about karma, we're talking about memory of some kind, we're talking about storage of energies, we're talking about things that are held on to and not transitory, well, that are preserved. And if that's the case, then we have to look at how things are preserved in consciousness. We have to take apart how memory works. And I think the simplest explanation is Ken Wheeler's. Sorry to just be completely autistic about it, but the simplest explanation.
Tabs. The simplest explanation is that God is keeping tabs on things.
I mean, in a way, yeah, sure, but I mean,
so the simplest explanation is you don't know, and God did it.
No, to explain memory, well, yeah, kind of, but to explain memory is it's storage, and the only thing in our consciousness we know that consciousness is associated with electrical signals, but we don't understand exactly. It's not causal, and the memory aspect, I think, has to do a lot more with the memory of water. Water is a holographic molecule. Water is something that you could store an incredible amount of data on should you find a way to articulate that data. And I think that's exactly how our brains work, because our brains can be destroyed. Like I said, you can kick the radio, you can do whatever you want, and the signal might change. But there are people who have massive trauma to their heads. There's people who are missing an entire hemisphere or missing upwards of 90% of their brains and still retain the memory function. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about retaining energies, retaining data or information within the brain. That if we're talking about karma. And so in some way, I think it has to relate to this holographic nature of water, where in some way I would agree with Doooovid that karmically these things are stored. These memories are stored specifically and divinely, so that they are not, so that no information is corrupted because of the holographic nature of water. All the information is in every single slice. You could slice it as
so
small
God
as
can
you want.
violate the entropy principle. So God can violate God's own laws. So God's not eternal. Oops.
Sorry.
With entropy only applies in the material realm, not the spiritual realm.
Right.
Entropy applies to systems that change. Any change equals entropy. Why now does God break his own laws?
Well, are you saying
you have absolutely no reason, because all this is I don't know, God did it. That's all this is.
The holographic
That's all it is.
Water doesn't change.
That's all it is for me too. But I actually waited. That's all it is for me too. That's how I know that what it is for you guys, because it's the same for me, but I actually got the right answer. That's the difference. I'm going to convince scientists with what I'm saying. That's the difference. Because what I'm saying is right.
I have to do my homework on your system.
Regardless of what they think about the fact that I'm a religious person, I'm right on their terms. I've beat them on their terms. And that's sort of the end of it. Now, whether that's going to make for a good debate is a different story. And I do think there should be more attention paid to the philosophy approaching this debate because, he is younger. Do you have any idea how old he is? Because I can't tell and I didn't ask him. I'm assuming he's under 30.
Yeah, he's closer to my age.
And how old are you?
I'm 22.
So you think he's around there then? Yeah. So
he struck me as 24, maybe.
Okay, yeah, because I don't know if you caught my bit before where I said I generally try to discourage people under the age of 30 from debating because you're still kind of learning the ropes of being an adult and you don't want to do something now that you're going to regret in 10 years, right? And so I'm just sort of looking out for those people. But I feel like he really wants to do it. He's passionate. He's not going to be embarrassed. He would be more embarrassed if I said, I'm not going to debate you because you're too young, right? So I can make exceptions, but just my general approach, if I don't have any additional information, I'm not super interested in going to be challenging 18-year-olds to a debate to make them cry or something. You know what I mean? That's the last thing. I want people to do it in a way that makes them look back and be like, I'm so glad I took part in that debate, in 10 years type thing.
He is he's good with the pill pull. That's what I noticed while talking with him. Is every like Doooovid mentioned with your debate on T-Jump, every single point was addressed in some way. And though I didn't necessarily agree with a lot of the criticism, it's he's good at very quickly reframing. And I don't exactly know what the strategy is, but in some way, I got him to agree that photons were not physical. I didn't think I was going to do. I'm
surprised because I would argue that photons are physical, but they're not massive. Because physical just means can be described with physics. And we can definitely describe photons with physics as the simplest waveform because it doesn't abide by the exclusion principle, which adds a lot of complexity, right?
So I mean non-material. I got him to agree that.
But even that, right? Non-material. What does material mean, right? Material could mean.
Well, either way, you're saying that karma is not mediated through. Karma is not mediated through light. That whatever karma is mediated through, it's not mediated through anything in the material realm. And however you define light or photons, that's not what karma is mediated through. It's like the ether argument of how you understand the nature of space and where events occur that, like any of these examples that I gave where you have an event that occurs and there's some sort of karmatic recording of that event and imprint, and it's not mediated by photons. And so in Jennifer's system, if it's not mediated by photons, it doesn't exist. Because she's a heretic and rejects the spiritual realm.
So what is the topic? Is there a specific have you agreed to a topic?
It's whether the Big Bang is scientific. I'm taking the negative.
This is such a hard. This is like a wide threshold, or the goalposts are so wide, or so narrow, I suppose. Here, or no, wide. Yeah, it's we're aiming for too big of a target with that. I think you could maybe benefit by getting a more specific thing to agree debating and try to work around things that he will already agree to.
He's the one who suggested the debate topic, and he also is the one who first agreed to the breakdown. So I'm basically letting him do everything because, I like to give younger people under 30, what I mean, a bit of a depending, right, a bit of a chance to sort of, I don't want to say be kids, but You know what I mean? Play fighting type thing. Like, I'm not
You're
going to go for the
merciful.
kill shot first. I'm not going to go for the kill shot on the first. Like, I did the same thing with T-Jump. Like, I did not go for the kill shot. I said, you can't prove the universe isn't conscious, which is probably one of the most contentious, idiotic, half-baked things I could have said, which is to basically sort of give him something that would actually be plausibly something he could push back on. I don't think he has a tenable position, so I didn't want it to end up just being like what you're saying, like the whole interrogation vibe. Like, I don't know if that's what you mean by pill pull, because I think it was Mr. Whitemail in the chat. He said something about what it was. Hang on a minute here. He said that quick reframing is moving the goalposts. So that's what he is inferring his motive to be is once you meet the goal that was stated prior, immediately just reframing it so that you haven't met the goal anymore.
So
And
the
yeah, I'm
Big
sort of
Bang
like, to be honest, my issue is that he's going to interrupt me. Like, I've been on the Amy Newman channel post modern day debate, shout out. I love that vibe because I just, I'd be happy debating probably 8 hours a day. But anyway, yeah, it was, he was interrupting me even when I was giving my like intro speech and outro speech, which is supposed to be like, everybody gets a chance, it's all very polite and everything. Like like the talking stick type thing. Like, everyone gets their little bit in the beginning to say their piece. He interrupted me twice in that. It was like, control yourself, please. So that my main concern is that, and also the cutting me off stuff. So I hadn't been anguished about potential rhetoric in terms of like a kill shot that he was going to deliver to me type deal. I don't really see that I see those as largely failing because it's like you tried real hard there and you still sort of missed the mark, right? Some cool.
I would agree
It's
with
just
the
like,
cutting you off thing. He did do a lot of that. And so if you like just right off the bat address it, maybe that's the best way. It's like right off the bat say, James, I'm being overtalked. Although I guess
is
that's
that his
kind of
name?
you don't want to come off. Well, that's the moderator,
exactly. Because like you could totally front run your own like front running of other people's dickishness, but then you run the risk of looking like a dick yourself, right? So it's like, do I want to wait till he insults you? That's why my generic go-to, if I have no dealings with the person, I'll usually let them insult me 3 times, and then I'm going to come back with something that's a magnitude larger of an insult than any of the 3 constituent insults. But it's like, bro, you did it 3 times. You know what I mean? It's like you had this coming. Nobody watching didn't agree you had it coming, except for maybe you're like fanboys and nobody cares what a gaggle of circle jerkers says, right? That's just expected with these celebs to have a gaggle of whatevers. Servile flatterers, right? You know what I'm saying, right? So I don't want to come off being like, yo, kid, you better not think about chatting over me. I might mention it before we go live, but if he starts up with that vibe, I am going to come back probably faster than I'm not going to let him get off 3 because we've had 2 combos. So we have a history there. It's like, let's show that respect, And I think to some extent we were both cutting each other off. So he did try to frame it like I was the only one cutting anybody off when in reality there was cutting off going on both sides. So I'll just wait and see if that's like going to go full gaslighting or if that's just like a minor nerves type thing that the beginners get.
I thought your line with T-Jump about be skeptical of your skepticism, that was a powerful and kind of funny line that I appreciated. Like,
thank you so much. Oh my God, Tinklethink, I thought what you just wrote was cannibalism. When you first wrote your message, when I first glanced at your message, sorry, I was like, I thought you wrote cannibalism. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, it's like, it's not what you think it is. It's a belief in causality. That doesn't have dictatorial powers over where cannabis is, whether cannabis is good or not for you. The rules don't work like that. The rules are reverse engineered in order to give you the result you want. So the rules are just there in potential. You selectively take them in order to achieve the goals that you want. And then there's a couple of basic rules that everybody is supposed to agree to. which is causality. Right. That's the scientific aspect. So if you want to agree with my science, all you really have to do is say you agree with causality and keep it as a, this is another thing I'm worried about with the debate, is that he said that science posits that things can be acausal, i.e. not subject to causality. So if I'm like, I don't really know how to address that argument without
you could
saying
ask,
like,
you could ask him, what is his ontology? Can you ask him to explain the Big Bang and really get in depth of like why, you know, is there a cause? And if you're saying there isn't a cause, what is the alternative?
well, he's just going to say quantum fluctuations, right? That's literally what these people are saying, is like quantum fluctuations. It's like, how the hell can you fucking know that?
But that's also a cause. That's still a state of dependency. Oh, I'm on 5% battery, so I'm just gonna go here until my battery runs out.
Cool. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to have that debate of chasing the rabbit down the perpetual rabbit hole. You know what I mean? It's like,
but
well, that's a cause.
You've won
well,
if you do that. You've
that's
won.
Cause. Well, it's not.
But you've won if you do that. You realize that like that's what the whole debate is. He's going to depend on some state that precedes the Big Bang, and whatever that is, that's what you can jump on. It doesn't matter what the state is. He's still claiming that there is a dependent, that the universe is dependent on a state. Whether he's saying that's quantum fluctuations or whatever, like he wants to describe, that is still an ultimate or foundational eternal state.
Yeah, I'll write that down. That may not actually be the worst idea I've ever heard. And you know, as my husband knows, that's a high compliment coming from me. Yeah, so when you say ontology, I hear this word all the time. I look it up in the fucking dictionary. I can't remember the meaning. It just sounds like word salad. What the hell do people mean when they say ontology?
Where does the universe come? It's just the ultimate questions.
See, to me that's cosmology. To me, that's cosmology or cosmogony. So you're saying ontology is where the universe comes from?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I could look it up again. I believe it's about. It's almost synonymous with epistemology. Like it's basically how we know anything or really.
He's going to appeal to science. He's going to appeal to the manner of knowing things of science. He's going to say the manner in which I know things is the scientific method. So I have to establish that what he's saying is not scientific. It's basically. Yeah, I think that's why that was the premise of the debate. Because we're going to be going into an interpretation of science and then whether this thing qualifies as that. So we're already agreeing, aren't we? In principle, we agree on ontology, do we not?
Yeah.
Yet we disagree on facts. And that's where I don't know how to broach it, right? At that point,
you would disagree. He would disagree definitionally only is the problem. It's like you can't really. This was my point in my debate was you can't actually.
Hello? I think we might be losing our crab friend due to his phone dying. Sorry about that. Looks like it's time for us to play a clip video.
Is an abstract means of understanding entities and essences. It leads one to assume that there was a creator of the universe because you cannot create something out of nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Asserting that the various papers that have thought about the evolution of the various components of that polar system are drawing on only phylogenetic trees for their inferences and offering no biological details other than that. Just garbage.
Mostly
garbage. Mostly garbage. Okay.
For the reader's benefit, we can go through these papers, and I that's a testable prediction. It's going to be the same.
Exactly. Well, I'm writing it down.
So how would those rules code?
I don't know what you mean when you ask that.
Okay, well,
I don't see code in life.
You don't see DNA as a code as a.
What when you say code, are you implying that there are just two things that share some sort of relation? I'm saying it's digital when I say code.
Well,
it's definitely not digital. Even if I granted that DNA is a code, which I don't really have a problem doing, we can say that DNA is a code. It's not digital. It's not represented with ones and zeros or anything like that.
Well, I'm not saying it's ones and zeros, but it's digital in that.
But that's what digital means. It's represented with digits, like zeros and ones. But
No, not literally.
DNA
digital,
is what?
but-
No, that's what digital means. Ask any computer programmer.
Thank you, Jen. It helps us.
Yeah,
understand.
It's like
Morocco.
almost like there's a code or something. There's some sort of really fundamental code there. that
Well,
we're
look.
just missing.
Look. It would
You
be
can't-
more.
We'll go through the papers and we'll see it's going to be a phylogenetic reconstruction, which is tree drawing, which is not much more than first grade just drawing up trees.
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping and the jam is pumping.
There's an inherent language structure in the mind that we come with. So how do we explain that from an evolutionary point of view? Building that up gradually seems completely implausible.
DNA wraps around histones, isn't it? Yeah, it's not photons. If with a photon there would be nothing to wrap around because elementary particles have zero volume.
Yeah, there's 8 little histones that kind of aggregate and form this spherical little ball thing, and then after that you have another.
Gee, I wonder where the spherical ball comes from.
It comes from very complicated protein domain.
Very complicated protein domain. Very complicated protein domains
that happen to be
Or
very
just a
complementary
light,
to each other.
just a light waveform.
But the initial concept of the laws of nature was, as one historian of science has put it, a juridical metaphor of theological origin. The founders of the scientific revolution used the metaphor of the laws of nature to express their idea that there was a lawful order to nature that was impressed on nature by the creator, and it was sustained. The orderly concourse of nature was a consequence of God sustaining the universe in its order. So the whole idea of lawful description of nature is a theological idea.
I mean, really, it's not a
might
scientific
I submit to you?
Richard Owen, who is a great taxonomist and biologist, he simply said, but that's not a scientific explanation. So he didn't refute it. He didn't say that it was an inadequate explanation. He just simply said it doesn't qualify as scientific.
There's no actual definition of life because when you look at biological forms and chemical reactions, they look identical. You can't tell the difference between them when you go to small levels, so they don't look different.
This pencil is very different from a turtle.
Sure.
Right?
And therefore, we need to be open to following the evidence wherever it leads and not limiting the set of explanations we're willing to consider to those that are simply materialistic.
Human beings, eventually learn language over a bazillion years.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing. I wasn't laughing at you, Bubbles. I was just laughing at the Jen. I don't know. I guess trying to add some comic relief.
Really, the neighborhoods that are doing fireworks probably have guns like that too. There's usually a correlation, but no, it's just. I mean, it's 4th of July. I'm not sure if. Jennifer's not in America, but I thought this is relatively normal in America.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, the few things I wanted to talk about before we wrap up was just like, what's the best way to de-escalate if it gets aggressive? Because it stresses me out. Like, I don't like to have to get aggressive in these things. I think I perform better if I'm just like unaggressed. I think maybe some people I know, but yeah, maybe some people like it, but whatever. I don't.
Well, if you're talking about, likely the places where things escalate is the establishment of credibility. Like I was saying that, you're going to say in your argument, okay, like, the reason why people believe in the Big Bang, even though it's not true, is because it's, a remnant of Christian theology of creation ex nihilo. And then, someone says no, it's not, like that's not what Christians believe. And it comes into some sort of establishment of credibility, and then it becomes a personality clash. Or if in terms of science, where like I speak on behalf of science, and it's like like where it's like both of you claim to believe in science, and then one person is making a claim that the other person's claim is false because that I'm speaking on behalf of true science, like I'm the real Jew and you're the false Jew, I'm sorry. And so that those type things lead to escalation. And so you personally could probably avoid that by,
So I should just avoid asserting that I am in fact the real Jew, and I should be good.
avoid asserting that you're more credible than him. You could give your arguments, but
Okay.
your argument is that you're more credible than him, and it doesn't matter the reason. That's likely to lead to escalation. That because the push, say like, no, you're not more credible than me, and then it's going to become a conflict in credibility, and it could involve the ego. So say if you don't assert that you're more credible, or that he's not credible, and the likely would be your claim is like, oh, you speak like T-Jump, like, oh, you speak on behalf of science and you speak on behalf of nonsense. I'm sorry, like type thing that would and everyone kind of like like the Pilpul master, basically it's like in New York when you interrupt somebody, it's like a compliment because you're because there's a lot of people and you don't have a bunch of time, and so you interrupt somebody to let them know that I got it, what you're saying. You don't need to waste your time continuing because I got it, and because like explaining things, whatever it is that I don't need you to further the explanation. I got it. And so if you have the credibility where the person is like, yeah, he probably has it, and or to control the conversation, like they were saying, like T-Jump, where he controlled and basically dominated the whole conversation, and the host let him do it, and you let him do it, and maybe because he's like a prima donna, he's the celeb debate star, that even Jennifer basically just let him control the whole conversation because like what are you going to do? It's T-Jump. He's one of the more prominent internet debaters, so that's strategic. And so if you have timers and more back and forth, even though your appearance on Modern Day Debate with T-Jump was supposed to be like that, but T-Jump basically just dominated and controlled the conversation, like how I floated. Even the time where you were supposed to be questioning him, after the first question, he already turned it around to him questioning you. Whereas like the part that on my flow I put into how do you determine true good ideas from bad ideas, or true from false, where you were going to be questioning him on his world view, and already after the first question he flipped it around, whereas him questioning you. So like T-Jump or okay, like like I don't really like that, but like you knew that's what he was going to do, that's his style, and so that's what he did. This guy, he's got less followers than you, he's younger than you, his resume is less than you. It doesn't make sense that he would be doing that to you, and unless like he actually made sense that he would be controlling the conversation. And so it's a format. So I mean, basically, it's the HIMSA principle. That's actually,
he's not going to be able to do that because it's too controlled for him to take control of it the way T-Jump did. Like T-Jump didn't do his own introduction and lost on that alone, and then just started interrogating me to give himself the appearance of knowing more through the Socratic method, which is why I really not super the biggest fan of the Socratic method.
I mean, the Socratic, if you're a law professor or a rabbi or like a guru in front of students or a class, you're there to learn from the other person. And so T-Jump basically had like, he's the guru and he will be doing the Socratic method on you. and and
yeah, it's very bad. It's a very bad faith way of debating because they don't really know how to debate because they
when
don't
you're
have
passing a
kimonos.
judgment. That's what I say. So
It's a
you're
good
not,
judgment.
well, because you're not accepting that he is in a position of authority over you. So James, is kind of there, and he's like, well, so there's escalation because T Jump is saying it's established that I'm in a position above you, and I will be the one interrogating you. It'd be complete nonsense to let this woman interrogate me. I will be doing the interrogating.
More like I don't have a position. I can't stand up under scrutiny, so I have to take the aggressive Socratic method of fronting knowing something and actually knowing nothing because it's the only way he can make himself look like he doesn't know nothing.
Well, in saying that people were there to see him, not you. And he knew that and was able to control the situation. And even you who were there, even if you were right, you knew that the vast majority of the people that were there to see him, not you. And, so he was able to control the conversation like that. And you could interpret that in a good or bad way. And, the same, but the control was there because it was largely, his normal platform, his people, and the hundreds of people
His
that
indefensible position. His position was so indefensible he didn't
you're
even
asserting
bother.
things
He
that
didn't
are
even bother to
you're
try to
asserting
defend
things
it.
that are irrelevant to what I'm saying.
If
And
one
that's
has
what
a
I'm saying, that
defensible position, does one defend it or does one not defend it? Because I would think it would be they would want to defend it
it
with all their
doesn't
might.
matter. And
But he
saying that
didn't.
if you come to my ashram and it does not matter if I'm rambling complete nonsense. I will control the conversation and I will be, doing the T jumping. I won't be T jumped in my own, I'm the man of my own castle. And you come to my house, I will be T jumping you. You will not be T jumping me, even if you're right and I'm wrong.
I could have T-jumped him, but I strategically chose not to because
Well, you
I want to be
probably could have,
invited
because
back on the
thing-
channel.
Well, exactly, because it's saying that the people were there to see him, not you. They were his peeps, not yours. And and so that's a factor of it. Didn't matter if you were right. It is saying there's a the castle doctrine, or however you're going to understand that. And so I don't know if you're saying it's neutral at this point, or you're saying no, you think Newman is going to favors him over you, or you think it's neutral.
From what I've seen, there's a great intentionality towards neutrality. My concern will be whether the interruptions become problematic because it does cause me to lose my train of thought. So I if it happens multiple times, yeah. So that's really my biggest concern is interruptions.
Yeah, I'm saying that there's the the home court or the venue where it's saying that the channel owner.
I feel it's largely
the channel owner saying that I know my audience, I know who's watching, I know what they get or don't get or want to see or don't want to see, and you're going to steer the conversation to the audience. You don't it's not your audience, they're not your people, and so even if you're right or whatever you're understanding, the person's like, well, it's my channel and I know what the people are here for, and I'm going to steer it to what my people are here for.
No, that's never been the case before because it's billed as an open platform where everybody gets a chance to say their piece.
That's always the case.
I've never seen the channel owner, Amy Newman, ever seen any interruptions along the lines of dogpiling me in the interest of ideological consistency. I've never seen that. I have no reason to think it's going to happen. I don't even know why we're discussing this at this point in the call.
Well, because you're talking about venue.
Right.
So if you're a band and you're doing a concert, you got to see how the sound works. You test your equipment, you see the echo, or so even if you're doing a debate in IRL, and it's saying you're appearing in front of a crowd that's not your people. There's someone else's people. Venue is an extremely important concern. So I just explained. You asked a question, and I'm answering you that venue will determine a lot of these factors, and what you're saying could be completely irrelevant because the factor of venue is
it's an overflow channel for modern day. It's an overflow channel for modern day debate, and it's bent towards skepticism. And most of the people who normally come on the panel are on the atheist side.
Is that how she describes her own channel? I mean, is there a link to that? Or are you insulting her own channel? Like, I guess you're
okay.
like you're saying it's an overflow channel for modern day debate.
Okay, that is
You're
an
saying that
incontestable fact.
you just insulted her. It says like, hello world, I'm Amy Newman, and this is my official channel for skeptical comedy, podcast, and more. Individual, including debates, interviews, and educational videos. Did not mention anything about being an overflow. So you just insulted
the post
her
show
channel.
was promoted on Modern Day Debate.
She is not an overflow channel. She's got her own thing. This is her official channel for skeptical comedy, podcast, and more. It's not an overflow channel. So, like, yeah, she might
Mr. White Knight, come on in, and White Knight, come on and keep going. Yeah, tell me how bad I am.
Well, yeah, because you're saying like the venue is a factor, and saying like
I said so far the vibe I got was that it's largely intended as being a neutral platform.
Church of Entropy is an overflow channel for Luke Ford. And so like no, like she's Church of Entropy, she's got her own stuff. He's like no, she's an overflow channel for Doovid.
Actually,
like,
I think
Church of Entropy is just an overflow channel.
I think you qualified my channel that way, indeed, and Babs's as well. So in a way, I'm quoting you. Obviously, wasn't meant to be insulting. That's how I know the channel was because there was a link in the chat of Modern Day Debate. So there's going to be overflow from that audience into the Amy Newman channel. That's what I meant. Just like,
Yeah, so I was saying that
like crazy here.
Well, I'm saying that why. So I said that it's you're basically an extension of the Ahimsa principle and harm. So if you're not taking, like her self-definition of how she defines her channel, you're defining it some other way. So maybe she wouldn't care, maybe she wouldn't. That is okay. Like say, no, like I'm not an overflow channel for Modern Day Debates. I'm Amy Newman, and this is my channel that's for skeptic comedy podcast and more, including debates, interviews, and education.
I've explained what I meant by that is that the audience is going to be overflowing because the fucking post show was promoted in the Modern Day Debate channel. Amy also hosted a fucking debate on Modern Day Debate. It's fine. Like, can we move on from this? This is asinine.
Well, you asked a question, so I'm trying to explain the importance of venue, and so you just said like no. When you said you're not in the Modern Day Debate overflow channel, you're in Amy Newman's channel. So just saying the venue is important. Understanding your venue is important. And if
you were asking about the audience. And so I'm saying some of the audience is going to be overflow for Modern Day Debate. Okay? Can we just move on, please? The channel itself. You
assume it's her audience.
You're
saying that it's her audience. You're appearing on her channel. It's her audience.
Right.
And some of the people, there's overlap between her audience and Modern Day Debates. There's going to be a handful of people there that are from you, and a handful of people there that are from him. And probably the majority are going to be her people, her regular listeners. And if you want to classify that,
I literally just went to the channel
80%,
like a couple weeks ago. I have no clue, but the vibe I got so far was that it would be a neutral platform, and I'm really looking forward to it because there's skeptic crew who are interested in argumentation.
Yeah, so researching venue is probably important. So, debates are one largely in preparation. There's knowing what you're talking about, the topic itself. There's rhetorical strategy and oratory speaking, public speaking skills, and then there's other factors like venue, audience, and all of those things. Are largely one in preparation. So saying who's going to be watching, who's usually ask questions or whatever. Like how much preparation do you actually care to put into this? And it's saying like no, I mean, you might not pay to put that much preparation into it, but it's saying like yeah, you're asking about how it's going to so basically like you got to research your venue and saying that if you're satisfied that you've done okay, you're going to classify it generally as a Modern Debate overflow. And you think that
oh my god, I've identified the major cause for concern is Leo Filius interrupting me.
That is saying that because you've watched his videos, that's how he does it.
I've literally talked to him on several occasions and been interrupted by him on several occasions, and I'm going based on that.
So you're saying he's Well, I mean, so if he's interrupted you in past, he's probably going to do it again.
And my question is, how do I curtail that without it getting into more aggressive territory, which will just lead to more interruptions?
You probably can't. I mean, if that's his style, that's his style.
There's no way to like.
Are you approaching this?
Go ahead.
This from the perspective of a mechanic or from a car salesman? Because again, like if you're debating, and again, we can talk about who we're talking
A
to.
warrior defending the honor of my religion.
Okay, well that's a mechanic. That's what T-Jump does. T-Jump sits there in his like most laid-back state, most relaxed, low-energy state, and he goes, "No, you got a broken carburetor. No, your tailpipe's rattling." And a car salesman, you know, is the like exact opposite of that. Is smiling, is here with his hands, is trying to be kind of agreeable. And a mechanic, I think, Leo Phyllis, or I may be mispronouncing the name, but he is not a salesman, and I think you would have an edge against someone like Leo Phyllis, who is not. I mean, you're not going to hurt his feelings. Is one of the things. I mean, he's a. I don't wanna, like,
How do you know that I'm not going to hurt his feelings? Like that's absurd to say.
From my interaction with him, sure, I could be totally wrong. This is speculative. I'll admit that. But from my interaction, I think what's clear is Leo Phyllis is a transactional kind of thinker, and he does not. He's there are words that I want to use to describe that, and I will be polite and not use. But there are.
We're having a bit of trouble
rigorous
hearing
ways
you. Is there any way you can move closer to the microphone? Because I'm having. I don't know about you, Doooovid, but you're coming in about 10 dB lower than the rest of us, I think.
All right, I'll make it quick. Well, I think I pretty much got it.
Well, it's just like there's the.
No, that's his style.
thing,
That's
like,
what he's going to do. You're saying so. You're trying to prevent him from being him. It's not going to work. So if you're saying that's his style, that's what he's going to do. So the only thing you could do is control yourself. You're not going to be able to control him. And so if he's going to have a confrontational style and he's going to interrupt you, and so you have to decide how you're going to act. And you say, okay, you're going to escalate it, and it's going to be death threats. That you're saying that's he's going to come up. He's going to start interrupting you, so you're going to interrupt him back.
I'm not the one who makes
going
Battlefield
escalate.
posting statements on streams, Doooovid. It never gets to that point. I mean, I'm not going to say that because it's just it's not in my repertoire.
I'm saying it's that he's going to do him, and so you're saying that's what he does. And so, what are you going to do when he does it? So you try to escalate it.
That's what I'm asking. How do I make it so that his only option is to not interrupt me?
I mean, death threats, God forbid.
I said it. That's up table. It's like
well, so no, I mean, you're not going to be able to stop it. That's him. That's his style. No.
So there's no suggestion. There's no suggestion to like edge the situation into a direction where interruptions are less likely. There's no. I could insist that Amy mutes him, or whoever's modding the thing, because it might not be Amy, but I could ask the mod to mute him while I'm speaking. But then that seems petty, right? So it's like, at what point do I go? I don't want to be petty, and I don't want to be an asshole first, but I want to be an asshole
well, that's
last.
your style.
You know what I mean?
Like, you got to research the venue, and so
I have researched the venue. I've been on 2 of the streams and had a chance to talk to everybody, and I've got a vibe, and I described to you my vibe of it, which you completely misconstrued.
He's going to do it, and she's going to let him. I mean, it sounds like that's what you're saying. That he's going to do it, and she's going to let him.
I'm not saying that. I think I don't want to say like for sure because I don't know who the mod's going to be, but I think the moderator will go along with if I insist that Leo Phileas be muted. The mod will do what I say. I think just to keep it going, because I mean. Otherwise, it's sort of giving him an advantage. If he can just interrupt me anytime, that's basically the Claire advantage.
Well, I'm saying that's a style. I'm saying that if that's a style, and she's not going to be like, no, I'm not going to mute this guy. You're crazy. Like you're a grown woman. You can't handle yourself. I'm not going to mute him.
We're supposed to get 10 minutes and then 5 minutes to talk uninterrupted. Is it so unrealistic for me to expect that be enforced? I don't think it is.
Well, yeah, I mean that if it's agreed upon that you're going to have your opening introduction, there's not going to be any interruptions, and then you're going to have your second 5 minutes, and there's not going to be any interruptions, and then after that, he's going to be him. So yeah, I mean, I'd say, yeah, if like you're giving your opening, he starts interrupting you, like she would probably be, mute him. But like after that first period, he's probably going to be him, and he's probably going to try to T-jump you.
Well, no, the next thing we get is a 5
And if she's an overflow room for modern day debates, she's probably
Doooovid! We get 5 minutes to rebut, uninterrupted as well.
yeah. So you get 10 minutes, he gets 10 minutes, then you get 5 minutes, then you get 5 minutes, and that's only 30 minutes. And so after that, he's going to probably try to T-jump you.
That's right.
And there's probably relatively.
I guess I can't avoid that. Let's just say you're right, and I can't avoid him attempting to T-jump me from behind and in the open session. But if he does it prior to that, I have every right to insist that he be muted by the mod, correct?
I'd say that's pretty unlikely. I can't imagine he's going to try to interrupt you during your opening or
That's why I'm saying he literally interrupted me when I was doing my opening or my closing speech the last time I was on the Amy Newman channel. It happened twice. He interrupted me twice. That's why I'm saying I think it might happen again because it's already happened twice.
Wait, you mean you're closing, not your opening?
That's the thing. Everybody's supposed to get a closer to say like goodnight or goodbye after the end of the stream. I got interrupted twice on the closer. There weren't supposed to be any interruptions.
What did Amy Newman do? Nothing?
I cannot remember exactly how all I remember is I got interrupted twice by him in my outro, which I was supposed to be allowed to continue on uninterrupted. That was what everybody else had a chance to do. So this is why I'm saying yes, a concern. But I can't avoid it happening in the regular open conversation thing, so I'm not even going to try. And maybe what I'll do is go and take the epistemological questioning, like the try to T-jump him thing, so that I can remain cool, calm, collected, rather than have to be like a little bit more tense because I'm trying to memorize so much stuff, so I'm trying to get out so much information at once. Why do that if, he's just going to interrupt me a million times, right? I could just not put the information out because it'll hopefully, in theory, already be out there from the intro. So yeah, I'll make a note of that.
I find it extremely unlikely he's going to interrupt your opening statement. Like if he interrupts your rebuttal, maybe, but it's only 5 minutes. Your closing statement, and it's if you know from the channel that that's how he does it. Really, you could rage quit or you escalate it to death threats or something. Not really much you could do.
I am not going to rage quit because that there's like probably 20 people out there who are just waiting for the time when they can call me out on quote rage quitting something. So obviously not going to rage quit, but also don't want to be like antagonized into being in an aggressive state and then look worse than I could have looked. So I guess my vibe is just I don't ever want it to escalate. Hoping to like curtail any potential escalation, kill it in the crib, so to speak.
Yeah, you could plan out like beforehand, or you could try to speak. It's gonna be really like ridiculous. Like you're gonna speak with like Amy. Like I need to know absolutely sure he's not gonna interrupt, and maybe that's gonna look weird or bad. That I don't even imagine. I can't imagine he's gonna interrupt your opening speech. And then after that, it's probably going to be a free for all. So you could have, there's different rhetorical strategies. Like I told you, you speak directly to the crowd. Like I told you even about violence, but just debate. You talk about him to the crowd. So if he starts acting like that, you don't talk to him or even necessarily to Amy. You talk to the audience about him. This is how they run their channel. This is indicative of the type person he is, where you're not talking to him or Amy, you're talking to the crowd and kind of like a public psychoanalysis. That would probably be how I would try to handle him. As I mentioned, usually like if you see violence like that or fights on the bars or streets, that's usually one of the signs that people start talking to the people around them. So like, God forbid you're on there and there's about to be a fight that, I'm no longer talking to the person I'm having conflict in. I'm talking to everybody around who's witnessing what happens about the person so that, that people are going to understand what's going on. So you're not talking necessarily it can be a physical fight, but if you're saying that this person is demonstrating poor behavior and poor character, and unlikely that they themselves are going to be able to recognize that they're demonstrating poor character and poor behavior. So you're informing everybody that's watching some sort of lesson that they could garner from this person's poor behavior. So that's generally the strategy that I would employ. Like I said, you got to talk directly to the
I'm
audience.
gonna look like the
And if they're not listening to
millennial
you,
bullying the Zoomer.
when you say you're bullying him, like you're bullying because that's different. You're not talking to him, you're talking about him to the audience.
It's optics, right? It's like people are going to perceive that as bullying, right? They're going to be like, that's condescending. And it's like, I may well do that. It's just, I hesitate just based on his age.
Well, it's probably your only choice. Either that or just to let him get away with it. Or I mean, you could let him do it a few times and, let's say he does interrupt you during your opening, you say something and he just like blurts in like some sort of comment, and you could just like ignore it and keep on moving. If he does it a few times, you could mention like, please stop doing that. And then at a certain point you're saying like, okay, like he didn't listen to me, the moderator didn't listen to me, so you could escalate it with him. Like really your only choice is really God forbid rage quit or death threats, and you say you're not going to do you're not planning on doing one of those, that your only choice is largely to shaming, where you're talking directly to the people about the behavior that they're all witnessing being exhibited.
Yeah, so battlefield.
So I meant in terms of violence,
or is it
like if it was at a bar and someone was behaving in a certain way, and you're saying like, this person is about to be knocked out on the floor, and everyone around needs to understand that it's his own behavior that is about to cause what happened to him. And I'm not talking to him anymore because I'm done talking to him. I'm talking to the people around me so that they understand what happened to him was his own fault.
Yep. And I was like, I don't want it to escalate to that right away. So what I was hoping was for like, is there anything I could do before it gets to that point so that it doesn't get to that point? Because I don't want to have to be like the crabby teacher.
No, they're definitely saying like, if you're making a party and you need security, and you need to know that your security knows how to handle security, and what? So you're saying that this guy's so unfortunately you're saying like you got a debate, and this is the guy acts in a way that isn't good. Like like you're going on a date and the guy's a groper. What are you going to do when he gropes you? And you're saying like like, okay, don't go on the date. The guy's like a groper, but saying like, well, like whatever. But the case is so you're already looking at a bad case scenario and how you're going to try to deal with it, and you're assuming that this guy is going to exhibit bad behavior, and so you're looking how you're going to deal.
I'm just going on past precedent. I'm going on past precedent. I wouldn't just be assuming this about just anybody, but having interacted with them before, yeah, going based on the prior interactions.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't have that many choices in the matter. Like if you're going on a date and the guy's a groper, like you don't have that many choices. You either don't go on the date to like rage quit, some sort of like physical self-defense. Like if he does it, you're gonna physically stop him or hurt him, or some sort of public shaming. And those are really, you don't have that many options. So similar, like you're going on the show, this guy has a habit of interrupting. You could kind of be like a tattletale, like Amy, do something about his bad behavior, and but you like muting people. It's
which is like bad optics, right? Well, that was my whole point. It was like a lose-lose-lose.
Or something.
It was a loser.
Yeah, I mean, so like so okay, you're not gonna like escalate to like death. You interrupt me one more time, I'm gonna hunt you down. It's like no, that's unlikely that it's gonna be a good strategy to employ. So like you're probably gonna have to use some form of mild public shaming, and then it's gonna be you to the audience where you're demonstrating, talking directly to the audience, and the audience is going to be on your side that I agree that this person like is really exhibiting bad behavior, like what the hell's wrong with him, and that you would be able to demonstrate to the audience the bad behavior that person is exhibiting enough that they don't want to continue it. Because really, you're only
then I'm banking on him having shame.
Beams is on like he does security. I'm not sure if he understands what I'm talking about, where you're mentioning, talking to the people around. Like when you're about to bounce people, and you might warn them, and then you see like, no, like this guy's going to have to be bounced, and then you're not talking to him anymore. You're talking to the people around so that they understand what's about to happen, and so you're not talking like a case like a bar or something where you're saying, okay, now it's going to result in some sort of physical force, God forbid. You're talking about it's over the internet, and so you're talking about trying to get the person to act not the way they usually act, because you're saying that's the way the person usually acts. So you're going to have to have enough public pressure upon the person that they exhibit more impulse control than they typically exhibit, because they feel that the audience is on your side, not theirs. And whatever reason, like that's his strategy. That's a strategy because it works, that he's using the strategy of interrupting because it's popular. He thinks like he's just T-jumping you. He's like he loves T-jump, and that so he's just trying to act like T-jump does, and then so he's like you're no T-jump, or some sort of rhetorical like that you're gonna say like okay, he's gonna the first time he interrupts you, say anything. The second time, or to try to retake control of the conversation, where he starts interrupting you, and then you try to talk, and then you're both talking over each other, and so there's and if you're saying that Amy is largely going to be useless, or Amy maybe she wants to make it kind of like blood sports, and so it's going to be good for content.
No, I don't think so. No. I don't get that vibe at all.
Or if Amy is going to be like behave yourself, like come on, what's wrong with you, like treat Jennifer with the respect she deserves, and so that if Amy,
I could give you an example. Because what usually happens at the open thing is like if it gets totally out of control and like a bunch of people are talking at once, what I remember happened was like, what are those horns from like the soccer games, like bah, 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 like goal horn thing. And then that was meant to like sort of be like a timeout cool down thing. So kind of a hands-off. But I don't even, that's what I'm saying, like I don't even know if it's actually going to be Amy modding it, because it might be James or someone else. Like I haven't gotten all the details. Only details I have is the actual format of the thing.
Yeah, and so like if that is the person's normal behavior and you consider it bad, then you really need the person to be embarrassed by their own behavior, or if it's just impulse control, that whatever the reason, the stakes are up, that the person is on best behavior mode, and like that could be multiple reasons where just like, okay, like, well, what kind of girl would ever want somebody who acts like this, or some sort of method where you somehow something you say, or just aura you put on him that forces him to recognize that he should act according to his best behavior, because it's not going to be good for himself to exhibit poor behavior to the audience. It's going to have negative consequences, even not necessarily like something bad's going to happen to him, like he's going to get bounced or something like that, but that it's going to hurt the fulfillment of his own desires to not act on best behavior.
Incentivize him towards best behavior. Perhaps this stream will serve that purpose. If you happen to check it out.
Listen, like super chats is a good way. That's why I said like get monetized, get 1,000 subs, and so and so for $20, and saying like be your best behavior because money's money. And like when I work for $15 an hour, and like I know that I had to work for 3-4 hours to make that $50, that this person just super chat $50, which would took hours of work, that the person's like, oh, I'll act on better behavior because like the money is karma, and so there's different things that could cause a person to sort of say, this is how he treats a woman. Like, how is this guy ever going to expect to find a girlfriend if he publicly treats women like this, or some sort of matter that could have also worked with T-jump, just saying like, and it could be something dumb like didn't your mother teach you how to act, or some sort of humorous quip like, I gotta wash your mouth out with soap, young man, or like whatever strategy you choose that would some sort of trigger to try to get him to act on better behavior than he's used to acting. And then if it deteriorates where he's saying he's just going to act how he usually acts, and you've done enough research to say the way he usually acts isn't going to be for a productive show, or you just put
Well,
up
he was
with
kind of passive aggressive. He like did like a minimum 1 minute monologue about the Gödel incompleteness theorem, which is one of my pet peeves, which is obviously sort of coded antagonism towards me, which I didn't acknowledge, but it's like he still did, 1 minute monologue about books that didn't reference the Gödel incompleteness theorem. It's like, oh, I guess you got me there. Ha ha. It's like, it's childish in a way, but the thing is, I can't really say it's childish because adults act this way all the time.
If you're in Manhattan, there's even anywhere there's social climbing pressures where it's like, that you want to be friends with the people I'm already friends with, and they're watching me, and the behavior that you exhibit now is going to be determinative of whether these people are going to be your friends or not. And you don't necessarily have to spell it out, but you carry yourself in a certain way, and a lot of times it could be demonstrated by your behavior that just by carrying yourself according to a certain standard of composure, and that you don't act like that, and that he sees that he's acting, you're not acting like he's acting, and then he sees like, the people that he's trying to become friends with, that you're already friends with, probably aren't going to like him if he acts in accordance in that type of behavior. And it's usually implicit or subconscious, or some sort of subtle way of doing that, and usually it's your own composure, and so it's like like Hamarov or something, like you're going to hit Hamarov with the JQ, and saying like, okay, like what's the science of consciousness?
Where'd that come from?
Right, I'm saying like you want to invite Hamarov onto Week in Review, and like
Not
like
to hit him
you're-
with the JQ. That wasn't.
Yeah,
Were
but
you
it's saying,
planning
like,
on doing that?
No, I'm saying, but in the beginning, like our audience would have, like the chat and the audience would have, and saying like, no, I mean, like Hamarov's not going to come over to your party if like you have a troll in the audience that's going to hit him with the JQ. Or I mean, like I might come to your party even if someone in your audience hits me with the JQ, but like Hamarov's not going to come to your party if your friends are going to hit him with the JQ.
Can we get back to the subject at hand, because you kind of lost me with this whole digression? So we're back. We're at, what was this a metaphor for initially? You're saying I have to assimilate to the culture of
You have
that
to
channel?
evoke his best behavior out of him, and there's different methods, and sometimes it's impossible. But if you're saying that that's just how he is, that's how he behaves. He's a kid, and he's like a T-jump wannabe, and so that's how he's going to behave. And so you have to evoke better behavior out of him. So I mentioned like Hamarov in the JQ, that like you invite Hamarov over, but your audience, and your audience isn't going to be able to control themselves, and they're just going to like hit him with the JQ stuff. So it's just not going to work out unless you have some sort of method to evoke better behavior out of your normal people. And like at party promoting, or like I'm Sabbath guests. So I remember one man in Brooklyn, he had a Renaissance catering hall, and he had lots of guests, and he had kind of lowlifes. Like he would let anybody come and he'd feed them, and you have a lot of kind of like, I don't call lowlifes, but people who exhibit pretty poor behavior, and the type of people who show up for free food. And so obviously you had different, but a lot of people who show up for free food is because they were never able to pull their lives together, and they were never able to pull their lives together because they lack impulse control, or weren't able to behave in a way that's proper. But they say like, look, I'm a good guy. Like I fed you tens of times. Like I've spent hundreds of dollars out of my own pocket on your behalf, and largely asked you for nothing in return. That like my dad is going to be here this Sabbath, and I want you to act on best behavior. I don't want my dad coming and seeing you act like an idiot. And if you do, I'm probably going to have to shut it down. and he's not going to have free food next week. And you don't have to say it like in a mean way, but it could be understood that even at the soup kitchen, that the people at the soup kitchen understand that when the sponsor's there, that they should act on some sort of best behavior. That is saying that's normal. If you're in the ashram and your ashram takes in drug addicts from the street, you could still get the drug addicts from the street in occasions to exhibit best behavior because it's in their self-interest. So my dad's come into the ashram and he pays the bill, and if he sees you acting like idiots, he's going to pull the plug and there's not going to be any ashram. And so even though the people usually behave that way, that at least they understand that it's going to pull the plug if they can't, at least for a small period of time, act on their best behavior. So sometimes it's implicit and it's understood, and you don't have to go through some sort of process. So that you have proper composure, you elicit best behavior out of people naturally, even without asking it. So it's saying like, okay, you're the guru.
I have good composure, but the things I say bother people and they get cognitive dissonance. That's the problem. Is I'm always evoking cognitive dissonance because saying the truth causes the illusions
I'm talking
to
about
become broken.
eliciting best behavior.
Right. But if I have to state the truth, that's going to elicit cognitive dissonance. So it's more about dealing with people when they're dissonant than eliciting good behavior, because that's not realistic for the majority of people. Majority of people are going to get triggered at some point. You know this yourself. You love to trigger people in interrogating them. I don't. But
No, it depends on the venue. So you're saying, okay, like you want to trigger a person, you want to like, there's a proper time and a place for different things. And so, and saying you agreed to this, you're saying like you knew who the guy was. So like I agreed to a debate with my enemies, so to say. You seem like yeah, might resort to death threats if I'm arguing with someone.
I don't consider him my enemy. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're arguing about the Big Bang, like you're not arguing for like a Nazi where it's like, I wonder, if it's gonna, come down to death threats. Or like, God forbid, is this guy gonna try to come, to my house and try to kill me? Like, there's a little bit of risk,
There's no chance. I mean, the bigger
you're
risk is that
you're just arguing about the Big Bang. It's not.
The bigger risk is that he's gonna ridicule me for being religious. Because the whole
that might be a
atheist
strategy.
ridiculing theological stuff, that's kind of a thing. You're kind of making a bit of noise, Wonder Crab. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's cool. Go ahead.
Oh no, my mic. I couldn't tell. You
go ahead.
You may not actually have to confront Leophilus that much. I mean, like you say, you are going to confront reality, and you are going to trigger him a little bit in some direction, but like that's totally a good thing, and like you don't have to actually call him out. It's good if you're like, if you really can't think through the interruptions and it's gotten so bad that like it's a huge problem. Maybe say something, but there's a lot of good that can come from letting him dig this hole. And like, even if it's just a video after the debate of like a collection of clips of like Leophilus interrupts 100 times within 20 minutes, whatever comes of that is good. And if you confront him and he does get triggered and he does turn into some kind of aggressive interlocutor, it's like, that's fine. Just stay the more reasonable, likable person. That's what I mean by like car salesmen are making something cool. And I don't mean this to be insulting. I had a conversation where, on good terms or whatever, but he is not the best optics. And I think it'd be serving just to like counter all of his robotic, like car mechanic T-jump type stuff with a very warm and like, I don't know, inverted communication.
How did you see me go against T-jump?
Yeah.
How did you think I did on that?
Well, there were a lot of interesting bits. It's like, what do you mean how you did? Are you talking about how you did in terms of convincing people, or did you win?
More like what was your impression of the overall vibe of the thing?
Well, I mean, T-Jump I'm not a fan of already, so I'd be a little bit biased, but it's like he is the dismissive like reductionism is so off-putting that all you have to do is be like a little bit better, and I think that's good enough to, I mean, you're reaching more people than if you hadn't done it. So there's that. I don't think you came off so bad. I think there were some points Doovid made that were like good about maybe especially recapping. That's something T-Jump's really good at, is like summating and recapping and reframing. But also I wanted to say I think this is when my battery cut out, but like putting T-Jump on the defensive or putting Leo on the defensive, you come at this and you told me you're a warrior defending your religious convictions. Well, then
Defending the honor of my religion, because if other
Right.
people make my religion look bad, that's bad. So I have to make it look good to compensate for all the bullshit.
yeah,
Basically, that's the way I see it. There's a lot of slander, confusion, lies, and I have to defend the honor. I feel compelled to defend the honor of my beliefs. So
Well,
that's my number one concern. Obviously, if I can look cool in the process, that's not a bad thing. But if I have to sell out my beliefs to look cool, it's just not even going to happen.
no, not
I
at
would
all.
never
Don't
make it a
sell out
compromise,
anything.
that's all. Yeah.
I think you don't need to compromise on anything. It's just
Well, I think I do need to compromise on some things, actually, because I think, you guys have a point. Like, I didn't recap. Why didn't I recap? Well, it's because I was just playing defensive, and that's just kind of not really what a debate is supposed to be. I should go back on the offensive at some stage and actually.
I mean, that's just, you're right. It's like lazy, but it's also really, really effective. And people, when they realize, because that's part of the problem, is we are always on the defensive. And I say we from like I guess, anti-materialist, anti-atheist perspective. We're always being like interviewed and rigorously questioned. But it's like, what is the atheist ontology really? Do they really have, their axioms are way higher energy states. They're way harder to explain than ours.
And it's like I said, you got to talk to the audience. And like the T-Jump, okay, because it was his audience, there were a whole bunch of people, and you're talking to James and T-Jump, and they're controlling the conversation. For you to take control or recap, you're saying T-Jump didn't care to listen to your recap, and James wasn't eliciting from you a recap, so you would have had to turn directly to the audience and say, even though T-Jump and James don't want to hear this, I'm speaking directly to you. And it's going to be a smaller audience with Amy, but that's what you're going to have to do. You have to speak to the audience, that like you're speaking to your opponent and to the host and to other people, but at the same time you're speaking directly to the audience. And if you're saying things that the host and your opponent don't want to hear, you have to have them sitting there where it's like, oh, she's not speaking to me, she's speaking to the audience, in a way that for whatever reason they're just going to be there silent while you're talking to the audience, because you have captivated or developed some sort of control of the situation.
Ideally, I suppose. I don't want to control the situation, but I would like to not be overwhelmed by unfair advantages, that people want to give themselves through rhetorical tricks. It's this bad faith Socratic method stuff. Like, what's the Socratic method? Is essentially like asking questions to get to the student asks the teacher questions and back and forth and stuff. That is like, it's predicated on your knowledge. Superior. They've just convinced themselves. It's not the same thing to convince yourself someone else, and that's where the bridge is not that gap's never been bridged. So what are we going to bridge that gap for the first time ever on a debate? The chances of that going well are nil. What's he going to do? Accept that I'm right?
Well, I'm saying because
on the debate,
because you're talking to an audience, you're talking to each other, and not like just like a conversation, like a phone call or even a recorded conversation. You're talking publicly in front of an audience, so presumably he knows that also, and he's talking to the audience, and there's going to be some sort of read of the audience, like a chat or feedback, where there's going to be a feel from the audience that they're on his side or your side, and if he's jumping you, and he feels that that's what the audience wants him to do, and he's getting positive feedback for doing it, he's probably going to do it. And so you would have to first be able to talk to the audience, because if you're just talking to him and Amy, and then your feedback loops are completely dependent on him and Amy, as opposed to talking straight to the audience, and then some sort of feedback where it's saying you're talking about him to the audience, you're talking about Amy to her audience, and that where she's going to recognize that maybe the audience is more on her side than mine.
that's a good idea. Just go to the third person right away. So it's
That's why
less aggressive.
I do, call myself Doovid, and to say, who is this person that this person thinks that you're talking to? Who is this person that these people think that they're observing? It's Doovid. It's not me. It's Doovid, because the me is not the same person that you think you're observing, because you have a false conception of what you're observing.
Uh-huh. Well, this has all been very helpful, actually. I really appreciate this really deep dive into stuff, because my attitude is just sort of like do it all myself, and just like the bad aspects, just sort of ignore them. But it would be good to tighten up the aspects.
No, because it's not it's not objective, and there's a feedback loop, and if you don't capture the feedback, you're not going to send a proper signal. So it's not like objective, like you performed in an objectively good way, that you have to feel the feedback loop of the audience, and saying they will feel the feedback loop also. Him and Amy are going to be, it's going to be live, there's going to be a chat, and so if like the viewers start going down, or people in the chat, or whatever, however you attempt to recognize the feedback on your own, or convey the feedback to them, that that the feedback as I said, that cause them to elicit so to say best behavior, or whatever they're doing. You said, like, no, you're in the presence of Church of Entropy, and even this is how you normally behave. In my presence, I would not recommend behaving that way. And it doesn't have to be it could be love or fear, not necessarily that bad things are going to happen to you for treating me like this, or good things are going to happen to you for being on best behavior.
Oh, it's a tightrope, isn't it?
No, it's just the karma of public speaking.
Oh, sure, yeah. It's all so easy, right?
No, it's extremely difficult. But I'm saying it's like it's actually it's like it's not the science of it is relatively simple to understand. I'm saying it's information theory, and it's not particularly complicated. Saying like I debated in 9th grade, you didn't have to like a teenager or a kid could understand the dynamics of the feedback of public speaking. But like at the same time, like even though I took a debate in 9th grade, and you could be in your 30s and just learning debate for the first time, or public speaking, whatever your background in it is, and then there could be like mental tricks, or various heuristics or mnemonics, but a lot of it's relatively simple, and sometimes there's a feel to it, like, okay, you're streaming, you got over 20 viewers. I mean, that's there's people in the chat, you got feedback, you got people that are on your side and maybe against you. In any crowd, there's going to be people that some sort of distribution, maybe bell curve type style of from neutral to for you to against you, and saying that you talk to segments of the audience where you directly address your backers or your opponents or everybody. Like at all times you're addressing everybody, because obviously all 20 some people watching right now, everything we're saying is addressed to all of them. But if you're in a debate where there's people on my side and then there's people on your side, that you're like, okay, right now I'm addressing my people, and then you could address your people. So like it would be advantageous where Jennifer, if I'm addressing my people, and then like, oh, Jennifer's like, oh, I forgot that 5 or 8 of the people here are on Doovid's side, not mine. Or I'm addressing your people, directly. So I was saying, even though these, 10 of the, whatever distribution are on your side, not mine, but I'm addressing directly your people, and in a way that's going to make you take a second look about how you're interacting with your own people. Because like obviously, like, okay, like these are your own peeps, they're coming to see you, but just so like this is how she treats her own peeps.
I figure my own people don't even show up because they're just tired of hearing me yakking at this point. Sorry.
Well, the value proposition that you have the value proposition to your own people. So you say, okay, like we're doing week in review, so right now, so we got 20 viewers. Thank God. Like, thanks for tuning in. Get good viewership. Please sub. Church of Entropy here, almost 1,000 subs. Get monetized. I said like the monetary pressure. Saying when she starts getting super chats here, I'm saying that that might increase the credibility, respect level. Just even if it's not for the money herself, but just the credibility level of money usually elicits best behavior, because people usually work for money, and when they see money, it you think I'm used to doing things that I don't want to do for money, and so that money elicits best behavior in that certain manner. But yeah, I mean, you got 20 some people watching, presumably you're going to have a handful of people that are on your side in the chat watching, and how to use that.
No more than 18 of them are your fans, right?
Well, I'm saying that it's your channel. You're saying the distribution of the value proposition, saying that hopefully what I'm saying is useful to everybody, but then that there's certain people, like, okay, maybe there's a handful of people I know IRL, and there's other people in different parts of the globe that it's very unlikely we're ever going to meet IRL. But like I could say something about to the people that like I'm going to be hanging out with tomorrow. Like if Deshawn's in the chat and you're going to take like a minute about like grabbing lunch tomorrow, that people like, Doovid, like just call him later. Like I don't want to hear you and Deshawn plan what you're going to do for lunch tomorrow. But like there might be some way to have the value proposition for people that understand that, like, of course this person has friends and associates in real life, and then there's intellectual friends, or however you do it, and as you become a seasoned streamer, that's important how you deal with it. And so like when you start getting super chats, you read super chats, or you could even maybe read a direct quote from the message. Like sometimes you're talking and you could best in show. You'll be great tomorrow, Jennifer. I'm looking forward to it. You have a calm demeanor under pressure, and don't get rattled even with simultaneous multi-combatants. So there's different strategies, and so that could be like a strategy just to read something from the chat.
Yeah, that's true. It was going really fast on Modern Day Debate, so I almost had no chance to do that. But I'm trying to remember from the previous streams, it's like 40-ish viewers, so I might be able to catch more of the chat this time. So, and I do appreciate all the encouragement in the chat. I've been preparing a lot for this debate. Got my huge 1,500 word thing all ready to go, so I may change it up a little based on this exchange, and certainly
Lambie, when is the debate, by the way? So I think at 10 p.m. ET?
10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Amy Newman channel. I will update the description of this stream to include it, but the actual link to the show, last I checked, wasn't on the channel. So I could put out a thing on this channel too. Like one of those Cade things where it's like 30 seconds and the link is in the description type thing.
Yeah, and so hopefully you could get your 15 more subs. And
yeah, we're down to the wire. Thanks everyone for participating, and to the new subscribers, welcome. We are very happy to have you here, and definitely had some troublemakers due to the nature of the conversations we have. They're controversial, so it attracts, people who say things that are somewhat fringe, and it's nice to have some more tempered opinions and more communication within the chat. We're friendship building, community building. That's what we're all about around here. And it's great to see just positive vibes. I don't think I've had to ban anyone. I mean, knock wood, right? But the whole stream. So let's keep it going. I'm feeling great about things. I was to figure the best possible scenario tomorrow, there's zero chance of it happening, which is him realizing I'm right and us just spending the entire debate me explaining the theory to him. I acknowledge that would be 0%, but I figure if I imagine it, the chances it'll happen are higher eventually.
No, I'd say God forbid you're completely wrong about that. Like, you signed up for a debate. You don't win a debate.
I know.
That's not even a fantasy interpretation.
Well, it's my fantasy. It's my fantasy, and I'm sticking.
It's a bad fantasy. Like, they're saying it's a fantasy, that you're, God forbid, someone's husband is going to leave his wife over you. It's a debate. You expect him to stay and be on his side. You're talking to the audience, and you want him to give good representation of the other side. And that you're trying to convince the audience. You're speaking to him, and even assuming that there's logic and reason behind his arguments. And if not, it's probably a crap debate. Like, if you're talking to people about a topic where you would think that you're gonna change their mind, saying all the religious debates. Like, no, I've never seen a debate where the person stopped up after the debate and switched sides and converted to the other religion. So when Luke Ford's father, saying they had the debate and they did baptisms after, people in the audience maybe got baptized one side or the other. But it's no, it's not even a good fantasy. Even that fantasy makes it less likely that you're probably going to put in the type good performance that you should be aiming for. See what I'm saying? That there's no reasonable expectation that you would plan on him switching sides or admitting.
That's why I said my estimated probability was 0%, but it's still the thing that I wish would happen. I mean, can I not?
I'm saying
I'm not going to be the first person to.
You signed up for a debate, not a class.
I know.
If you wanted to teach a class, you would sign up that she would invite you to her channel, and you would just be teaching your theory. You signed up for a debate.
I know.
So you're saying that your idea of a good debate is where the person says, no, please just teach a class. It's no, you signed up for a debate. You want a debate.
That's why.
If you wanted a class, sign up. If you wanted a class, you should have asked her to let you on her channel to just teach a class.
With a bunch of defiant students and troublemakers? People are going to be troublemakers in my sacred class? I don't think so. People have to come to that realization on their own. What?
Saying if you want people, you're saying that you want to be invited to teach, you get invited to teach. You're saying that if I have Lipton Matthews on, I'm assuming it's going to be a good conversation. I'm going to ask him about his areas of expertise. Maybe I'll make a few points, but no, I'm not trying to, because I am inviting him. I'm not inviting him for a debate. For a conversation, and if I had a synagogue or something like that, inviting an expert scholar in residence or something to teach. I would be inviting someone to teach. That
debating is what you do when you're not teaching.
Right, so you should be debating in good faith. So
I
if you
am
signed up for a
debating in
debate,
good
you don't want it to be a class. You want it to be a debate.
That doesn't mean I can't dream of a better tomorrow.
No, it's not a dream of tomorrow. If you're saying that you signed up for a debate because no one wants to listen to you teach a class, so you're dreaming that one day someone will actually, other than Aaron Amihud, that someone will actually ask you to teach him something.
He's still one person, okay? He exists.
No, I'm saying it's nonsense. It's
entity.
It's okay, I'm gonna go on a business meeting and try to turn it into a date. And it's like, no, like you don't try to turn debates into classes. You signed up for a debate.
That happened to you?
You don't, try to, make a business meeting and turn it into a date.
I wouldn't say I was trying to do that. Woo.
You just said that's what you're trying to do. I'm saying that.
No, I said
that's
it
not.
was my dream. It was the thing
Well,
I
I'm saying
would.
that you're going to have a bad performance then.
Okay, crap, man. Do you
saying like
understand
you're
what
a
I'm
guest
saying?
you're a guest in bad faith then, that you signed up for a
Oh,
debate that you don't
please.
want to turn it into a class.
Wonder Crab, can you weigh in on this? Does what I said make sense to you? I think you're muted right now. I don't know if you can unmute. There you go. Yeah, we're not hearing you at all. Can you hear him? I can't. No, I don't think there's any audio. Just your face. We can't hear you at all. Don Willis seems entertained. Yes, I'll agree with you, Don. Oh, it
You
looks
just
like we
cut off,
lost
like,
him.
yeah, I'd say it's 100% nonsensical. You know what I'm saying? And it's in bad faith. Like you made an agreement, stick to the agreement. And you signed up for a debate, do a debate. If you want to teach a class, sign up for a class. Then you're almost dishonest in your own. You're saying, okay, this woman's dishonest. She said she was going to come into a debate, and now she wants to teach a class. And if you want to teach a class, tell me that's what you want to do. Don't lie to me and you want to debate, and when you really want to do is teach a class.
I do want to debate, and I'm prepared for a debate. So I don't know why you keep ragging on
Because
this.
you had this like dream scenario that's nonsensical that it's going to turn into a class.
I can't dream a dream, even if it's an unrealistic dream. Why not?
Well, it's saying just bad character. That's saying that you signed up for a debate. That means there's going to be another person expressing their ideas. And so if you want to teach a class, teach a class.
Okay.
Don't waste it. You're saying no. I mean, it's a violation of the ahimsa principle. That this like don't waste this other person's time. If you want to teach a class, there's no reason for this other person to be there. And if he's there, then you wasted everybody's time by false advertising.
So me teaching is more ahimsa generating than me debating.
Wasting another person's time
isn't it?
Is harming people. And so false advertising is a form of harming people. So like you want to be a teacher, teach. Like if I pay you to do something, I want you to do what I paid you to do. I don't if I don't care if you're the greatest teacher. You came to do this job function, fulfill that function. It's your dharma to do a debate. And so I mean, it's your own nonsensical. Like if you have a fantasy that you're going to be some great teacher, maybe that should come true. But like it's your dharma to fulfill your dharma, and your dharma tomorrow is not to teach; it's to debate. And if it's your bad karma that no one wants to hear you teach, and you have to prove yourself in debates, then fulfill your dharma by performing a good debate. Not by fantasizing about what might happen in the future.
I see.
I mean, that's the kind of nonsense. Like, okay, like I'm gonna date this guy even though I don't really like him because like maybe I'll find someone better. And it's saying like it's just bad karma. It's a violation of the ahimsa principle. It means you're not participating in good faith, and you're not fulfilling your dharma of the situation by doing your obligation that's right in front of you.
Wonder Crab, I haven't heard you in a while. I don't know if you're talking, but I see you've got your lips are moving there. We cannot hear a word you're saying. So, okay, you're gonna say bye. Okay, thanks for joining. I guess you had a bit of an audio issue there. Well, it's been very, very helpful. Yeah, I already said there's no chance it's going to happen. So,
but even that you want that to happen is just like, okay, this woman's got bad karma. Like she cannot be trusted. She cannot be trusted to fulfill her dharma. And it's like even just an intention. It's okay. She could be maybe like she's going to fulfill her job. Saying like, okay, you're going to stick with your husband even though you don't love him. God forbid. And saying that saying like, okay, like it's better that maybe you fulfill your dharma even if your heart's not there. But you're saying like, I don't really want to debate. I want to teach. So I'm just signing up for this because I don't have anything better. And so that's just a sign of poor character. Why'd you sign up for debate if you want? if you want to teach, why didn't you sign up? Why didn't you ask her if you could come
I
on
want
and
to debate. I want to debate, and I want to teach. You can want more than one thing at the same time. I just want to teach more than I want to debate. That's all.
So when you said you want to turn, they're saying that, to me that sounded like you don't take your dharma seriously, and that you're going to switch with the obligation that you signed up for. Like it seemed.
No, I take it very seriously. I take it very seriously. I just would like people to be. Oh, now there's a bit of what is it? Did you hear that?
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I think it seems like it's okay now.
I got it.
Okay, great. I'm really glad we get to hear from you again.
That's
frustrating.
frustrating.
Are you okay with me dreaming my impossible dream, or are you on with Duke?
Okay.
It's a stupid,
So finally,
impossible dream.
I've been trying to interject for like, I feel like it's been like 20 minutes. I've been trying to say something, but at least look, I think is it. Look, here's my question for Doovid: is it less powerful if you are the one to make the first? You don't even have to concede, but what you do, and this is what I did in my debate, sort of with Leo Phillis. It wasn't like a full anything. We just talked, but I said I don't disagree, because he was going into his description of the photon. The nuances aren't important, but is it less powerful if you are the first one? Because I think you're right. Of course, he's not going to realize that they agree. But this was my point about dependency: is ultimately they both agree on claims of dependency and eternality at some point. If she's the first one, or if we are the first one to like acknowledge that we actually don't disagree, that actually his position is a religious position, his position is that the state of nothing doesn't exist, and that things are eternal in some fashion, or at least dependent. Is that weaker?
But I mean, if you get someone to make concessions like that, I mean, that's part of debate. That you could say
Right.
that's your goal of the debate, and you're saying that if you sign that you want to enter, and he's going to be like, oh, you're so awesome, let's just not turn to the debate, and I'll just sit down and scoop the words out of your mouth as you said it. And you're saying no, I'm saying even to fantasize about that is to me, this is a bad character. You signed up for a debate, and if the person is unqualified to debate you, then you shouldn't have signed up for a debate.
If you can get the other person to trick them into agreeing with you by saying, "Oh yeah, I don't disagree, you're right," I think that's one way that you can actually gain ground, right? You can actually make them take a position that you hold by just agreeing with them. If it's a definitional dispute like mine was, and I think hers would be if they're talking about the Big Bang, because I don't think he would disagree that the Big Bang is dependent. The Big Bang comes from something. It didn't just happen for no reason out of nothing, for no reason.
What do you mean when you say dependent? Like dependent on prior causes?
Yeah, something precedes.
Okay, so I think, yeah, the assertion of the Big Bang is that the prior cause of the Big Bang is unknowable.
Well, that's fine, but he still
however
believes,
you worded it.
He still believes that explanation exists, and any alternative is self-defeating. Something does precede the Big Bang from their rationalist perspective necessitatively.
And they also assert that it's unknowable due to, qualities of the Big Bang itself, right?
Well, that's fine. We can get into the nuances of that, but once they agree that it's necessary, they already have conceded that God is real, basically.
Well, they've conceded causality is a fixture, but he has asserted that he does not believe causality is a fixture, and has cited alleged quantum fluctuations that are acausal. And he even said that nuclear reactivity was acausal.
Well, right, but this is an easy point to destroy him on, right? What to posit something is something.
I didn't know how to address that because it's apparently been quote published in Science.
I think you're both demonstrating my point that you're talking to the audience, that you're talking to him, but you're your target is the audience. So you like that if you get him to make a concession about one of your points, you're saying that's for the sake of the audience. And when you have your closing statement isn't you're like, look, this guy agreed that I'm right. You're closing, and the same like Best in Show saying that I don't agree. The debate is also for educating and teaching. It would be useful for the audience to understand both debaters' position. Exactly, that you're educating and teaching, but the goal isn't that that they're gonna cancel the debate and just turn it into you giving a class. That they're saying if you signed up for a debate, you signed up for a debate, and that's what you should be expecting. And it's like a game of chess or something. The guy resigns, right in the opening. It's like, oh, I'm lost. Let me just resign. It's like, no, I mean, you signed up. You're going to play a game, and even if you're going to lose, like expect the person to play the game, even once they realize that they're lost. Largely for the sake of the audience, and that it's like like okay, like he agreed, I'm right. So let's just go home, call it a night. Like, no, I mean, both sides have to put on a good show, and you want him to give some of the best arguments for the opposing side. And if you get him to make concessions because the weakness in his arguments, that it's like the recapping to the audience, that you have to speak directly to the audience and explain to him that that your side of the argument, not you, not you yourself, saying it doesn't have anything to do with you. It has to do with the idea, but your side of the argument is so much better and logical that this person I'm debating, representing the other side, is making these concessions, and then to help the audience understand, why the Big Bang has all these problems in it, and it's like, it's not because the other person's going to be like, oh, she's right and I'm wrong. You're going to use your opponent's position to to teach the audience. That's why it's a debate. It's not just a class. It was just you explaining things to people. It's a different venue and it's a different method of connecting to the audience. So when you explain things during the debate to the audience, you're not just teaching what you think. You're demonstrating the difficulties of, so to say, thinking in opposition to the way you think. So it's not only you explaining your ideas. You're explaining why your ideas are better than the opposing school with the prop of the opposing school right in front of you.
You think it would be worth? Sorry, go ahead.
You can get him to concede as sort of a trap, as sort of like a good show, and then from if you can get him to make basically just the statement that whatever his unintelligible cause is, that cause is dependent, then it's either on him to make that statement or to defend the position that there is an alternative to dependency, that there is an alternative to fundamentality and eternality, all these descriptive words. And if that is his position, that there are actually acausal factors at work, then this is like the easiest argument. I feel this is the easiest argument to destroy, because all you have to do is like the T-jump method, just question unendingly and kind of like I forget the word, but
he's gonna be like, this is all we can tell. This is the limits of what we can tell. We can't tell anything behind this. This is the end of the universe. That's what they're gonna say.
Well, you should be aiming to, like what I said, to carry your arguments forward. So you have a pre-written, pre-planned opening, and presumably all of the points, the major points, you're going to give over in the opening. You might have a few other things that come up, but basically every important thing, hopefully you're going to get out the main points in the opening, and then throughout the rest of the program, you want to carry those arguments forward, like on the flow, where you draw an arrow and move it forward with time, and be like, okay, you remember how I mentioned in the beginning this, and so in reference to okay, here's my opponent, and here's my opponent admitting that concessions about flaws in their arguments, and then you have to carry your points that you made at the beginning forward and saying that's why this point that I made at the beginning is so powerful, because it's in direct relation to these concessions that I'm extracting from my opponent. And the reason I'm able to extract concessions from my opponent is because this argument that I mentioned at the beginning that now I'm carrying forward.
It just sounds so mean. Extract concessions. It's just
That's just what you
mean.
said. I mean, you said winning and getting the guy to admit that that you're right, and extracting concessions is just saying that
I look at it as like inducing knowledge.
No, I mean saying because it's a debate. They're saying you're teaching. You have an opening statement where you're going to give your presentation about why you believe what you believe, but it's like, a boxing match. There's someone in the opposite corner throwing punches also, and saying that if the other side, you should know in advance the difficulties that you're likely to find in the opposing camp. And yes, so it's extracting concessions. That's that's about as professional and nice as you could say it, that the person knows that their argument has saying like if you're arguing some belief system, and the bigger problems with the belief systems, you could probably expect certain concessions that the person is just going to give you, like Joseph Cohn hitting me with like why'd you make this concession, the tropes about Jews, and you accept, you didn't fight back. I expected you to push back, but like no, Doovid, his opponent was able to
cross references are awful, aren't they?
concessions from me. So he's saying like, yes, your goal.
You laid down like a submissive dog. You were just like, here, have all my concessions. That's what I love about you, is the purity of your faith that way. You had no qualms about doing that.
Well, I say if you preemptively that said like, yes, I would just say that there's some truth to all tropes. That so I'm going to make a concession that I'm not going to push back like that. Every single anti-Semitic trope is just 100% false. That say like, no, there's a little bit of truth to the character of all of the tropes. That there's a reason why there's a trope, and there's some sort of characteristic that's there for the trope. In my story, it's a good thing, not a bad thing. But just as a debate strategy, like yes, you're probably going to have to make concessions also. That he's going to be able to, if he's a worthy debate opponent, he's going to extract concessions from you. And like, no, extracting concessions is not blood sports. Extracting concessions is professional negotiation.
That works on me. I'm not very good at extracting concessions from, I don't think, but maybe in certain ways, yes, maybe.
Brian, you're not going to win a debate if you don't extract any concessions.
Yeah, it's more aggressive, whereas like my vibe so far is
there's nothing aggressive about extracting concessions. All that is you're person to agree to the weak points in their arguments. It's not even anything personal about the person. You're saying that you're arguing against the Big Bang, he's arguing for it, and there's a bunch of weak points. Some points that are easier and stronger to make than others. Debates are largely won in preparation. So hopefully in advance, the larger weak points that he's going to face defending his arguments, and you should expect to be able to extract concessions from him, that he's going to admit that that there's some difficult things to explain from his point of view. It has absolutely nothing to do with blood sports or embarrassing. It's not a debate if you don't extract concessions.
Note to self, extract concessions. To-do list.
Yeah.
I get up, I have a coffee, I extract a couple of concessions, do my morning workout routine. See, like the way I see it is you're right, and the alternative is inducing knowledge, and they're, one's less aggressive than the other, and I prefer the less aggressive one, but I'll do the aggressive one if I have to, and there's no issue in terms of duty for that. So I don't want to.
I mean, you debate in bad faith. You're saying like that it's a debate because a reasonable person could be on either side of the issue. And the thing that it's not like all people on the opposite side of the issue are just bad and dumb and horrible people. That obviously you're in favor of your side of the argument, but there's schools of thought and there's enough reasonability or logic to some extent that there are people on the other side of the argument, and there's some things like in favor, like I said, the expansion in all directions of the universe, or various things that might lead to like, yes, I agree that there are certain things in line that have explanatory benefit for the opposing side, that there is explanatory power towards the opposing side, and that reasonable people believe in the position of the opposing side due to the explanatory power of it. And then you extract concessions where the person recognizes that there's either flaws or contradictions in the explanatory power of their position. And so like it's literally extracting a concession because the person concedes that there's a problem with the explanatory power of their side of the argument due to something that hopefully in preparation you have already determined is going to be very difficult for them to explain. And if you've done your job properly, you will be able to extract a concession that the person will be, yes, unfortunately, even though I believe in my position and I still believe it, that I agree that there is difficulty in this point, and I concede to you that. And so that's the goal of, so to say, a debate. It's not like teaching where you're just going to say what you believe, that you have to actually confront the other person with the difficult points in their position, treat them with enough respect that they're representing something that has enough explanatory power that reasonable people believe in it. And then, when you speak directly to the audience and you want people to take, your side as opposed to them, then you remind them that you were able to extract these concessions from the other person. And if they're intellectually honest, they're going to admit. And when they do their closing statement, they're like, yes, I did concede these points to the other people, like Joseph Cohn or something, say, I did concede that these points that, management class or, certain characteristics, but largely it's a good thing, not a bad thing. And, so that's how debate works. That's why I said, don't be in some fantasy of turning it into don't turn into a fantasy of turning into a teaching session. It's a debate.
The yes, but thing. That's a good technique. Yes, but. Let me show you how what you just said actually bolsters my explanation. The yes, but. It's potent. I fear that once I get my claws in, I'll be like a pit bull, basically. But I suppose it's an irrational.
Because you're a bad character, maybe. You're saying like, no, you're saying it's not about you, it's not about him, it's about the argument. And saying it wouldn't matter if it's Leo or,
and we're
or,
part of the
anybody.
Argument.
That if
make the argument come alive, we breathe life into the stale, lifeless argument.
That you're saying, even if it was, Richard Feynman, even if it was Richard Dawkins or whoever the top person in the field, they also would have agreed to this concession. That your side of the argument is so powerful that it's not just you're debating some punk kid and he made a concession to you, that you're so right that even if it was the top researcher in the field, he also would have made this concession to you.
Yeah, fair enough. So I could even bring it into well, why didn't you make the concession, and then say that it's bad faith if you can't concede an incontrovertible thing.
Well, I'm saying you're assuming that I mean, so it's a low-level debate that you have bad character and he has bad character, and the reason it's a low-level debate is
Whoa,
because
whoa. Cool it here. It's just this
well, I'm saying that, I mean, I'm
crazy.
warning you that your bad character is going to come out in the debate, and it's saying that, like, no, it's not about you, it's about the ideas. And if you're right, that there's certain things that might be directly to your opponent, but you're saying, no, if you're right, that any person on the other side would have seen it this way.
One would think if people actually cared about science, they would agree. So it suggests they don't care about science or don't know what science is. I don't want to go
No, I
down
mean,
that
so that's
road.
like you're saying a bad character because you're not accepting that reasonable people are on the opposite side of the opinion, that they're not, they're not on the opposite side because they don't care about science.
Are people's beliefs reasonable? Largely?
Wait a second. I don't want to get too philosophical to say any beliefs, but you're saying that,
honest,
it's only a debate. It's only a debate if both sides are representative of reasonable positions.
Mm-hmm. And then who decides what's a reasonable position? A debate. So it's self-referential.
Yeah, but saying a debate requires that both sides are reasonable.
Mm-hmm. And what I said still stands, right?
Well, I mean, God forbid you're just going to display your own poor character tomorrow.
Well, you're not acknowledging my point. Who decides what's reasonable?
Everybody decides that for themselves.
Oh, okay.
You're going to say that there's some objective standard, maybe to some extent,
Well,
also, but these larger issues that because there's camps of experts on both sides, or there's factions in sectarianism among large swaths of humanity on these issues.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have your bad character where just, I'm right and the other person's wrong. I speak on behalf of science, and my opponent speaks on behalf of nonsense.
So what do you want me to say? That it's a common, just because a belief is common doesn't mean it's reasonable. That's like, what am I appealing to? There is no reasonable reason to put a singularity in physics that defeats the purpose of physics.
Like you're saying, like, I'm just going to expose my opponent for the fraud that they are. Leo, I'm sorry, but I'm tonight going to expose you as a fraud in front of everybody who's here to watch.
Well, that's his intention towards me at the end of the day, and if it ends up getting turned on him, whose bad karma is that? It's not my bad. It's not my intention towards him. My intention is to have a good debate. I don't feel the position is defensible. Feel free to prove me wrong. How is it a reasonable position to posit a singularity in physics?
Well, I mean, good luck, but it's like, beware that, like,
well, you can't answer, like, you're not even
exposing your own bad character in front of an audience.
So because I don't think that a belief in a singularity is reasonable, I have bad character?
If you don't respect your opponent or your other side, it's probably indicative of your own poor character, and you're just going to expose it to everybody who watches.
Well, what exactly do you mean by respect? What do you mean by respect? I do feel that I respect. If I didn't respect people, I wouldn't talk to them. That's how I feel.
You're saying if T-Jump, that's what he does. Exactly. He exposes frauds, and saying you want to become a T-Jump, and like you want to expose frauds.
I don't. When did I ever say that was what I wanted to do? It's not. I want to teach. That's not what. Exposing frauds is the last thing I want to do. Sometimes they cause me problems, like Kurt Doolittle and Claire Kopp, right? So I had to do those. I had to expose those frauds because the situation just warranted it. I'm not looking for it.
Right, just beware that
I'm just not understanding what your issue is. You're saying I have to believe that this view is reasonable, even though I don't believe that. And I'm just asking on what basis? Like, to me, I am showing this guy respect. Because I'm willing to have the conversation and talk about it. I'm willing to take, quote, the losing side of a debate. How is that not respectful? Just because I think his position's unreasonable, I think he probably also thinks my position is unreasonable. Hence the need for the debate. That's what I don't understand what the issue is here.
Well, I say that no. I mean, I think both sides are reasonable. Reasonable that there's explanatory power and
Okay.
benefit towards either side of the argument.
Is this the position? I mean, it's kind of every religious position that the opposite would be untenable, right? It's kind of like
It was like Judaism and Christianity.
Well,
Like one
no,
is true,
not
one is
necessarily.
true, one is false. When I'm saying that you say if there's a debate between a Jew and a Christian, that one of them can't be reasonable. It's like no, I mean both are reasonable, both have explanatory power, even though they're contradictory in a certain way where you could be like, well, one has to be true, well, they both can't be true. So you could be respectful and say that there's explanatory power and benefit to both Judaism and Christianity, even if from a larger perspective you say Christianity is a false religion, doesn't mean that it doesn't have benefit and explanatory power. That
Okay.
is reasonable for someone to be a Christian because it has explanatory power.
Benefit and explanatory power. Yeah. Well, if that's your definition of reasonable, I'll concede that for sure.
You know, the Big Bang.
You extracted a confession. Yay! Everybody pay attention. Doovid just did it. He did it, guys. It's happening. I find it ultra confusing. I'll be honest. I find a lot of that stuff. Like, I dropped out of Gen Rel one class into the semester because I was like, what the fuck? Made no sense to me.
You know,
And
so
I
the
figured if it doesn't make
Big
sense.
Bang has explanatory benefit and power. You know, so I'm just mentioning that there is reason. It's reasonable to believe in the Big Bang because it has a certain amount of explanatory power. And so if you're going to have a debate in good faith that you say it does not meet the threshold of sufficient explanatory power to believe in as a scientific theory.
Does this serve us even when the opponent does not hold the position that our opinions are respectable? Like, should we respect somebody who doesn't respect us? Will that help us win?
Probably. I'm saying you treat every being with respect. You even treat people who don't respect you with respect. And you know, I mentioned like interfaith. Like if you say, okay, a different system, like okay, like if you're Christian and you're saying from a Judeo perspective, like I'm sorry, Christianity is an idol. Jesus is a false idol. And no, like I'm sorry, you're probably going to be punished, and like God forbid, idol worship is a serious offense, and your religion is idol worship. I'm sorry, but saying it's still reasonable to say that there's a reasonable person could still be Christian, even though you hold personally it's a false religion in a form of idol worship. Or if you're going to take the attitude like no reasonable person could be Christian. If anybody actually believes in Christianity, it has to be that there's some ulterior, nefarious reason that causes that person to, subscribe to that belief system, and Judaism or Big Bang or whatever. Something Doovid, like I don't buy that you actually believe in Judaism. It has to be that there's some nefarious motive behind you that's causing you to subscribe to this obviously false system. So you could have a hostile debate, and you say like, no, sorry, you're a Christian. I have zero respect for Christianity until you dump this false religion. I will not show you any respect. And then you could even say like, I actually do respect you as a person, and the reason why I'm showing you so much disrespect is because I respect you, and I want you to stop worshiping these idols. And so even you could take a confrontational role of respect, like you're a smart person, why would you believe in something that's so obviously false and causes all these negative things? And if that's your view, that the Big Bang is obviously false and nefarious, and you need to set the person free from their own folly, you could take that approach. But then even if
I take the position that most people don't really question their beliefs / know what they are.
Well, say nefarious. Like, okay, well, the reason you believe in what you believe in is because subconsciously you want to rape, murder, and kill, and steal.
What?
And unfortunately, you think in your own head that maybe you're doing these for altruistic reasons, but like, no, it's because you're, this horrible, despicable person who just wants to do these horrible things, and some sort of dissonance. And no, I'm sorry, that's what I believe. And just be straight up and say it in some sort of way that, like, no, I don't buy for a second that you actually believe in the Big Bang Theory. I think that you're basically a murderer, and you're just claiming that you believe in this system to cover up for the fact that you're a murderer. And if that's your argument, that's your argument. If that's what you believe, saying like,
hold on, you lost me there. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about respecting the other person's position, where you say like, no, I can't respect this other person's position because the person's
I respect people.
And then motivation, where you're saying that
It doesn't make sense to define my respect for their position if they don't know what their own position is necessarily. It's behavior that I would.
yes, I mean the
judge.
motivation. So you're saying, oh, the reason the person believes in it is because they're trying to cover up the fact that they're a murderer. That's not what they're going to tell you.
That's not what I said. I said
Yeah,
majority of people.
I'm just giving a straw man point of the extreme of that example. That why would a
not
person,
knowing what you think means that you're repressing the desire to kill people? That's a bit of a stretch. Like,
well, I mean, they're repressing something. So I just brought it to the extreme example that they're covering up for the fact.
it doesn't mean they're repressing something. It just means that biologically we're compelled to focus on one aspect of our total experience in the interest of survival. We're not necessarily spending all of our time making inventory of our beliefs to check for self-consistency. And the manner in which beliefs arise doesn't involve that type of self-consistency check. It doesn't have an external manner of validating consistency. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you took it like to the meat eating example, because I'm sorry, you are
That's
a
what I'm
murderer.
saying. So, like,
You're a meat eater. You are a murderer. And I think the reason you believe in the Big Bang is because you want to be able to murder and get away with it. And the Big Bang is just a justification for your ability to eat meat. I'm sorry, that's what I think.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to come back to the thing you said.
Like my point on karma, that the reason Jennifer is giving her theory about photons is because she wants to sin and get away with it. And the obvious fact is that there is a spiritual realm, and everything you think, say, or do is recorded permanently, and there is a judge that will judge everything that you ever thought, said, or did. And if Jennifer has a system that does not include a judge, that includes everything that she ever thought, said, or did, it is obvious that the reason she created this system is in order to get out of the punishment for the horrible things that she probably said, thought, and did. There cannot be any other explanation.
That sounds psychotic, doesn't it?
No, I mean, it's the basic. I mean, the Vedas and the Kabbalah and almost everyone says it. That
what makes people behave worse is the question of,
that is saying the reason
which
why
is
you
going to
believe in
give
your
more
system
accountability.
is to justify sinning and getting away with it.
Is
And
that
you're saying-
possibly true about you?
Well,
Or
it's saying
are you
that's true about
possibly
everybody.
projecting
It's saying that that's somewhat of like a
Is it possible
Kabbalistic.
that I just don't want to sin? Is it okay for me to want to not to sin, or is that just like the wanting the debate?
It's your
between
cognitive
teaching thing?
dissonance that you already sin and you want to be able to get away with it. So you design and believe in some false worldview that tells you that sin isn't sin, or that there's no punishment for sin.
I'm saying there is punishment. There's reincarnation. That's quite a large tab to pay, isn't it?
No, I'm saying it's like E. Michael Jones, said like the person is like, no, like you're going to hell for eternity. You're not getting reincarnated. I'm sorry. Like you just believe in this reincarnation stuff in order to make yourself, to limit the dissonance for the fact that you're going to be extremely severely punished for the sin. And I mean, that is what E. Michael Jones said when I asked him about reincarnation.
Punishments are definitely real.
He told his story about his guy in the deathbed, and he said, don't worry, get reincarnated. And he said, like, no, you go into hell. I'm sorry.
anyway.
But I mean, that's what we say. If that's your belief, that's your belief, and so that's your system. And it's saying so as like a system that the Kabbalists lay out, that's the internal motivation that the sages say everybody functions by.
Okay.
That people naturally sin and do inappropriate behavior, and then we create belief systems around our inappropriate behavior, and the purpose of the belief system is to justify our inappropriate behavior. So that's just a worldview outlook that has explanatory power of why people act in the way that they act, and the reason we act in the way we act is because we fall short of what we're supposed to do, and then we try to justify our falling short by creating a false belief system because the truth is too scary. The truth is that I'm a mess up, and I'm going to be punished for my messed up in a very severe way. And so you're just debating the Big Bang, and there could be no personal connection. They're saying there's a reasonability that whether a person believes in the Big Bang or doesn't believe in the Big Bang has absolutely no bearing on the moral, ethical character of the person. A person could be moral and ethical and believe or reject the Big Bang. There's no connection. Or if you say, like, no, honestly, I think there's a connection, and if you're a moral and ethical person, you'd be more likely to be on one side of the debate or not. But like, no, you're arguing about science, and so presumably there's absolutely no connection to the person's morality and ethics, and you say that a person could be just as moral and ethical and believe in the Big Bang as someone who doesn't believe in the Big Bang.
How did we get onto this subject exactly?
Because I was talking about respecting
how
your
does one
opponent.
connect? Oh, okay.
So maybe you said, like, you give the example, like, Christianity, and so, like, no, unfortunately, I have to say that you're probably less moral and ethical, or the opposite, if you're, part of this religion or the other religion. And you're saying, like, no, like, you could be a Jew, a Muslim, or a Christian, and moral, ethical under any of those religions, and there's different reasons why a person would fall into one of those religions that doesn't have any bearing on the morality and ethics. So I'm assuming Big Bang, that's why I wanted to make the point that there is no connection to the morals and ethics of the person connected to whether they believe in the Big Bang or not.
You sure about that?
I could propose, multiple truth hypotheses that, yeah, you could believe in the Big Bang and have basically any karmatic system that includes the obligation to perform righteous behavior and the punishment for negative behavior in either system. So that whatever moral or ethical system that, some sort of multiple truth hypothesis, you could have basically the same moral ethical system in either the Big Bang or not Big Bang.
Well, good luck substantiating that assertion.
I mean, say if morals and ethics is tied to karma, and you're going to say that a person could have
And karma is
reason.
tied to beliefs, isn't it?
Yeah, so the person could believe in karma through the Big Bang or through a different system. And you're not arguing in favor of a different system, so to say. You're just arguing that the Big Bang is, either not a justifiable belief according to the system of, according to this current state of science, or you're going to add in disadvantages. And you say, like, no, besides for the fact that the Big Bang is not justifiably have enough evidence to believe in as a scientific theory, that you're going to add in like disadvantages, and that not only that believe, like I did on evolution. So I argued with JF. I not only argued multiple points for why I thought evolution was false, I also said the disadvantage of evolution is that it's more conducive to amoral behavior. So if you're going to add that into your Big Bang argument. So besides for the fact that scientifically the Big Bang does not have enough justification to accept as a theory, that added onto it that that there's disadvantages to believing in the Big Bang, besides for it not being scientifically false, and that people who believe in the Big Bang are more likely to exhibit poor character and not believe in karma. So that you're talking about your debate strategy. So
yeah, I've
is
got
that
quantum state exclusion as like a disproof of the Big Bang, and I've got a prediction of the cosmic microwave background and a prediction of the temporal lensing for the like higher than light speed recession of distant stars. So I'm just going to predict those using my model and saying this is uncaused. You don't need to invoke a singularity to account for these attributes. You can do it within what they're calling conformal cyclic cosmology. The things that would be like Big Bang-esque would be the creation of stars. There's no bangs bigger than that that I'm aware of. Doesn't make any sense. There's hard limits to light density. Kind of a quantum uncertainty thing. So that was my main approach, was going to be to just say flat out that it violates quantum state exclusion. Or sorry, yeah, it violates the Pauli exclusion principle. Is it Pauli exclusion? Wait. Yeah, Pauli exclusion principle. That's the one it violates.
you get
And
Don
also-
Willis here, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Doovid's passionate about debate and wanted Jen to get rid of thoughts of winning over opponent. Yeah, I mean, basically that I thought, Jennifer trying to, think of winning over her opponent would probably just lead to her putting on a poor performance, and Aaron Amihud, medicine losing potency. Yeah, I'm more irritable. I'm not smoking weed, so I'm less agreeable. And that John saying, I think describing violent motivation is hate speech in Canada. Could be, but I was saying from a belief system, I mean, even Aristotelian or evolutionary, let's say. I was just watching on University of California the evolutionary basis of aggression. And if you're looking into the motivations of people, you could assume or have a system that assumes that this is the true motivation of people, that people are naturally violent creatures, and that subconsciously or even consciously that yes, people are thinking violence, that even if a person rejects that, you say, well, according to my system, that's what's happening. And it looks like, Jennifer is not going to be making any moral or ethical appeals. You're just going to be talking about science.
Oh my gosh, it never even occurred to me to make a moral ethical appeal. Like I
Well, it's saying that would be in the form of
can
an
only
advantage
affect
or
your
disadvantage.
morality. Beliefs affect your morality to the extent that you're aware of them.
I was saying in terms of debate structure, that you would add that in as a disadvantage. So saying that the Big Bang is unscientific or has less explanatory power than uncreated universe for the 4 points that you mentioned, and also that there's practical disadvantages to believing in the Big Bang, in that statistically people who believe in the Big Bang are more likely to be scumbags.
I wasn't planning on even for 1 microsecond saying that. I don't even think I feel that way.
I made that argument about evolution.
Vegetarian? Evolution.
Well, I said that that not necessarily the disadvantage that people are more likely to be scumbags, but that that it's easier to have a happy family, moral life, believing in God or some sort of higher power that functions as rewarding the righteous and punishing the wicked than evolution. And actually, JF conceded that point. He said he's a scientist. He's going to go with the science, but he did concede the disadvantage of evolution. And even the point I made about the structure of marriage, that being faithful in a monogamous relationship is more difficult under an evolutionary system. That JF also conceded, conceded that point, but said that was irrelevant to the veracity of evolution or not.
Big claim.
It was a concession, so I extracted a concession. So he said yes, but yes, I accept that that he made that concession, but saying that relevance to the debate that we're talking about whether evolution is true or not whether it makes for believing it makes for a happy family life or not.
It's actually a pretty complicated question.
So you're saying that believing in the Big Bang or not can affect how happy your family life is or not, and could be an advantage or disadvantage, and you might be
I
able
wouldn't
to
generalize like that. It would only have the potential to affect your morality if it was a core belief. Even if I agree that that's true, which I'm not even saying that it is.
You were saying that people who believe in the Big Bang are more likely to believe in evolution, and
that might be true because they're both mainstream theories. I mean, that's what you'd expect, I think. That for most people, they're just going to go along with the mainstream thing that karmatically isn't going to make much difference because they don't think about it and it doesn't mean anything to them. It's just an anecdote they've memorized that's like a very minimal imprint on you. Versus if you're thinking about it and mulling it over all the time and agonizing for months, but its ultimate nature could be a transformative experience. So I couldn't make a statement generalizing like that because it just wouldn't be a fact. The tides that move the Hylics are not the same that move the psychics. Plus, it comes off a little gauche, doesn't it? I don't want to come off as moral grandstanding because, even sometimes when I think I'm making objective statements, you think I'm making moral judgments. So it's just stay off the moral judgments entirely. Because even my non-moral judgments get interpreted as such. So don't need things to be any more contentious than they already are.
And don't make an appeal to you understanding science better, or don't make an appeal to your authority over his authority. That no one should accept your side of unless that's your goal. But you're saying that you're more likely to come into increasing conflict or tension in the debate if you make an appeal to authority that for whatever reason you feel you have more authority than your opponent.
I want people to consider what their sources of authority are. The last thing I would want would be blind allegiance. That sounded good. Okay, I'll go along with that. I think the best possible thing would just be that decision to contemplate one's own sources of authority. Because a lot of people who are atheists, I've noticed, seem to think you can make statements. I mean, it's not just atheists, but a lot of this type of thinking leads to the idea that you can make statements without axioms. Not true. So it's a bit confusing to have to contend with those types of beliefs because they strike me as religious style beliefs. No amount of reason will permeate them.
Okay, is that it? You want to wrap up, or do you want to stay on? I guess if you want to keep on going, I could sign off. And we could...
Wonder Crab wants to keep going. He hasn't talked in a while. Yeah, if you're good to go, we've been going for 5 hours and almost 20 minutes. I've had a great time. I hope everyone enjoyed the videos I put together this week. I had a lot of fun doing that, and hope no one's feelings got hurt. The intention is to encourage people and make them laugh. And hopefully maybe get a little bit better at all the different aspects of debate that we all come to love so much over the years of gradually seeing the internet shit show sort of when you're working on the piece of marble to get that statue out of it. It's getting down to the form now. It's starting to take shape. So did you want to have any final words before you head off, Doovid?
Yes, hopefully a good week. Continue my research. I don't think I have any streams planned this week. If it pays to do a post show, I'll probably be
I
around
don't think a
tomorrow.
post show is going to happen because it's going to be done like at the earliest, probably going to be done at like 11:30 p.m. And is that too late for you? Like, how late is too late?
I mean, I could possibly stay up. I mean, I guess if
Would you want to just do, if it's good enough, big if, would you want to just do like a Thursday debate prep or / like analysis of the debate?
if it's good enough
I
to
mean, it's up to
flow,
you.
if you flow it, or I'll have to see if I watch it and try to flow it. So I'm not
You really
sure.
think you'd be able to not watch it after all this? After all this?
I'm
Like
not watch it,
edging
but
for
saying if I watch
hours
it
and not coming?
live, I mean, I think my schedules should be fine. I'll probably be watching it, but whether I'm gonna have the mental, energy to actually try to flow it also. So so you can't really say you can't.
Let's
do
just play
debate.
it by ear because we don't know how good it's going to be. I mean, we'll see how we'll play. Yeah, play it by ear. So it's all good. And
Just
stay tuned to
last
the
reminder,
channel for
that, don't
future
forget
shows.
to recap and carry forward your arguments.
It's on my
you-
to-do list. I've got a
Yeah.
to-do list, a running list here. So recap and carry forward is on there. And I did appreciate that because I think it would have made the whole experience more cool seeming and cogent.
will make your teachings, through repetition to the people listening, that saying that you're repeating and carrying forward the main points, and then a framing effort to say, okay, this is what I'm saying, this is what the other person is saying, and to frame it in terms of talking to your people or your other people, that when you're talking to the people on their side of the arguments, and you say, well, I was able to extract these concessions and recap your argument, and to say, maybe you never thought about or heard about what I'm saying, but you see that even this person in favor of the Big Bang made these concessions, and then keep carrying forward your arguments and recapping go hand in hand, because your arguments, you carry forward your arguments in your recap, and that so your recap includes reminding the audience about some of the arguments or points that you made at the beginning, and then reframing or framing the conversation or the various sides, and saying what maybe you agree on and what you disagree on, and how the people listening should understand where does that fit in and make sense, that these various points that maybe you're agreeing, or concessions that were made. And so good luck, have a great show. If you want to monologue, or someone else wants to come, that's fine. I'll try to
Thanks. Well, I'll say
catch it,
goodbye to Wonder Crab. I don't know if he still wants to yak or if he's getting tired, but yeah, I won't just abruptly end it if he's still around. You there? I can't hear you. He's just walking around. Hello? All right, looks like he's yeah. I can't hear you at this time. Maybe you can try to rejoin or something. I know that when I do a debate, okay, there's no way I'm going to make everybody happy. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I heard something that time. Okay, I can't hear you anymore. It was like a little bit of clicking. So it's probably some sort of audio bad connection. Yeah, I know I can't make everybody happy, and obviously care more about making... Sorry, I still can't hear you. People who actually get something out of what it is that I'm saying care more about what they think about my performance of the debate, but by and large, like, I think people understand it's a outreach, education, infotainment thing. The goal is just really to get people to encourage them to have a think about things. Because your audio seems to be like on and off and on and off. It's like
It's Is it working at all? I can drop out.
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Frustrating. No, thank you for having me. I was comfortable just listening. I'll be watching the debate. Godspeed.
Thanks.
Everyone should check out the Crabcast. I heard the new Crabcast just dropped. Don't blow it up. Don't tell anybody. And God bless.
The Crabcast? Where's that?
That's on. If you look up Wonder Crab, it'll come up.
Okay. So that will be good. Is that a live stream?
No, I just do little videos.
Oh, okay, cool.
Thank you everyone for watching.
Seriously.
Thank you for hosting. And,
Oh, you're welcome.
I'll be around.
Talk to you soon. Hope you enjoy the debate. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll see you hopefully tomorrow. You can check out super cool debate that's going to be happening. And otherwise, we will see you Sunday, if not sooner.
Yeah, that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and we did those streams on stream etiquette. We walk through the technology.
I have very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself prestige by associating herself with a retard?